Chapter 967. The old crane came out of seclusion with a ruddy face and snow-white hair. It was in high spirits and its eyes were filled with shock as it stared at the 99 Dragon Mountains. Yi Fan was shocked. Was he really going to find an Earth immortal? Was this the place that Chi Song-zi had been searching for his entire life? Was there a secret and opportunity to become an immortal? The old crane said that although the ancient landscape had changed a lot, it was still similar to some places in the present world and could be found in reality. He had heard of some ancient secrets that the 99 Dragon Mountains definitely existed. This map could not be fake, but it had to be measured against the mountains in reality. Look, doesn't one of them look similar to the Yellow River? The terrain is like a dragon that surges into the sea. It's vigorous and majestic. Yi Fan and the Third Valley Master were stunned. How did the ancient Dragon Mountains relate to the Yellow River? This was a little too far away. The old crane carved the ancient Yellow River on the ground. It was very different from the current one because it had changed its path countless times over the past thousands of years. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was no Yellow River on the ground. A powerful person extracted a dragon's vein from the ground and moved the Dragon Mountains away. He opened up the Yellow River ancient path so that the raging water flowed east into the sea. Yi Fan was stunned. The Yellow River ancient path was opened up by someone and there was a dragon's vein there. Someone extracted it? This was shocking. He bent down and compared the Yellow River ancient path with the 99 dragon's veins. It really did look similar. Everyone was shocked and even felt that it was somewhat absurd. This is just one dragon mountain. The map shows that there are 99 ancient dragon mountains gathered together. It's vast and majestic, but it's still far from enough. This was what Yi Fan said, but he still did not believe it. There were so many dragon mountains gathered together and they were all real dragons. Even the Big Dipper galaxy did not have them. Moreover, he had heard from the Lingbao cult master and the Third Valley Master that in ancient times, the earth was vast and far larger than it was now. For some reason, it was getting smaller and smaller. If this was true, just the Dragon Mountain that the Yellow River ancient path was on was tens of thousands of miles long. If it was as they said, it could easily be hundreds of thousands of miles long. Not only has Earth changed, but even the entire solar system has shrunk. It wasn't like this in the past, said Old Crane. Yi Fan pondered. 99 dragon mountains coexisted and coiled around each other. It really was a bit unrealistic. Just how astonishing would that be? Forget about everything else, just this kind of terrain itself could produce inconceivable things. Moreover, it was definitely an unparalleled existence since ancient times. Even the ancient emperors had to find a worthy opponent, and most of them were no match for it. That's right. Could it be that the combination of these 99 dragon mountains is so heaven-defying that an Earth immortal was born? Yi Fan was only a step away from becoming the Yuan Taoist master. Whether it was strength or experience, he was unparalleled in the world. No one in the world could compare to him. But the more he understood, the more shocked he was. The old crane insisted that the Yellow River ancient path should be one of the Dragon Mountains. Because the shape was very similar, it should be one of the Dragon Mountains on the map. This is going to be interesting. If the ancient 99 Dragon Mountains really existed, anything can be believed. Yi Fan muttered to himself. They decided to immediately head for the Yellow River ancient path. They would go upstream from the lower reaches and search for the other 98 true Dragon Mountains. You're saying that it's hidden in the vast ancient formation and not in the mortal world, but can be found with the current mountains and rivers? Asked Yi Fan. The old crane nodded with a solemn expression. It hadn't come out of seclusion for hundreds of years just to cultivate. Now, it had personally come to the Yellow River ancient path. They wanted to find an unknown region and the sealed ancient mountain range. Along the way, they visited mountains and rivers and found many historical sites. They dug out many broken tablets from the mud of the Yellow River in hopes of finding something. However, there was no major discovery. There was nothing on both sides of the Yellow River. There was no sealed ancient Dragon Mountain at all. Land, come out. When they came to a place where the yellow river surged, Sun Wukong chanted an incantation and captured an old man. Yi Fan's eyes stared blankly. He was shocked and had a feeling that he had come to the age of legends. The old crane explained that the Yellow River ancient path was where the ancient dragon mountains were. There were endless remnants of draconic energy. Some humans and demons with cultivation would naturally attach themselves to this place. The land that the Third Valley Master had captured was actually a pangolin with a bit of cultivation. It transformed into land and cultivated here. The monkey interrogated it in detail. This landlord was so weak that he explained everything in detail. Since his ancestors were here, he had indeed heard of the 99 Dragon Mountains, but he had never seen them. After that, they went all the way up. They passed through Ningxia and Gansu, following the Yellow River ancient path. There were many places where the Yellow River hadn't flowed for thousands of years and had long changed its course. Along the way, they captured mountain deities and lands in the uninhabited area several times. They searched for the most majestic ancient dragon mountains, but they didn't find much. Yi Fan couldn't help but shake his head. This kind of terrain really didn't exist. Otherwise, it would really be nature-defying. He couldn't even imagine what would be born. However, just as he was wavering, the old crane found traces of demons. A section of the Yellow River coincided with the ancient path. He said that there was a great demon inside and that they might be able to find something. The monkey entered the water and was beaten up by someone. Demonic energy surged, and the Third Valley Master almost suffered a great loss. The old crane attacked. Now, he was a cultivator at the great completion of the dragon transformation realm. His cultivation was profound and he was one of the best among the cult masters at that time. If the great mediums didn't appear, no one could compete with him. Boom! Waves rushed into the sky and an ancient dragon soared up. Its strength was actually comparable to his. It scolded angrily, questioning why his underwater residence was disturbed and his cultivation was disturbed. This was an old dragon of the Yellow River. It had cultivated for more than 700 years. Since ancient times, its ancestors had always lived here and cultivated in the underwater residence. The Great Valley Master's explanation finally calmed the old dragon's anger. The waves of the Yellow River calmed down, and he invited them to sit in the underwater residence. This was a water palace without any fancy decorations. It was simple and plain. Everything was made of stone and blocked the water from entering. It was built on a piece of silt. Strands of dragon energy gathered underground. The old dragon's bloodline used this to cultivate and rarely appeared in the world. It wasn't like what people thought, demons didn't need to stir up trouble. He invited the three to sit down and talked about some ancient past events. Although he didn't know much, it was all passed down by his ancestors. Finally, the three of them found an important clue. The old dragon said that as early as ancient times, there was indeed a saying of 99 dragon mountains. Moreover, there used to be an ancient path that intersected with the Yellow River. It was vast and boundless, but it was later moved away by someone with unparalleled power. The few of them were dumbfounded. There really was such a saying. The old dragon confirmed that there was one that still existed today and said its name, the Taihang Mountains. Isn't this a little ridiculous? Even the monkey was a little dumbfounded. The old dragon heard this and revealed a thoughtful expression. Then, it said that the Taihang Mountains were indeed a dragon mountain. Under the dragon energy, it gave birth to the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties in the north. I once heard that the Taihang dragon vein was 10,000 times bigger than this in ancient times. Can you imagine how long it is? The monkey said. Even the ancient path of the Yellow River was formed by moving a dragon mountain. What's so shocking about the Taihang Mountains being moved? The old dragon said calmly. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. This was too shocking. If the Taihang dragon vein was one of the 99 dragon mountains, then how magnificent would the real scene of dragons dancing in the air be? The old dragon only knew of one of the ancient dragon mountains and didn't know the others. According to him, it involved an ancient taboo issue and couldn't be looked into. Otherwise, there would be a great disaster. This was something passed down by his ancestors. Before leaving, he repeatedly warned the three to stop before going too far and not to look into anything. They didn't even dare to touch the ancient sages, otherwise, there would be an unexpected disaster. This was something that was passed down by his ancestors. Before leaving, he repeatedly warned the three to stop before going too far and not to look into anything. They didn't even dare to touch the ancient sages, otherwise, there would be an unexpected disaster. Was this what Qi Songzi was looking for? Yi Fan and the others followed the ancient path and entered the Sichuan region from Gansu. They were about to enter Qinghai and reach the source of the Yellow River. However, in the Sichuan region, they found a breakthrough clue. They met an old turtle on the ancient path of the Yellow River. Although its cultivation wasn't very scary and it had just evolved into the dragon realm, its lifespan was very long. It had lived for more than 900 years. The advantage of its race was obvious. They talked for a while and learned another shocking thing from the old turtle. Their race also used the dragon energy of the ancient path of the Yellow River to cultivate, so they also knew some ancient anecdotes. This time, it actually involved the Qilian mountain range. It was moved from this place. That was a great dragon from the archaic era. Yi Fan and the others compared it seriously and couldn't help but be silent. It really was similar to one of the 99 ancient dragon mountains. This was a bit scary. In ancient times, the dragon vein of Qilian mountains was millions of miles long. This is really shocking. The old turtle told them a secret that shocked them. It said that the 99 dragon mountains were a taboo topic in ancient times. They couldn't talk about it and no one dared to look into it. Yi Fan and the others said goodbye to the old turtle and entered Qinghai. In the end, they arrived at the source of the Yellow River and stood at the foot of a snowy mountain. They were lost in thought and found nothing else. Why do I feel like we accidentally touched something we shouldn't be looking into? The old crane muttered to itself. Yi Fan already had a premonition that they had touched upon a forbidden secret. If the dragon vein of Taihang Mountains and Qilian Mountains were millions of miles long, then it would be heaven-defying if the 99 dragon mountains were intertwined together. It was a bit conservative to say that an immortal was born. Let's compare it seriously and take a closer look. They combined the 9 pieces of ancient jade together and then carved all the famous dragon mountains in the world. They compared them one by one, and the more they looked, the more shocked they became. This is the dragon vein of Hengduan Mountain. This is the dragon vein of Tianshan Mountain. They felt a chill run down their spines. The terrain of the famous dragon veins in the world could be found among the 99 ancient dragon mountains. They could compare them one by one. On the ancient jade, the largest of the 99 dragon mountains was located in the center. It took up nearly a quarter of the area and was the most vast. Yi Fan and the others compared it seriously and found that the end of the mountain was the same as the current Kunlun mountain range. They almost overlapped. Most of Kunlun's area is hidden in the ancient formation. Moreover, the mountains and divine mountains in the world have shrunk by many times, the old crane said. They were shocked. What happened in ancient times? The 99 dragon mountains were originally intertwined with each other. The terrain was complicated. Who separated them? What kind of extravagance was this? It could be said to shock the past, present, and future. This was a heaven-defying method. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they felt. The mountains and rivers in the world were almost arranged. The paths of the dragon veins were not like this. This is too terrifying. This is a heaven-defying method that will shock the past, present, and future. We really accidentally touched upon a taboo. Chapter 968. There were countless famous mountains and rivers in the Middle Earth. The 9 Bends Yellow River, the towering Kunlun, and the majestic Taihang Mountains were majestic and boundless. It made one exclaim in admiration at the power of nature. It was like the work of the gods. However, Yi Fan and the others felt a chill down their spines. All of this could have been arranged by the ancients. How great was this? It was unfathomable. They had found a taboo. There was an inhuman involved. It was shocking. Every ancient dragon mountain was like a chess piece on a chessboard. Yi Fan was shocked. He could find such a dragon mountain in the Big Dipper star region, but there weren't many. It was even more impossible to see more than 10 of them together, let alone 99. It was the limit. It's rare to see such a scene in all the ancient stars. 99 dragon mountains intertwined. It's like a fantasy story. This was a myth that had already been destroyed. It was covered up by someone and not pursued. No one knew why. The old crane and the Third Valley Master pondered the words of the Yellow River Jiao and the Black Tortoise. They felt a chill run down their spine. The things involved were not something they could pry into. If this was true, then even if their primogenitor came, he might be crushed to death with a single finger. It was because this was just too horrifying. Don't talk about it, don't investigate it. Otherwise, there will be a calamity. Even the ancient sages didn't dare to touch it. These words were passed down by the ancestors of the Yellow River Jiao and the Black Tortoise. They contained a great warning that made one shudder. I wonder if it's still a taboo after so many years. The essence of heaven and earth has dried up. After such a long time, the existence involved might have died or left. The Third Valley Master comforted himself. Yi Fan took out the bone from Qi Song Zi's cremation cave and carved the maps of Mount Lu's underground palace and the primordial dragon cave. He studied them carefully. No, there aren't 99 ancient dragon mountains on the map of the opportunity to become immortal. There's no definite connection. He was stunned. What was going on? Was the general direction wrong? Had he accidentally entered the forbidden area? He combined the 9 ancient jade pieces and studied them repeatedly. There was no mistake. There didn't seem to be much connection with the map of the opportunity to become immortal. What was going on? Yi Fan was confused. Did Qi Song Zi's investigation in Sichuan have nothing to do with this? Could it be another secret? Did you notice what Old Flood Dragon and Black Tortoise said? Long before ancient times, the 99 dragon mountains had already been separated. It's impossible for future generations to verify it, said Old Crane. The 9 pieces of ancient jade came from the ancient times. They should have been carved into the heavenly book after the dragon mountain was divided. This meant that everything had happened and could not be changed. Then, what was the point of carving these bird seal script jade pieces? Perhaps we've gotten the general direction wrong, and we've stepped into the forbidden area ourselves. Do these 9 pieces of jade point to something else? Asked the Third Valley Master. Which sect is the most ancient in the world? Let's see if we can find the 99 dragon mountains and the ancient forbidden secrets. Yi Fan said. Since he had already found some clues, it was impossible for him to give up just like that. Now that they were in the age of Dharma ending, all the great mediums had left the earth. This might be the best opportunity, no one in the world could stop him. The oldest ancient sect is probably millions of years ago, said the Grand Valley Master. Yi Fan was stunned. At that time, there were still 8 men, right? Someone had already started a sect? Isn't this a little too absurd? There really were ruins of primitive ancient sections. The era of eating raw meat and drinking blood was very different from now. There were also mysterious inheritances, but it's all in the past, said Old Crane. Actually, if you want to investigate, you can go straight to Mount Shu Sword Cultivator sect. After all, it's the orthodoxy left by Qi Song Zi. Maybe there's some big secret that the world doesn't know about, said the Third Valley Master. Yes, we should go to the Celestial Sword sect. We have to figure it out. Yi Fan nodded. The so-called Mount Shu was the general name for the mountains around Imei. They returned to Sichuan, went around the formation, and entered the primitive area that the mortal world would never know. Mount Shu, the Celestial Sword sect, was powerful and above many ancient sections. It could be compared with the demon race's holy land, Myriad Demon Valley. Its orthodoxy was world-shaking, and no one dared to provoke it. In the past, Old Crane mistakenly entered Mount Shu and obtained a great opportunity in the belly of a mountain. It inherited a part of the sword cultivation orthodoxy, and because of that, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. Qi-Song-Zi's orthodoxy is now incomplete. The Celestial Sword sect is far from being as strong as it was in ancient times, explained the Grand Valley Master. In truth, the sects were similar, and many ancient books and records were lost. This time, Old Crane truly understood how terrifying Yifan was. Yifan asked the two of them to wait here, and transformed into a wisp of smoke, disappearing into a few sword peaks. Forcefully barging into Mount Shu Sword Sect, how deep is his cultivation? At the very least, he must be an immortal foundation cultivator. One must know that there are countless sword formations laid here. The Grand Valley Master exclaimed. The Third Valley Master was a little better, because he had personally seen Yifan entering the Celestial Sword Heavenly Lake and the terrifying scene of thousands of sword lights alone. He had some immunity to it. Yifan entered the ancestral hall and saw a stone statue that exuded an immortal aura. He solemnly bowed. He had observed Qi-Song-Zi's Tao and comprehended a kind of true essence. His harvest was huge, and his heart was filled with respect. He searched for secret manuals and ancient Tao books. He paid special attention to all kinds of handwritten notes, and studied them carefully, wanting to find clues. One couldn't help but say that the Celestial Sword sect was very strong. The arts recorded in the handwritten notes were indeed the true Tao of Qi-Song-Zi. Although a portion was missing, it was enough to allow them to stand above the mortal world. Yifan used his powerful divine sense to search for half a day, and subdued one of the supreme protectors of the sect. He observed his sea of consciousness, and only then did he find some clues. He used a powerful method to erase the traces he left behind. Then, he silently opened up a secret door, entering a stone room that was covered in dust. There were no ancient methods, no spirit pills or holy medicines, only some messy items. This was a secret chamber that Qi-Song-Zi used for seclusion in the past. It was treated as a forbidden ground by them, and was sealed up and guarded for generations. Only the sect leaders of each generation could enter. This place had become the most secret place of the Celestial Sword sect. There were many handwritten notes, and most of them were written by the great divinities of the past generations. They talked about many secrets. The handwritten notes spanned a long time, from the ancient times until now. They were left behind by the sect leaders of different periods. He studied them carefully, and finally found some things he wanted to know. The opportunity that Qi-Song-Zi was looking for to become an immortal was related to the 99 Dragon Mountains in the ancient times. However, he didn't come to Sichuan to look for the 99 Dragon Mountains, because he had been separated from them long before his time. He was looking for an earth immortal who knew the secrets of the 99 Dragon Mountains, and he wanted to find a breakthrough from him. Yifan read carefully, and he was shocked. He finally found out some of the truth. The 99 Dragon Mountains gave birth to the hope of becoming an immortal. Qi-Song-Zi was looking for it, the ancient Saint Emperor was looking for it, and the ancestor of the Myriad Demon Valley was also looking for it. However, the ordinary ancient sages were afraid of it, as if it was a snake or scorpion. One of them, who was suspected to be an earth immortal, had an extraordinary harvest. It was said that he was hiding in Sichuan, so Qi-Song-Zi came here to find the secret of becoming an immortal. The 99 Dragon Mountains gave birth to the hope of becoming an immortal. The earth immortal had some contact with it, and then he went into hiding in Sichuan, and no one knew where he ended up. Yifan read every handwritten note. Many of them were based on rumors about Qi-Song-Zi's words and deeds. Through the bits and pieces of his life, he could restore some shocking truths. The Earth Immortal had set up 99 little dragons for him, imitating the 99 Dragon Mountains, and all the secrets he knew were buried in them. I see. The Dragon Mountains carved on the 9 ancient jade pieces are not the original 99 Dragon Mountains, but his own burial place. Yifan left the Celestial Sword sect and told the Old Crane and the Third Valley Master everything he knew. After all, the Myriad Demon Valley had been looking for it for so many years, and they must have some intuition. We must find out. The Grand Valley Master said. The ancestors of the Myriad Demon Valley had worked so hard and spent so much energy to get this result. How could they stop? Although going deeper might involve the forbidden area, they felt that it was necessary to find the Earth Immortal first, and then make the final decision. The Earth Immortal is dead. He probably didn't get anything that could help him become an immortal, or he wouldn't have died. Calling him an Earth Immortal is probably an exaggeration, Yi Fan said to himself. He would not fall to the ground when he was born, and he would not be buried when he died. As an immortal fetus, he would not be stained by dust for life. This was the description of the Earth Immortal after the collection of the 9 ancient jade pieces. After thinking about it for a while, they understood that the way the Earth Immortal was buried should be in a hanging coffin, not falling to the ground and not being buried. No wonder Qi Songzi opened the hanging coffin and looked for the ancient tomb. He already knew that the Earth Immortal went into hiding in Sichuan, and he also knew how he was buried, the old crane said. They went around in a circle and felt that the 99 Dragon Mountains could not be touched at all, and they had long been separated. The only thing they could do was find the coffin of the Earth Immortal. Now, the only advantage was that there were no saints on Earth. They were already the strongest group of people, so they didn't have to worry about being stopped. In the following period of time, they spent a lot of time observing the mountains and rivers in Sichuan, seriously looking for the Little Dragon Mountains, wanting to find the Earth Immortal's burial ground, but to no avail. Is it possible that it is not in Sichuan at all? Otherwise, with Qi Songzi's supreme means, why didn't he find it? Yi Fan was doubtful. Once a mountain with great momentum becomes a climate, it will give birth to a divine beauty. After thousands of years, it can affect the pattern of the nearby mountains. We may be able to use this to start, the old crane said. Since the Earth Immortal imitated the 99 ancient dragon mountains and set up the Little Dragon Mountains, even if it was hidden in the ancient formation, it must have affected the nearby mountains after so many years since ancient times. The myriad Demon Valley used all means, sent a large number of people, and used all the power of the valley to investigate and finally made a breakthrough. On the same day, they set out and did not stop along the way. They went straight to their destination and then watched from afar. The mountain was shaped like a coiled dragon, soaring into the sky, and also like a crouching tiger. It was majestic, and the dragon and tiger fought for supremacy, not giving way. There was water circling around the mountain peaks, a total of 99 peaks and 24 cliffs. Although it did not look like a dragon, it had that kind of momentum. Using the softness of water to make up for the hardness of the dragon. There is an ancient formation locking the secret area, and it has affected the pattern of the mountains and rivers outside. The Earth Immortal's burial ground should be here. This is the ancestral land of Taoism, we can't touch it. If they find out, at least half of the Taoists in the world will fight to the death with us. It must be here. Yi Fan used the original wonderful technique to sense a kind of qi activity. The uninhabited area sealed by the ancient formation must be the place they were looking for. Chapter 969. Mount Longhu was surrounded by a coiled dragon and a tiger. It was majestic and precipitous, with many peaks. Dragons leaped and tigers pounced, shaking off the dust and rising purple clouds. After thousands of years of accumulation and several ups and downs, Mount Longhu was recognized as the #1 mountain of Taoism. It was the birthplace and had a prominent position as the ancestral court. At this moment, Yi Fan was standing there, looking at the old crane and Third Valley Master. Mount Longhu was very mysterious. As the ancestral land of Taoism, it was not easy to provoke them. No wonder Taoism chose this place. The sages of the demon race have always been puzzled. Now, we finally understand. There is an Earth Immortal here, said Third Valley Master. The old crane sighed. That's right. In ancient times, there was a great formation protecting this place. The Earth Immortal burial ground was just formed and could not affect the surrounding terrain. Now that the divine formation has been completed, we can finally see a corner of it. There is indeed an expert in Taoism to have chosen this place so early. When talking about Taoism, it was necessary to mention the pre-Qin Old Zhuang. Its origin was even further back. Strictly speaking, it could be traced back to ancient times. Taoism had existed since ancient times. Old Huang elaborated on it. There were many books and they were broad and profound. Later generations respected Yellow Emperor and Laozi as the founders. Taoism had existed long ago, but as a true organization, it appeared later. The rise of the Celestial Master sect and Mount Longhu becoming the ancestral court were symbolic events. Later, after thousands of years of prosperity and decline, Taoism gave birth to hundreds of sections. They depended on each other and even opposed each other. They had never been unified. Since ancient times, there had been many ups and downs. Although there were many branches of Taoism, they could be roughly divided into two major sections. One was the Chuanjin sect, which focused on cultivating inner cores, which rose in the north. The other was the Jingyi sect, which focused on talismans. Their ancestral court was Mount Longhu, which occupied half of the world's Taoism. At the same time, it was also the beginning of Taoism's organization. Yi Fan and the others naturally had to be careful here. This was the ancestral court of Taoism. If they were not careful, they could become enemies with the entire Taoism. This was because the Jingyi sect had a great influence in Taoism. It was the result of the integration of the Celestial Master sect, Lingbao sect, and Shangqing sect. In ancient times, the Celestial Master sect revered Laozi, Lingbao sect revered Lingbao celestial being, and Shangqing sect revered primitive celestial being. Yi Fan and the others entered the mountain and looked around. This ancestral land of Taoism had 99 mountains and 24 rocks. Although the 99 mountains did not have the shape of a dragon, they had the aura of a dragon and a tiger. The worldly essence has dried up, but this place still has violet energy. It is indeed worthy of being the primal Tao ground. The Grand Valley Master sighed. The Dragon Mountain, Longhu, Tao, and said. In mountain, loningly, dragon Taoism. Enit. Enit, it, enit and enit. 1. An of temple and only one. And one and the 1. And had. 1. 1. 1. And one. And of. And one and temple. However, Yi Fan and the others did not dare to underestimate it. The outer mountain of Jingyi school had turned into smoke, but the cultivators were still there. They had entered the ancient inner mountain and separated themselves from the mortal world. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin and the ancestral altar of Mount Tai appeared. Back then, it led to a fierce battle between the great mediums. If not for the old Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the consequences would have been unimaginable. From that battle, one could see the power of the ancestral court of Jingyi school. It was still overseen by an expert and was better than the other sections. This should be the place. Look, there are hanging coffins between the stone cliffs of the outer mountain. They are all ancient objects from 2,000 years ago, not to mention the inner mountain, said Third Valley Master. The cliff tombs of Dragon Tiger Mountain were mostly coffins from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period. They were unique in China. Taoism used this as its root. It was said that it was related to the divine hanging coffins. The old crane said, now that I think about it, Taoism is really cunning. They already knew that the earth immortals hanging coffins were here. They arrived first and occupied this place. Even if we go in now, we may not be able to find the earth immortal. For thousands of years, as the ancestral land of Taoism, it was impossible for the people of the mortal world to know about the inner mountain. The demon race and the Western Orthodoxy had never attacked. Even if there was a shocking secret here, outsiders could not know about it. It was suppressed and guarded by the great mediums of the ancient times. It was extremely mysterious. Yi Fan returned from the outer star region. It could be said that he had encountered a rare opportunity. In the age of Dharma ending, he should be able to go in and out with his cultivation. The Jingyi school would not be able to stop him. The 3 of them turned left and right and almost touched the forbidden formation several times. Finally, they arrived at the Taoist Holy Land and saw Dragon Tiger Mountain. It is even more dragon-shaped than the 99 peaks outside. This place is amazing. Grand Valley Master exclaimed. The mountain was majestic as if it was about to leap up and rush into the sky. Dragons and tigers coiled and intertwined with each other. In this age of Dharma ending, there was a faintly discernible purple gas rising. It was rare in the world. This place was definitely a first-class holy land in ancient times. It was no wonder that it became the original land of Taoism. It was magnificent and beautiful. The majestic mountain peaks were surrounded by purple gas. There were waterfalls and flowing springs, red-crowned cranes flying, Taoist children picking herbs, and old Taoist priests breathing on the cliff. It was very artistic. The temple was neat and tidy, with beautiful buildings reflecting the mountains and rivers. Lofty platforms and pavilions lingered in the mountains and forests. The ancient scenery finally reappeared. There was a great momentum of dragons and tigers leaping and moving, wanting to rush into the sky. However, they did not see the 99 ancient small dragon mountains. It was empty. They were very cautious. Yi Fan led the way, avoiding the Taoist temples and purple gas peaks. They went far into the forest and did not get close to the important place of the Zhengyi school. It's not simple. There are actually people of the cult master level in this place. They are most likely very ancient people. Yi Fan wanted to climb the mountain and visit the Taoist temple. However, the old crane and Third Valley master hurriedly pulled him back and told him not to appear. This place could not be carelessly entered. If he was discovered, he might be punished greatly. No, how can there be no? They searched for hundreds of miles but did not see the 99 ancient small dragon mountains. They did not know where the earth immortals were buried. The auspicious light gathered on the ancient Taoist temples on Mount Longhu. The purple gas was dense and rose, touching people's hearts. Other than that, there was nothing unusual in the vast uninhabited area. The old crane and Third Valley master were anxious. They could not stay in this place for long. They knew how terrifying and powerful the Zhengyi school was. If they were discovered by the hidden great mediums, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Yi Fan calmed his mind and opened his source of heaven's eye. His body blended into the wonderful scenery of Mount Longhu as if he was about to disappear. Endless earth chi surged into his body. He saw some clues. What a shocking method. It almost deceived my source of heaven's eye. His expression was solemn. In this world, no one except him could discover that there was a mountain beyond the mountain and another world beyond the heaven and earth. There was an ancient formation outside the ancestral court of Mount Longhu, which was the burial place of the earth immortals. It was also the fundamental reason why Taoism chose this place. The journey was very difficult. It was not a killing formation, but a plot that made reasonable use of the mountains and rivers to prevent people from approaching. If it was not for the fact that Yi Fan was a member of the Yuan Taoist master's faction, he would never have been able to enter. Even so, it took him a lot of time and 3 days to bring the two of them in. The ancient sages are unfathomable. Their methods are unparalleled. At that level, the terrain set up by them is comparable to the Yuan Taoist master. As soon as they entered this secret land, Yi Fan and the other two immediately felt a vast and desolate aura, like a group of dragons soaring. On the horizon, the mountains were lush and verdant. Dragon chi lingered and many dragon mountains danced as if they were going to break through the sky. Found it. This is the place where the earth immortals are buried. They were very excited. As an earth immortal, he must have heaven-defying methods. This person obtained the great secret of the 99 ancient dragon mountains and touched upon the forbidden area. He must have left behind a shocking secret. The Taoists must have been here before. I don't know what else is left, the old crane said. The sage of Taoism must have seen something when he chose Mount Longhu as the location. He regarded this place as the ancestral court and guarded it for so many years. No one would believe that he did not obtain the secret of the earth immortals. The mountains danced and the terrain was shocking. This was a group of majestic dragons. Suddenly, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. He saw a corpse dressed in a Taoist robe. It had passed away in meditation for hundreds of years. Its body was immortal and it sat cross-legged on a rock. It looked like it was guarding the mountain gate leading to the Dragon Mountains. The Taoist protector of the Zhengyi school. The old crane saw the flying immortal diagram on the robe at a glance. It was unique to Taoist protectors. Those who were Taoist protectors were all extremely powerful, even surpassing the sect master. They were the masters who protected the orthodoxy. There were a few lines of words on the ground. It was the bird seal script from the pre-Qin dynasty. The few of them sighed with emotion. It was left behind by the old Taoist. The main idea was that there was no successor for the Forbidden Land for 2,000 years. The world was dry and there was no one who could enter Mount Longhu. It was truly lamentable. This is a Tao severing king who passed away in meditation hundreds of years ago. He has always been here as a Taoist protector. It is truly shocking. Third Valley Master sighed. In that case, the secret of the Earth Immortals still exists. They didn't make a move. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to guard this place. The old crane was horrified and couldn't help but look at Yi Fan. Only a Tao severing king could enter. Didn't this mean that the person in front of them was extremely terrifying? Don't look at me like that. I only have a rough understanding of some formations and haven't severed the Tao. Yi Fan smiled. They walked forward and just arrived in front of the first dragon mountain. They saw a bone tablet. It was as white as jade and as tall as a person. After so many years, it still hadn't been damaged. There were oracle bone inscriptions on it. 99 Dragon Mountains. There were only a few words on it, but there was an overwhelming aura of the great Tao pressing down. The old crane and monkey looked from afar and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood on the spot. They couldn't look straight at it. Earth Immortal, as expected of an Earth Immortal. Even a few ordinary words are like this. Grand Valley Master sighed. Yi Fan was silent, but great waves surged in his heart. Even looking at these words made him feel uneasy. This was definitely a peerless expert. He muttered to himself, he didn't leave behind any killing intent. He just carved it normally and left behind a trace of Tao. As soon as they entered the mountain, Third Valley Master revealed a look of joy and shouted, I found it. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Below the cliff, a large crack opened. Thousands of coffins hung in the air. They were densely packed, and draconic energy lingered around them. It was like the mouth of the Dragon Mountain was opening and holding the ancient coffins. Among them, in the depths of the dragon's mouth, a jade coffin was faintly discernible. It flowed with dusty light and remained unbroken since ancient times. The residents of the Earth Immortal, there are thousands of coffins hanging in the middle of the cliff. The clouds are the bones of immortals. A fragrance wafted over. Although it was very faint, it made one's body light as if they were about to fly. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely an immortal divine medicine. Could it be that there was such a heaven-defying thing in the hanging coffins of the Earth Immortals? He felt that he had underestimated this place before. The Earth Immortals were more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. The fragrance came from the large crack at the bottom of the cliff. It was located in the depths of the dragon's mouth. He opened his heavenly eye to take a look. Although the luster of the dusty jade coffin had dimmed, the traces of Tao were not bad. There was also a branch that shone with green light. It was fresh and tender, and the fragrance wafted into his nose. The undying tree. Yi Fan was shocked. This place was incredible. It was just a branch, and there was an entire undying tree. He had not seen the true appearance of the Earth Immortal, but he had already seen such a thing. Chapter 970. The three of them soared into the air and arrived at the huge crack between the walls of the Dragon Mountain. There were thousands of hanging coffins, all of which were antiques. They had existed for at least thousands of years. They tried to open some of them. There were bone artifacts, jade artifacts, and even wooden artifacts. However, there were no metal artifacts. There was no exception. Sure enough, it's the same as the records. Earth Immortals are afraid of gold. If there's gold in their coffins, they won't be able to ascend to immortality. They examined it carefully. This should be his disciple who was buried here. The three of them did not dare to approach the jade coffin immediately. After all, this was the legendary Earth Immortal burial ground, and they were afraid that there would be peerless killing intent. That type of faint fragrance wafted into one's bones continuously, making one feel as if they were walking on clouds. They forcefully restrained themselves, not sucking it in. The old crane and the Third Valley Master inspected the many coffins seriously while Yifan used a Genesis technique to observe the terrain. To avoid any accidents, they were extremely careful and cautious. This should be from the same lineage. Look at the arrangement of these coffins, it's very orderly. It's the ancient jade coffin in the deepest part of the Dragon Mountain. The crack on Dragon Mountain's cliff was extremely large, and there were more than 2,000 corpses hanging from it. All of them were extremely meticulous, and all of them were cultivators. Every coffin was carved out of a huge piece of wood, and most of them were in the shape of a boat. It was also in accordance with the records. After experiencing the sea of bitterness of the human world, one would be freed and become an immortal. There's a Tao-severing king here. The old crane was horrified. There were a few ancient coffins that had skeletal remains that weren't bad, the corpse shells powerful, imperishable even after death. They were vivid and lifelike, maintaining the state they were in when they were alive. They were all Tao-severing experts. Forget about everything else, this sect was definitely extremely powerful in the past. Even if the ancient era was full of vital energy, with a few Tao-severing kings as disciples, they were still unordinary. Finally, they entered the depths of the stone crack, arriving at Long Shan's throat. Upon closer inspection, the ancient jade coffin was covered in dust. It was dim and without luster, but it made it seem more and more mysterious. It was a sparkling and translucent branch, bright green and glistening. It was as thick as a child's arm and more than a meter long. It looked as if it was carved from green agate, translucent and shining. It laid horizontally on the ancient jade coffin just like that, emitting an irresistible fragrance. There was a white liquid at the fracture, appearing extremely mysterious. Immortal tree. At such a close distance, Yifan could already be completely sure that this was the tree of immortality. It had the miraculous effect of reviving the dead, and it was hard to find in this world. Earth Immortal. Was he really an Earth Immortal? For even such a thing to be buried here, it was definitely not normal. Since ancient times, it was very difficult for mortals to find the immortal godly medicine. At the very least, it was in the hands of the sages, and the ancient emperors all had one. Every single stock of immortal medicine was unique, and from ancient times until now, there were only those few stocks. According to what Yifan knew, having one stock in an ancient star with life was already quite good. The reason why there were so many of them in the Big Dipper star region was because the great ancient emperors had brought them there. Ever since the immemorial age, ancient emperors and human emperors had been rushing there. It was also because of this that the other ancient stars lost their immortal divine herbs. The fact that there was a tree of immortality here was enough to prove that the status of an Earth Immortal was definitely not to be underestimated. The three of them did not dare to act rashly. They walked around the ancient coffin. The legendary Earth Immortal was here. If they opened it, would something happen? I once heard that even after the death of the ancient sages, their corpses were still very difficult to approach. The aura they emitted could kill those with great mediums. The old crane frowned, feeling worried. Yifan nodded. When they found the coffin of the immortal Sky Emperor, it was earth-shattering. Chaos surged on the 10,000 feet jade platform. It was just a piece of human skin, yet it required forbidden weapons and extreme weapons to protect itself. This Earth Immortal's coffin looks very calm, without a trace of pressure. I wonder what will happen after it is opened. In this place, even the source of heavens I could not see through it. The ancient coffin was mysterious and unfathomable. It was chiseled and chiseled by an ancient great power. Ants and insects could not approach it, and gods could not disturb it. All of you, stand beside me. Yifan spoke. He was ready to make a move. He used the cauldron of myriad chi to protect himself and threw Komatsu, who was looking around, into the cauldron. At the same time, he took out an old piece of bronze that he had painstakingly taken out from the sea of bitterness. Bang! As soon as Yifan touched the coffin, a scarlet beam shot out from the depths of the cliff. The cold light illuminated the 9 provinces. It was too dazzling. Swoosh! Yifan put the 2 people into the cauldron and quickly retreated with the Xing formula. However, he still could not avoid it. The cauldron above his head shook violently, and he flew out in an instant. He flew more than 800 feet away from the mouth of the Dragon Mountain. The golden blood in his body boiled like thunder. It took a long time for it to calm down and let the 2 people out. What is that? It doesn't look like an attack from the coffin. The old crane took a quick glance just now and saw the dazzling light. This group of dragons has been raised. The ancient jade coffin is placed in the throat of the dragon's mouth. That is the place where the dragon's reverse scale grows. It is the killing divine light formed by the mountain, Yifan said. The means of the earth immortal was indeed extraordinary. The mountain formation was shocking. Was this really imitating the essence of the ancient 99 dragon mountains? There is no way to get close to the coffin. The third valley master said. They had already come this far. If they could not get anything, it would be a pity. The owner of the tomb does not have any killing intent and did not set up any vicious means. We should be able to get close to take a look. We just need to avoid the killing light of the dragon's reverse scale, Yifan said. He looked at it seriously and entered the stone crevice to attack again. He used his Genesis technique to guide the dragon chi so that it would temporarily avoid the reverse scale. He then approached the jade coffin again. He first grabbed the branch of the immortal tree and held it in his hand. However, at that moment, his body turned cold and he was almost frozen. It was too cold. The treasure tree that looked like a green jade core was bone-piercing cold. Normal people would not be able to withstand it. Yifan hurriedly used the Taiyin Saint power to dissolve the cold chi. He then put it aside with a look of disbelief. What happened? The old crane asked. Did the earth immortal enlighten himself, or did someone help him and leave the branch of the immortal tree? Yifan muttered to himself. At this moment, he finally understood why the branch of the immortal tree was left behind. It was used to enlighten the death chi of these corpses and absorb them completely to help them become ghost immortals. The death chi of the thousands of coffins had been absorbed by the branch, including the mysterious corpses in the jade coffins. They were the main targets. Can the branch of the immortal tree not be used in medicine? Third Valley Master was full of regret. It's like the netherworld grass. It has the effect of longevity, but it also has the effect of decay and contains too much corpse chi, Yifan said. They finally understood why the people of the Taoist ancestral court did not take the branch. Normal people would not be able to enjoy it and would not dare to refine medicine. Yifan moved again. He used his Genesis technique to cut off the dragon chi and slowly moved the jade coffin away. He held the green copper in his hand and looked inside nervously. It was empty. What happened? There was nothing. The 3 of them were dumbfounded and confused. Could it be that the Taoist from Longhu Mountain took away the thing in the coffin? After taking a closer look, they were stunned. There were signs of Tao assimilation, and it was very thorough. There was nothing left except a faint human-shaped mark at the bottom of the coffin. An Earth Immortal assimilation. Although they knew that the so-called Earth Immortal was most likely deified and was not an immortal, they could not help but be disappointed. There was no trace at all. How could this be? Third Valley Master was disappointed. He murmured, unable to accept the fact. Yifan did not say anything. He quietly sealed the coffin and put the branch of the immortal tree back on top. Everything returned to its original state. There are a total of 99 dragon mountains. This is only the first one. Isn't it a little strange? Did the Earth Immortal directly bury his tomb in the first dragon mountain? The old crane asked. Let's continue to take a look. Yifan was also puzzled. He took the lead and walked forward. When they entered the depths of the second intertwined dragon mountain, their expressions immediately froze. They saw another huge crack with dozens of ancient hanging coffins. Although there were not as many as the first one, it was still shocking. Most importantly, there was a jade coffin in the depths of the dragon cave. Another jade coffin, also covered in dust and without luster. How many earth immortals are there? Moreover, there was a sparkling branch of the immortal tree on top of the ancient jade coffin. It was lying on the coffin lid and a sweet fragrance flowed from it. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. They cautiously entered the dragon's mouth and avoided the killing light of the dragon's reverse scale. They carefully opened the ancient jade coffin, but the result was the same. The person in the coffin had already assimilated. It was difficult to estimate this person's cultivation when he was alive. They only knew that it must be extremely terrifying. The Tao marks were extremely shocking and unfathomable. This branch of the immortal tree had also absorbed a large amount of death qi. No one dared to use it to refine medicine. All of this was similar to the first jade coffin. Yi Fan and the others looked at each other and did not say anything. They then walked into the depths of the dragons and entered the third dragon mountain. As expected, they saw the third mysterious ancient jade coffin. There was also a branch of the immortal tree buried with it. After that, they went through 5 mountains and found the same situation. The powerful tomb owner had already assimilated. Apart from a branch of the immortal tree, nothing was left. This is strange. How many earth immortals are there? Even the old crane was shocked. They flew into the sky and arrived at the clouds. They looked at the majestic dragon mountains and were stunned. The first 9 dragon mountains were majestic, especially the 9th one, which was obviously much taller than the others. Auspicious air gushed out and the word, Earth Immortal, was carved on the mountain. Starting from the 10th dragon mountain, all the mountain ranges collapsed and were no longer complete. The scene was confusing. 90 dragon mountains had collapsed. What's going on? I understand. Yi Fan nodded and muttered to himself. The 99 dragon mountains were an extreme. No one in the world could enjoy it. No one could be buried in such a place. Even imitating the 99 dragon mountains was not enough. After all, this place displayed the power of dragons. Earth immortals could only endure the might of 9 ancient dragon mountains. He was deeply aware of this, so he was buried on the 9th, which was also the highest dragon mountain. The heaven and earth did not allow it. 90 dragon mountains collapsed on their own and only 9 were left for earth immortals. He could only endure such great fortune. This was really horrifying and unbelievable. Was it the power of the heavens that destroyed the 99 dragon mountains? Or was this a type of geographical layout that could not exist in the world for long? After Yi Fan and the others landed, they did not rush forward. They carefully observed every dragon mountain and the jade coffin. Finally, they arrived at the 8th dragon mountain. Only then did they have a rough understanding. On the 8th dragon mountain, other than the jade coffin and the branch of the divine tree, there was also a pure white jade tablet. There were some words carved on it. The general idea was that his disciples were buried here to accompany him. As expected of an earth immortal. His disciples are all dead, but he is still alive. There are definitely some sages in those 8 jade coffins. Third Valley Master exclaimed. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. The disciples of the sages were all dead, but this person was still alive. He moved their coffins to accompany them. How long had he lived? Finally, they arrived in front of the last undamaged dragon mountain. There was a rising purple mist that almost submerged the mountain. There was an ancient tablet in front of the mountain with words carved on it. The 3 looked at it carefully and figured out the general meaning. This person had entered Shu and was respected as the leader of the immortals. He actually had such a great background. No wonder Qi Song Zi chased him all the way to Shu. Could it be the legendary ancient immortal? Yi Fan vaguely guessed a person, but when he saw the last sentence on the ancient tablet, he was petrified. Buried here with the ginseng fruit and the immortal tree. How is this possible? Could it be that he was really an earth immortal called Jin Yuanzi? Impossible. Yi Fan was shocked and puzzled. Chapter 971. The last sentence on the ancient tablet was unimaginable to Yi Fan. He was petrified and couldn't believe it. It actually mentioned the ginseng fruit tree. He immediately thought of the great immortal Jin Yuan from Journey to the West, the master of the 5 Villages monastery. However, this was only a character in the novel. Was there really a person called Jin Yuanzi in the ancient times? Yi Fan asked the old crane and the Third Valley Master. No. Great Valley Master shook his head, indicating that there was definitely no such person. The monkey almost laughed out loud. In his early years in the mortal world, he had read Journey to the West and was very engrossed in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given himself such an unusual name. However, he shook his head forcefully. It's really strange. It's written very clearly on the tablet that the ginseng fruit tree was buried here. Who could it be? Yi Fan muttered to himself and asked the two if they knew about this divine tree. The two shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. Not to mention them, even the primogenitors of the ancient demonic gods had never seen the immortal medicine. This thing was too heaven-defying. They had heard of ancient secrets that an ancient life star could only give birth to one at most. If there were other discoveries, they would definitely have been brought from other star regions. Don't worry so much. So what if the ancient sacred emperor was buried here? He's already dead, so there's nothing to worry about. Leaving behind an immortal divine tree is perfect for us. Third Valley Master was very excited. Previously, after passing through the 8 Dragon Mountains, apart from seeing 8 ancient jade coffins, they also saw 8 divine tree branches. Unfortunately, they were all infected by corpse energy and couldn't be refined into medicine. Now that they knew that the living mother tree was here, they were naturally moved. If they could obtain it, it would be a great fortune. At this place, Yi Fan and the other two could sense a kind of divine beauty. The 90 Dragon Mountains had collapsed, and only the first 9 towered majestically. This one, in particular, was the most majestic and magnificent. A white waterfall poured down from the mouth of the dragon. It was a vast expanse of whiteness and was 10,000 feet long. The mountain was covered in waves of purple mist. The scene was extraordinary, and one could tell at a glance that this was a divine land with treasures. Chi! As soon as Yi Fan and the others got close, they saw a beam of light slash down from the purple mountain. The sharpness split the sky in half. This was a sudden attack, fast and terrifying. It made one feel like their mind was being torn apart. Yi Fan pulled the other two and retreated several miles like an illusion. The purple light split the space and slashed into the endless void, disappearing. But the shockwave that remained was enough to shock them. Truly divine. This earth immortal's methods are heaven-defying. This place has been nourished by the undying god tree for a period of time, allowing this dragon mountain to have a deity. It is alive. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly. In terms of Genesis techniques, this was the ultimate dragon mountain that could only be nurtured after birth. It was impossible for it to improve further. The old crane and Third Valley Master were also shocked. This dragon mountain had the shape of a dragon to begin with. Now that they opened their divine eyes to take a closer look, it made their hair stand on end. There were many rock walls on the mountain, and they were all in the shape of scales. They were connected to each other and would occasionally open and close like dragon scales. The entire mountain was vivid and lifelike. The mountain has dragon scales? The Grand Valley Master and the others had never heard of this and could not help but be shocked. It was also Yi Fan's first time seeing such a mountain. He had only read about it in books. He never thought that someone would be able to nurture a living mountain. This kind of terrain can give birth to a real dragon. Of course, it will take millions of years. This is a dormant dragon. It breathes dragon chi and can kill anyone who gets close. Yi Fan told them to be careful and use Genesis techniques to break it. He led the two forward and approached the waterfall step by step with great caution. This was a green mountain with very little vegetation. There were rocks everywhere, and they had turned into green scales. Piece by piece, they stuck to the mountain, as if a green dragon was lying down. No, a dragon's body is green. Why is purple chi seeping out from the gaps in the dragon scales? Yi Fan stopped in his tracks in surprise. He rose into the air and looked ahead. The 90 dragon mountains had collapsed and wisps of chi seeped out. They ranged from black to scarlet red. He felt a wave of coldness. Even though the dragons were raised by humans, they still had their own spirits. The collapse of the 90 mountains produced a bit of resentment that invaded this place. The azure dragon was infected, and as a result, the energy that rose from it changed. We must be careful. There was nothing here before, but there might be some danger now. A cauldron hovered above Yi Fan's head and a piece of green copper in his hand. He led the two to the foot of the mountain and used an ultimate Genesis technique to change the terrain. It had to be said that his methods were heaven-defying and no one in the world could compare to him. His Genesis techniques were close to godlike. He could change the terrain of the mountain with ease beside a dormant green dragon. Originally, this dragon was a great weapon. The purple chi seeping out from every dragon's scale could turn into killing light. But now, it was frozen and could not rush out. Yi Fan opened up a path and came to the white waterfall. Water fell from the dragon's mouth. It seemed to be alive and had a kind of charm. This earth immortal coffin is in the dragon's mouth. Isn't it afraid of being drowned? The Grand Valley Master was shocked. Yi Fan observed carefully and did not say anything. He used his ultimate Genesis techniques to clear away the trouble and walked towards the dragon's mouth. Suddenly, the great waterfall stopped flowing. The thunderous sound disappeared. The dragon's scales are moving. The old crane exclaimed. All of the cliffs on this green dragon mountain began to tremble. It was as if dragon scales were opening up one after another. Dozens of hanging coffins appeared, previously hidden behind the dragon scales. Bang! The ship-shaped coffin burst open and a hair-raising scream was heard. Dozens of Taoists swooped down like flying yikshaws. What is this? Why does it look like this? The Third Valley Master was shocked. These people had scales all over their bodies and were about to transform into dragons. Their eyes were green and had no human emotions. They breathed in and out dragon chi and emitted a powerful aura. Bang! The old crane took out a flying sword. It was as white as jade and slashed over. But when it hit a Taoist, it let out a string of dazzling light and shattered. He was a cultivator at the Great Circle of Dragon Transformation. He used a sword cultivation orthodoxy to attack but couldn't do anything to the other party. His weapon was destroyed on the spot. Yi Fan was shocked. These Taoists were amazing. They merged with the mountain and were like the dragon mountain that came back to life from corpses. There was a chance for them to come back to life. Of course, this was only the resurrection of their corpses. It was impossible for the people to come back to life. Their gods had long dissipated. The two of you, retreat according to the path I took earlier. The old crane and the Third Valley Master did not dare to be slow. They knew that Yi Fan was a powerful cultivator and staying here would only be a hindrance. A shrill scream rang out. A Taoist pounced over. His body was covered in dense dragon scales and his eyes were green. His hair was disheveled and he actually had the strength of a first-level immortal. Pooh! Yi Fan didn't move. His golden fist flew up and smashed out. The moment it punched out, everything in the world would shatter and this Taoist was turned into dust. It was actually a rain of green blood, the same color as the Dragon Mountain. He was shocked in his heart. These people were dressed like odd-job workers. They looked like people from the Taoist sect who chopped firewood and boiled water, yet they were so strong. Especially their bodies, after growing dragon scales, they were as tough as diamond. Yi Fan punched out continuously. Golden blood chi blotted out the sun and he killed with a single strike. He crushed over 10 human dragon corpses that swooped down, causing the old crane and the Third Valley Master to feel a chill down their spines. Heavenly Origin Demon Sealing. Yi Fan used a Genesis art. Tens of beams of light were borrowed from the Green Dragon Mountain, sealing the Taoists that were still swooping down from the coffins. The dragon's scales closed and the tens of coffins were blocked. The world fell silent. There was no more sound of the waterfall and no more shrill screams. However, Yi Fan didn't move forward. He stood on the spot without moving. Why do I feel that the clothes of these Taoists are so familiar? They look like the ancient robes of Shu, the monkey said. That's right, I can tell too. They are people of Shu. The old crane nodded. Oh, suddenly, shrill screams rang out. Two very small crystal coffins appeared from the open dragon scale cliff and two Taoist children pounced down. Their hair had long turned white and one could tell that they were very old. They should be very old, but their faces were like that of a baby. When they were alive, they had already cut their Tao and their physical bodies were incomparably strong. Yi Fan frowned and sighed in his heart. The two Taoist children serving the earth immortals were already kings of the Tao-severing realm. This was really shocking. No wonder there were a few sages among his disciples. Roar, at the same time, another 4 roars were heard. Another 4 ancient jade coffins appeared on the green dragon mountain. It seemed that they were the nominal disciples of the earth immortals. 3 advanced kings and 1 half-sage. Yi Fan was shocked. If these people all rushed at him, it would put him in danger. Even if they didn't have their divine sense and were only a kind of physical instinct, it would still be very troublesome. Accumulating yang to become a god, there is a form in the god. The form is born from the sun is born from the moon. Accumulating yin to form, there is a spirit in the form. He recited the complete expiate person scripture and then took out the ghost face copper lamp, which shone with a glossy green light. It had to be said that this was miraculous. Whether it was the expiate person scripture or the ancient lamp obtained from Yinghua, they were both holy weapons for suppressing ghosts. The effect was immediate. The 6 corpses flew out and rushed into the coffins, sealing themselves in the cracks of the dragon scale cliff. Yi Fan climbed up the cliff and entered the crack that was shaped like a dragon's mouth. He felt a sense of peace here and there was no murderous intent. He called the 2 people in the distance to come over. The waterfall was broken, but he didn't feel any moisture in the dragon's mouth. On the contrary, it was very dry and clean. There was an ancient coffin in the center, simple and ordinary. There was nothing special about it. It was actually a yellow mud coffin. It was dull and even a little rough. It lay there quietly without any fluctuation. Was this the coffin of an earth immortal? Even his disciple used an ancient jade coffin, but his own was so simple. Yes, it must be. Earth immortals have access to the vast chi of the earth. Their coffins must be made of yellow mud, the old crane said with a trembling voice. This was the earth immortal that Qi Songzi was looking for. Yi Fan was in a daze. They actually found him. In the past, only the ancient great sage dared to investigate. Qi Songzi's magical power was so great that he obtained Tao during the Shennong era. His cultivation was so great that a grain of dust could turn into a sword to fill the sea, a blade of grass could turn into a sword to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. His power shocked the ancient times and was respected by the world, but he was not found. The old crane and the third valley master were also excited. Their bodies were trembling. This involved a forbidden area. Back then, even the demon god ancestor of the Thousand Demon Valley could not find it, but now they found it. It was all because the ancient sages had left during the age of Dharma, leaving behind a mess that they could take advantage of. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Who do you think he is? Yi Fan calmed down. In front of the green dragon mountain, there were a few words on the ancient tablet. It seemed to be written by his disciple, saying that this person had once entered Shu and was honored as the head of the immortals. From the clothes of those Taoists and children, they should be from Shu, the old crane said. They did not dare to touch the yellow coffin of the earth immortal. Instead, they tried to guess his identity, or else they might be in danger. They wanted to make accurate judgments based on his personality when he was alive. Could it be Rong Qinggong? The Grand Valley Master was surprised. Qiao Xiu of the Eastern Jin dynasty recorded in the Chronicles of Shu, among the 8 immortals of Shu, The first was Rong Qinggong, also known as the Ghost Rong District. He lived in Hongmeng and is now Mount Qincheng. That era was too long ago, so they could not understand it. They could only guess and make judgments from the ancient records. I don't know when he was born, but it was said that he passed away in Shu. As for Rong Qinggong, even the old crane and the Third Valley Master did not know how powerful he was. That was because he kept a low profile and did not leave behind any shocking achievements. Is he the one Qi Songzi is looking for? Is he really that powerful? The Third Valley Master was doubtful. It should be him, because he is also called Rongqingzi, Yi Fan said. In ancient times, those who had the word Zi in their name were all extraordinary and heaven-defying figures. All of them had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. At the very least, they were ancient sages. I thought that Taoism was purposely creating myths about him, but it seems that the records are true. The old crane sighed. Obviously, it also knew. According to the legend of immortals, Rongqingzi once appeared in western Zhou to meet King Mu of Zhou and teach him the way of immortality. As for King Mu of Zhou, he was one of the most legendary emperors in China's ancient history. He was known as Emperor Mu and was almost like a god. It was recorded in the legend of Emperor Mu. During western Zhou, Rongqingzi lived in Taimu Mountain in Fujian province. He practiced alchemy and kept a low profile. He only came to Shu later. That's right. Qi Songzi passed away in the Warring States period. Before that, he came to Shu most likely to find Rongqingzi, Yi Fan said. That doesn't seem right. Even if Rongqingzi has remarkable abilities, he might not be able to compare to Qi Songzi. After all, the latter's name had already shaken the world during the Shennong period. He was the most famous cultivator. The old crane voiced its doubt. Yi Fan shook his head. Rongqingzi was not simple either. He had appeared during Yellow Emperor's time and taught Yellow Emperor's Daoyin technique. He explained the way of immortality. Even the leader of Taoism, Guhong, had written about it. Rongqingzi had appeared at different times. His reputation was recorded in many ancient books, such as the Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor. Plain Questions, Legend of the Immortals, Legend of Immortals, Xianyuan Ben Ji, and other books. Before Shennong attained Tao, he learned from Qi Songzi. Before Yellow Emperor attained Tao, he was inspired by Rongqingzi. In a sense, they should be on par. Moreover, Qi Songzi should be earlier than Rongqingzi's time, the old crane said. Yi Fan said, one of them appeared during Shennong's time, and the other during Yellow Emperor's time. But who knows which period they were from? However, one thing is for sure. Rongqingzi is far more ancient than you think. You can find clues from the ancient books. For example, Zhuangzi once mentioned some ancient emperors. It was recorded in Zhuangzi's drawer, in the past, the Yangxiang clan, the Dating clan, the Bohuang clan, the Zhongyang clan, the Luli clan, the Lishu clan, the Xianyuan clan. At that time, the people tied ropes and used them. This record mentioned 12 ancient emperors. The Yangxiang clan was earlier than Shennong and Yellow Emperor's time. It was a powerful tribe leader in ancient times and was a legendary immortal. If I'm not wrong, the so-called Rongqingzi was the ancient Yangxiang clan. He was an extremely ancient immortal, even more ancient than Qi Songzi, Yi Fan said. Third Valley Master was a little dumbfounded. The two of them had deduced from various ancient books and found clues. They had first evolved Rong Qinggong into a Z, and then deduced that he was the Yangxiang clan. It was too shocking. They looked at the yellow coffin, and the shock in their hearts was imaginable. This was an existence that was respected as an immortal during the ancient times. His true identity might be the Rongxiang clan, which made them feel pressured. Chapter 972. From Rong Qinggong of Shu to Rongqingzi of the Western Zhou dynasty, and then to the leader of the Yangxiang clan of the ancient tribes, his true identity was gradually revealed through the clues left behind in various ancient books. He was actually an immortal worshipped by the ancient people. Yi Fan and the others walked around the coffin and repeatedly observed the terrain to check if there were any formation patterns or marks. They were afraid that there would be any mistakes. This was an ancestor-level cultivator, and he was worthy of respect. The three could not calm down. The identity of the owner of the yellow coffin had been revealed, and it made them feel even more pressured. An Earth immortal actually had such a great background. The inside of the dragon's mouth was very dry. After the waterfall stopped flowing, there was no trace of water left. The cave walls were smooth, and there were no Tao patterns. After careful examination, they prepared to open the coffin and open the lid made of yellow mud. However, after retreating far enough, he tried to use his Taoist technique to move the coffin lid, but he found that it was useless. It did not move at all. Yi Fan held the green copper piece in his hand and walked forward step by step. At this juncture, the green cauldron fragment was the strongest protective talisman. If anything happened, it could save his life. Boom! He lifted a corner of the yellow mud coffin, and the entire dragon cave suddenly shone brightly. Patterns appeared on all the walls, and there was an overwhelming power that shone so brightly that one could not open their eyes. At this moment, the entire dragon mountain was covered in celestial light, and a shocking aura emanated from it. The whole body was green and glistening, and it was about to be resurrected. Yi Fan quickly let go of the coffin and retreated dozens of steps. With a kwang sound, the yellow coffin lid closed tightly over the coffin. All of the light disappeared and everything returned to normal. The old crane and the third valley master trembled and sat on the ground. The great power just now made their hair stand on end, and their hearts trembled. They could not bear it. There was no murderous intent, only a kind of aura. After a long time, the three looked at each other. If there was a hint of murderous intent when the coffin was opened, the two of them would not be able to keep their lives. This kind of aura was not something they could bear. In a trance, I saw a large number of oracle bone inscriptions densely covered the cave walls. It seemed to be describing a very important ancient secret, the Grand Valley Master said. All right, let's try again. Yi Fan cautiously stepped forward. Although the coffin was made of yellow mud, it was extremely heavy. If it wasn't for Yi Fan's innate divine strength and the fact that he had the human race's holy body, it would have been impossible for him to open it. Despite this being the case, it was still extremely strenuous for him. The instant a corner of the coffin's lid was lifted, the sky full of brilliance appeared again. The cave walls shone brilliantly, immortal energy dense, brilliant colors of all different colors. Inside the ancient cave, all types of patterns appeared. They were all ancient characters that were difficult to understand. They filled every corner and released endless radiance. Yi Fan was sweating profusely. It was just a coffin lid made of yellow mud, yet it was so heavy. He moved it to the side with difficulty and placed it on the ground. In the back, Great Valley Master and Monkey's bodies were shaking uncontrollably, sitting on the ground. They couldn't help but want to kowtow and worship. This was a type of instinct that originated from their bodies. The lid of the Earth God's coffin was open. Yi Fan looked inside and saw a mass of hazy chaos that was surging violently. It was indescribably mysterious, and he wanted to see what was going on. However, he didn't dare to touch the chaos easily, because once it went berserk, it might destroy the 99 Dragon Mountains and make one's soul palpitate. There's no trace of murderous intent, only the aura of an Earth immortal. Yi Fan's body was extremely stiff. If it wasn't for the green copper piece in his hand, he might not be able to stand still. Bang! On the other side, the monkey finally couldn't control its body and hit its head on the ground. The old crane was the same. It couldn't control its body and trembled. It knelt down and kowtowed towards the yellow mud coffin. This was the residual aura of the immortal that the ancient people respected. Even after countless years, once the coffin was opened, even if only a trace of aura flowed out, others wouldn't be able to bear it. On the wall, there are words. It's related to the mystery of the 99 Dragon Mountains. The Grand Valley Master stuttered. He was under great pressure and said with a trembling voice. What was recorded on the wall was not the group of small dragon mountains, but the real 99 ancient dragon mountains. He didn't expect the Earth Immortal Yangxiang clan to reveal the secret here. Millions of years ago, Yi Fan saw these words and his hair stood on end. How long ago was this? Were there humans on Earth at that time? Suddenly, the yellow mud coffin trembled and the chaos inside surged like an ocean was about to rush out. He was so shocked that he quickly retreated and grabbed the old crane and the Third Valley Master to escape. Clang! It finally stabilized. The inside of the coffin seemed to contain an ocean of chaos. It was incomparably deep. The walls of the coffin were rough and the yellow mud was flowing with strange colors. Ancient runes flashed and slowly absorbed all the energy of chaos. Yi Fan stood in the distance and watched everything quietly. The two people beside him were trembling. It was not because they lacked willpower, but because the difference in strength was too big. Finally, the chaos in the coffin disappeared. It was swallowed up by the rough walls of the coffin and it was empty. It's empty. Where's the body of the Earth Immortal? The old crane exclaimed. They came for the Earth Immortal, so where was the body? There were also words carved in the coffin. They were the same as the words on the wall. It was obvious that they were carved by one person. They were flowing with strange lights and looked very mysterious. The Earth Immortal turned into Tao and left nothing behind? That's not right. Where is the Tree of Immortality? Why is there no trace of it? It has existed for a long time, so it's impossible for it to disappear. The Third Valley Master was also puzzled. Yi Fan said, "Let's not care about this for now. We came for the secret of the Earth Immortal. He has left the key things here. We have to read them carefully." The 99 Dragon Mountains contain the hope of becoming an immortal. They kept studying the ancient words. They were all created by the ancestors of the ancient times and were too ancient to understand. Fortunately, they were not ordinary people and had studied the oracle bone inscriptions. They could roughly understand it after studying it carefully, but they were shocked when they saw a part of it. Millions of years ago, the 99 Dragon Mountains were used by people. It was a frighteningly long time ago, but no one knew who did it. When they read further, it was even more terrifying. The 99 Dragon Mountains did contain the hope of becoming an immortal, but Rongqing did not say what it was. Through the meaning, it should be understood that at their level, they all knew what it was. There was no need to say it. This was for their peers to read, not small cultivators like them. Nurturing one ancient star after another with life, this is a calamity. When they read up to this point, they felt a chill from their backs to their bones. The 99 Dragon Mountains had a long and frightening history, and it did not start on Earth. According to what was recorded on it, this was a shocking secret, and it was even to the extent that others felt it was too absurd and difficult to believe. The 99 Dragon Mountains, no one knew which star field it originated from, and no one knew how long it had been through, moving from ancient planets with life to ancient planets with life. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth would dry up, spiritual energy would dry up, plants would wither, primates would degenerate, and all living things would decline rapidly. In the most serious cases, an ancient planet's vitality would disappear. Yi Fan and the others looked at each other in dismay. Today's Earth seemed to be experiencing such changes. The spiritual energy was dry up, the great Tao was high, and it was difficult to cultivate. The veins of the earth were drying up. All of this was caused by the 99 Dragon Mountains. They held their breath and read carefully. This might be related to the greatest secret of the earth since ancient times, and they were lucky enough to uncover it and touch upon the secret. The 99 Dragon Mountains absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and swallowed the spiritual beauty of ancient planets with life. They had once descended on Mars, and that was the most serious time, almost drying up the entire ancient planet. Later on, because of a great turmoil and a great war, Mars finally couldn't bear it and turned into a dead planet. For some unknown reason, the last stop of the 99 Dragon Mountains was Earth. The thing it nurtured was formed and taken away by someone. As a result, in that unknown ancient period, perhaps the Archean Age, or perhaps even further back, many primates on Earth declined, and all those with cultivation left. In the long years that followed, the 99 Dragon Mountains overflowed with spiritual energy in reverse, and the earth was not completely dried up. On the contrary, because of this, the spiritual energy was abundant, ushering in a peak period. In an unknown era, the thing nurtured by the Dragon Mountains, the hope of immortal ascension, was destroyed in another star region. About 200,000 years ago, someone crossed over and placed it in its birthplace. When they read up to here, they looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that the drying up of the earth was caused by it? Another cycle had begun? They continued to read carefully. After all, this thing had already been destroyed, and even if it was placed in its birthplace, it would be difficult to immediately recover. In the end, after 200,000 years, there was some improvement, and it was also finally sensed by the most powerful experts on Earth. They had a premonition that the situation was far from reassuring. Someone took action, using great magic power to separate the 99 Dragon Mountains, wanting to stop the deterioration of the world. However, it was already too late, and they could only take out this thing. However, the birthplace of that thing was too terrifying, and the interweaving patterns were extremely heaven-defying. Back then, there were some peerless figures from ancient stars who entered, but they all died in vain. If one wanted to enter its birthplace, they needed an ancient map. If they followed the marked path, there wouldn't be any danger, and they could easily take out this thing. Moreover, this ancient map was lost on Earth. Back then, when a powerful divine dynasty from an ancient star escorted this thing back for restoration, they accidentally lost it here. Unfortunately, this map was scattered everywhere, and because whoever could obtain it would obtain the hope of immortal ascension, everyone fought over it, momentarily unable to merge it together. The ancient people living on Earth realized that this wasn't good, and they quickly stopped fighting. They all selflessly took out the map fragments, preparing to merge them together. However, at this time, something unexpected happened. Experts from other star regions came, starting to fight over it. Later on, even the ancient saints could only die in vain. They didn't have the qualifications to fight over it, avoiding it like avoiding snakes and scorpions. In the ancient years, there were only a few great sage and one or two quasi-emperors who had the ability to search for it. The Yangxiang clan was one of them. He was a quasi-emperor, and in that era, his strength was exceptional. He participated in this. He was originally a leader of an ancient tribe. He watched as the world changed into mulberry fields, searching all the way until the spring and autumn period. Even with his exceptional abilities, he was only able to obtain 2 pieces of the map. It was rumored that there were originally 9 pieces, but one of them was unfortunately smashed into pieces, ending the last strand of hope of the great experts. They began to leave Earth one after another. Is this the reason why there are no great experts after the various masters? That flourishing period was actually formed from the opportunity of immortal ascension. Yi Fan said to himself. They continued to study. The Yangxiang clan was the leader of an ancient tribe. He watched as the sea dried up, waiting for the mountains to become plains. After endless years, all of his disciples died, and only he remained. At the same time, during this process, he saw Shino and observed the Yellow Emperor. He knew that with these people on this ancient star, there was no hope for him to verify the Tao. He originally planned to leave, but he was a bit unwilling. After all, he obtained 2 pieces of the map. In the end, he chose to enter the place where there was hope of immortal ascension. He wanted to risk his life. However, the record ended here, and there was no more. Even someone as steady as the Great Valley Master couldn't bear it. He wanted to see the final result, but even though the words on the wall were densely packed, they stopped abruptly just like that. Also, it's all recorded in the yellow coffin, Yi Fan said. The coarse walls of the coffin were densely packed, recording what happened next. Chapter 973. The yellow clay table was crude, but the words on it were very clear. It was the mark of a quasi-emperor. The old crane and the Third Valley Master trembled in fear as they read it. Yi Fan studied it carefully to see what happened next. As the leader of an ancient tribe, the Yangxiang clan lived until the spring and autumn period. Naturally, their skills became more profound. At this level, they were already invincible, but they could not prove their Tao. They needed an opportunity. He went on his way alone, but he only had 2 pieces of the map. He could not get close to the land of immortals. He almost died in the outskirts. Later, after decades, when his lifespan was about to run out and he was about to reach the end of his life, he accidentally entered a sacrificial ground in the Forbidden Zone, which made things even worse. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. That was a quasi-emperor. He was invincible in the mortal world, but he almost died. How difficult was that path? The Yangxiang clan stayed in the sacrificial ground for months. His body withered and he almost lost his human form. He broke out of the encirclement with difficulty, but he did not give up and chose to move forward. However, no matter how powerful he was, he could not see the primitive land of immortals. He could not get close and he was trapped in the Forbidden Zone for 80 years. That place was special. The marks of the Great Path interweaved into patterns that could destroy everything. Even his quasi-emperor level weapon was broken. It was difficult for him to survive. On the 81st year, just as his life was about to be extinguished, there was an unexpected turn of events. He found an immortal herb in the forbidden land of immortals. What a fortune! Yi Fan could only sigh. However, it was not a big deal after thinking about it. Since it could give birth to the hope of becoming immortal, it was reasonable for an immortal herb to appear there. That's Kunlun, the old crane exclaimed. In the yellow clay coffin, apart from the words, there was also an engraving. It was very detailed and precise. It was a huge majestic dragon vein. This Kunlun dragon vein was exactly the same as the central dragon mountain formed by the 9 ancient jade pieces. It was extremely majestic. On the ancient jade piece diagram, it was located at the center, occupying a quarter of the area. It was the most vast. It was different from Kunlun in reality. According to the drawings of Kunlun carved by the ancients, the Kunlun mountain that could be seen today was only a small part of the tail, a corner of the main body, which was very far from it. The Yangxiang clan obtained an elixir of immortality in the Kunlun immortal realm. At the same time, they coincidentally broke out of the Forbidden Land. A quasi-emperor spent almost 100 years there and almost died there. However, he did not really step into the true land. He was somewhat disheartened. After returning, even the youngest disciple could not withstand the passage of time. More than 10 years passed, leaving him alone in this world. In the end, he buried all of his disciples here. The records on the yellow clay coffin came to an end. Looking at his last state of mind, it seemed that he was tired of the world and did not want to live anymore. But why is there no corpse in this place? The Grand Valley Master was suspicious. Imitating the 99 Dragon Mountains, he built a yellow clay coffin for himself and buried his disciples here. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that the Yangxiang clan was tired of the world and wanted to end his life. Yi Fan looked carefully and found traces of Tao assimilation at the bottom of the yellow clay coffin. However, there was a big doubt. Where was the elixir of immortality? They searched everywhere in this place but could not find a trace. The ginseng fruit tree seemed to have disappeared from the world, leaving no trace. Whether he ate the elixir of immortality or not, there is no record on the yellow clay coffin. Whether he was Tao assimilation or not, the marks at the bottom of the coffin are not clear. It is hard to tell whether he is alive or dead. They discussed for a while, but there was no final conclusion. They did not know whether the Yangxiang clan was alive or dead, so it was difficult to come to a conclusion. It could be seen that the Yangxiang clan spent a lot of effort to raise the 99 Dragon Mountains, and he really entered the yellow clay coffin and carved these words. At that time, he must have been exhausted and sad. He did not want to live alone in the world and quietly lay in the coffin waiting for death. Otherwise, all of this would not have happened. However, no one knew what happened after that. Kunlun. That thing is in Kunlun, Yi Fan said to himself. The real Kunlun Dragon Mountains are majestic and towering. They are the ancestors of all mountains since ancient times. There are many areas that are extremely mysterious, and humans are not allowed to enter at all, the Grand Valley Master said. Up. Yi Fan shouted and lifted the yellow clay coffin that was as heavy as a mountain. He put it on the other side, and 2 pieces of bone appeared. They were similar to the ones found in Chi Songzi's coffin. He held them in his hand and observed them carefully. There was indeed a map carved on them. It was complicated and majestic, and it led to the land of immortality. I already have 5 pieces of the map. I can use this to enter Kunlun. Of course, he would not take the risk. Even the Quasi-Emperor could not withstand it, and he almost died there. With his current cultivation, he could only look from afar with the map. It was impossible for him to get close, and there was no hope for him to become immortal. There are words at the bottom of the coffin. The old crane and the Third Valley Master felt weak in this place. The Quasi-Emperor's aura was too intimidating, and they could not withstand it at all. When Yi Fan lifted the yellow clay coffin, they sat on the ground and saw it clearly. Maybe the 9th piece of bone hasn't shattered. There was only 1 sentence. This was the Yangxiang clan's guess, but it left behind endless hope for the future generations. Even the Quasi-Emperor can't enter. Looks like I have to gather all 9 maps, or else there is no chance of success. Yi Fan took the 2 pieces of bone and moved the coffin back to its original position. This yellow clay coffin is a treasure, but ordinary people can't activate it at all. It's troublesome to bring it along with you, the monkey said. The Great Valley Master said, let's not think about it. The Yangxiang clan buried himself here with his disciple, and this was his wish. If we take the yellow clay coffin away, there might be an unknown disaster. They left the place, and only when they walked out of the 99 Dragon Mountains did they heave a sigh of relief. The experience just now was very special, and it actually revealed the secret of the ancient taboo. Although they knew a lot, there were also more doubts in their hearts. Who was it that controlled the 99 Dragon Mountains to descend from one ancient star to another? This was a vast and long river of time. Even the great ancient emperors could only live for tens of thousands of years in their second lives. A person could not possibly spend so much time. Rongqing also had doubts. According to his guess, there must be a very terrifying inheritance that was incomparably ancient and had been existing for a long time. However, this inheritance should have declined in the end, especially after the hope of becoming an immortal was destroyed, it plummeted. Because in the years that followed, he almost never appeared again. When that god dynasty sent something to Earth to repair it, if it was strong enough, it wouldn't have lost the secret map. More than 200,000 years ago. A god dynasty? Yi Fan muttered to himself. A thought flashed in his mind, and he instantly thought of the Yuhua god dynasty. His heart was pounding. Could it be that after the Big Brother and Vicious Heart was chosen back then, he carried a heaven-defying mission and came to Earth? His heart trembled. The secret of the 99 Dragon Mountains might be related to the Big Dipper star region. Yuhua god dynasty. Yes, it's most likely them. Yi Fan clearly remembered that the reason why the Yuhua god dynasty was named this way was because it meant that they wanted to become immortals. Unfortunately, they failed. More than 200,000 years ago, they were wiped clean from the Central Plains by a single hand, and they no longer existed. Is it them? If it was really them, many things made sense. It was precisely because they were wiped out by someone that they finally completely declined, so those who came here couldn't keep the ancient map. The timing is also very consistent. If this assumption was true, the Yuhua god dynasty should be the last force of that ancient inheritance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for no one to appear for so many years. When Yi Fan thought of this, he couldn't help but be shocked. How powerful was the Yuhua god dynasty back then? It almost ruled the Central Plains and reigned supreme in the world. No force could compare to them. However, they were the last and weakest force of that ancient inheritance over the endless years. Because no matter how he looked at it, it was far from the supreme glory and might when they controlled the 99 Dragon Mountains to descend from one ancient planet to another. What kind of inheritance is this? Yi Fan muttered to himself, his heart fluctuating. The vast universe, the boundless starry sky, there were too many secrets. It was hard for anyone to believe that there was once such a behemoth that dominated all of this and stood above the many ancient planets. It was truly hair-raising. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful an existence was, they couldn't withstand the power of time. After millions of years, the godlike inheritance also turned into ashes. In this world, perhaps only the great ancient emperors could be fearless and trample the great Tao under their feet. Unfortunately, they could only be invincible for 20,000 years. In the end, they would also turn to dust. Nothing could last long. Yuhua God Dynasty, the era of philosophers, was incomparably prosperous because people from the other ancient star regions rushed over. Let me see what kind of traces you all left behind here. Yi Fan was determined. He must ascend to the Kunlun immortal realm. There were many secrets on Earth. He came back in this age of chaos and could uncover them. This was a rare opportunity. An Earth immortal. It's actually a quasi-emperor. Third Valley Master also had endless emotions. In the end, there were no immortals in this world. As cultivators, what do we cultivate for our entire lives? The old crane's voice was filled with loneliness. Even the quasi-emperor couldn't see any hope. Even the great ancient emperors couldn't become immortals and would eventually die. But what about them, young cultivators? They couldn't see any light at all. They cultivated day in and day out, facing the stone room and the lamp, abandoning the mortal world and cultivating in seclusion. In the end, they would still turn to dust. This really shook one's Tao heart. Rather than that, it was better to live a carefree life in the mortal world. It was also worthy of one's time. We have to cultivate in the end. Since we've embarked on this path, there's no turning back. Yi Fan's voice wasn't loud, but he used his Tao to pull their minds back. Otherwise, they might plant the seeds of destroying their Tao foundations. Yes, a path that no one has taken doesn't mean that we've reached the end. Why are we thinking so far ahead? We're just an insignificant splash in the waves of time. We just have to walk our own path. That should be the problem that the great ancient emperors have thought about. That's right, we still have a long way to go. There's still hope in our hearts. Great mystical arts practitioners, sages, great ancient emperors are all goals that we can strive for. The two of them were alert and quickly adjusted their emotions. However, Yi Fan himself was silent. In this age of Dharma ending, he had no other desires. Becoming an immortal was his only goal. But where was the path? Since ancient times, there was no proof of becoming an immortal. He couldn't see any hope at all. They walked out of the uninhabited area that was trapped by the ancient formation, left Mount Longhu, and returned to the mortal world. Looking at the mortal world, where was the path? I want to prove my Tao, I want to walk into the starry sky, I want to step on the immortal path that no one has walked before. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The two Valley Masters told Yi Fan that the Grand Martial Cultivator meeting was about to begin. And just as he returned to his residence in the north, he received a Tao Talisman letter from the Numinous Treasure Sect Master. Should I go or not? Komatsu immediately raised its 4 little paws and pricked up its 2 little ears, indicating that it was willing to go. Yi Fan smiled and patted its head. Actually, he wanted to go and take a look himself. Not only could he see some famous cultivators of the present world, but he could also enter the Shangqing sect. The venue of the meeting was there. The Numinous Treasure sect, the Celestial Master sect, and the Shangqing sect were collectively known as the Righteous sect. They worshipped the 3 pristine ones, and the Shangqing sect was the first to worship the primeval celestial being. The sect that worshipped the primeval celestial being? I'm going to take a look and see what's the reason behind it. Suddenly, a Tao talisman flickered and appeared in front of Yi Fan. The Numinous Treasure Sect Master sent a divine talisman to inform him that someone wanted to kill him. Hee, the person who wants to kill me has appeared. He muttered to himself and sneered. Chapter 974. Mao Mountain. Many people would think of Mao Mountain Taoists who hunted ghosts and demons. This was because these rumors were deeply rooted in people's hearts. Because of this, Mao Mountain was not very sacred in many people's eyes. Most of the Taoists were people who held peachwood swords, black dog's blood, and used yellow talismans. However, this was not the case. Mao Mountain, because the mountain was twisted and shaped like the character E, was named Jutsu Mountain, also known as Jinling Earth Lung Mountain. Taoists said that the Jinling of Jutsu was a blessed land for cultivating truth, a spiritual ruin for becoming a god. It was the birthplace of the Shangqing sect of Taoism and was known as the Shangqing sect. Most importantly, it had been known as the world's most blessed land since ancient times. There were dozens or even hundreds of Taoist sects, but they could be divided into two groups. There was Chuanjin in the north and Jingyi sect in the south. The Shangqing sect, Lingbao sect, and the Celestial Master sect combined to form the Jingyi sect. The Shangqing sect revered the premier celestial being. Since ancient times, they had cultivated to seek immortality. It was the most famous Taoist sect since ancient times and was known as the world's most blessed land. Yi Fan came from the north and did not take any transportation. He used the distance-shrinking technique to travel thousands of miles in an instant and arrived in Jiangsu province. Mao Mountain was not tall. It was lush with trees and had 9 peaks, 26 caves, and 19 springs. It was a fascinating sight to behold. This is the place that's revered as the Holy Land of Taoism, Yi Fan said to himself. It was revered as the Holy Land of Taoism and had a solemn and sacred meaning. Naturally, it was unparalleled and protected by all the Taoists in the world. This sect had a long history and people had cultivated here as early as the ancient Gaoxin clan. There were records in the ancient books that Lord Yanzhan had once breathed in the land of the hidden dragon. Yi Fan entered the mountain and did not walk very fast. He carefully observed the mountain and every scenery, trying to find something special. This was because the sect revered the premier celestial being. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a mountain stream and looked at a short peak not far away. He vaguely felt a Tao rhythm that returned to simplicity. He couldn't help but walk forward. There were already a few people standing on the short mountain. They were all young men and women. From their conversation, Yi Fan learned the name of this place, Embracing Pupa Peak. His mind was immediately moved. This was a very famous place. The extremely talented Taoist leader Gu Hong once lived in seclusion here for a period of time. He wrote the book, Embracing Simplicity, which had a great influence on the Taoist sects in the future. The ancients have become smoke. Yi Fan was not far away. When he heard this, a smile appeared on his face. So these people were here to pay their respects, sighing in their hearts. Big Brother was born in the wrong era. If the spiritual chi of heaven and earth hadn't dried up, perhaps you would have already become a sect leader. However, there might still be opportunities in the future. Among the men and women, there was a man who was surrounded by people. Everyone was fawning over him, treating him as their leader. He seemed to have extraordinary divine abilities. We can't even wait for branch bloodline disciples, so what do we count as? That older brother shook his head, his interest waning as he spoke to his clansmen. I heard that a heaven-defying genius has appeared in the main bloodline. His name is Dragon Sparrow. He is so young, but he has already received the attention of the patriarch. He has done everything in his power to nurture him. A girl said. The main bloodline is indeed flourishing. Dragon Sparrow's cultivation is unfathomable. It is said that he can stand shoulder to shoulder with those of the older generation. He is truly at the peak and will definitely shine in this meeting. Yi Fan was astonished. These people were actually disciples of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow. They were the descendants of the ancient demon god and were one of the 4 main bloodlines along with the Zhejiang clan. Do you guys think that powerful being will come? The main bloodline is very dissatisfied with what happened last time and has been searching for that person. Who knows what will happen? Forget it, we don't need to say anything more. In the younger generation of the clan, only the main bloodline's Dragon Sparrow has the right to speak and has that kind of status. The main bloodline is above us. This time, they passed down a message to bring a few branch bloodline disciples into the patriarch. Don't speak carelessly at this critical juncture. The few young men and women left just like that. Yi Fan stood on the Embracing Simplicity peak for a moment and stroked his chin. He also walked into the mountain. Along the way, he saw many cultivators. Although they were wearing modern clothing, their temperaments were clearly different from ordinary people. They all had spirit chi revolving around their bodies. Do you guys know that the great Xia dragon sparrow has produced a heavenly genius who can already fight against the older generation experts? Along the way, there were people discussing the current famous figures and the experts of the various sections. Many young men and women mentioned dragon sparrow. In this bloodline, those who have the word dragon and sparrow in their names are all outstanding characters. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have such a name. It is very likely that he will become the #1 expert of the demon race in the future. Yi Fan was surprised. The dragon sparrow race had indeed produced a character. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people talking about him. It seemed that his talent was very high. Don't look down on other races. Don't you guys know that the Vermilion Phoenix bloodline produced a phoenix goddess? Her cultivation reached the peak and she defeated her grandfather. Is that so? Isn't her talent terrifying? Don't look down on other races. Her talent is extraordinary and her strength can look down on her peers. She once said that she wanted to follow in the footsteps of the ancient demon gods and enter the starry sky to achieve the Tao and seek immortality. She really is a proud daughter of heaven. I wonder if she is married? Don't think too much about it. What kind of character is she? How could she take a fancy to us? I'm afraid that even Dragon Sparrow doesn't have much hope unless he has a humanoid monarch body. The Phoenix Goddess is very arrogant. In Mao Mountain, many people were talking about it. Long Xiaokei was regarded as a genius, and the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden was the focal point of everyone's discussion. Mount Mao, and Clear Spring, beautiful mountain rocks. The crowd didn't go to the main mountain but to the edge. Before long, they all disappeared. Obviously, the true #1 blessed land in the world wasn't the Mount Mao in the mortal world. Instead, it was covered by an ancient formation and only cultivators could enter. This was a world of fragrant flowers and chirping birds. The mountain wasn't high, but it had a kind of vigorous and lofty momentum. It was magnificent without losing its beauty. Many green peaks stood side by side. Although they weren't tall, they were covered in clouds. Some Taoist temples were located on the peaks that were curled up by clouds and mist. This was the Shangqing sect and also the location of the cultivators' assembly. Of course, this wasn't their secret land. Outsiders wouldn't be allowed to enter that kind of ancestral land. Komatsu stuck his head out of Yifan's pocket and looked around. A pair of black gem-like eyes rolled around and curiously sized up the surroundings. When there were many people, Yifan would press him back. Now, this little purple creature had almost become his symbol. As long as this little guy appeared, he would definitely be recognized by some people. Hey, that's the young celestial master Zhang Qingyang from Mount Longhu. He's one of the most famous young people today, someone said in a low voice. In the distance, a young man and a few old Taoists were riding the wind. They landed in front of a Taoist temple and walked in. The young celestial master from Mount Longhu, the birthplace of Taoism. Although he hasn't fought before, his strength must be extraordinary. Of course, nowadays there are many Taoist sects and there are many masters. However, he has long been respected as the little spiritual master of the younger generation of Taoism. Soon, a series of exclamations could be heard. More than a dozen sword lights pierced through the sky and descended. They were led by the old Taoists of the Shangqing sect into a magnificent Taoist temple. Those are people from the immortal sword sect of Sichuan. I think that young man is the famous Zhang Yifan. There was a period of time when he was the #1 master of the younger generation. When he unleashed his sword, the mountains and rivers lost their color. It was difficult to find an opponent. He might not be the #1 master, but he should be one of the strongest among his generation. He is indeed a genius. Many of the older generation have praised him before. Yifan walked in the crowd and quietly listened to their words. He understood many things and was even more surprised to find out that there might be peerless masters coming this time. Moreover, people from the Western Orthodoxy might also appear. There would be people coming to watch this Middle-earth cultivator conference. A jade ship flew across the sky and landed on an immortal peak in the distance. More than a dozen men and women walked out. Those are people from Kunlun. They have also come. As soon as these people appeared, they quickly caused a commotion. This was because the people of Kunlun were all extremely powerful. That place was blessed by the heavens. The ancient main dragon vein was in deep slumber and the spiritual chi had not completely dried up. The cultivators that walked out of it were worthy of respect. The person in the lead was the headmaster of Kunlun. His name was Xue Chen and his cultivation was unfathomable. This time, he actually came personally. Some of the older generation recognized him and were very shocked. Headmaster Xue Chen's might shook the world in the past. This time, he has actually appeared again. The young man and woman behind him, are they the Pisces whose names have shaken the world? Someone revealed a look of shock. Since the ancient times, Kunlun's status had always been extraordinary. Once their disciples appeared, they would naturally draw a lot of attention. In the present world, Kunlun produced two stunning disciples. The people of the world all sighed in admiration. If it wasn't for the cultivationless age, these two would definitely become saints. One could well imagine their natural talents. Yueyu was the senior brother with an intimidating heroic spirit. He cultivated unmatched mysterious techniques and was an influential figure in the present world. Yan Xiaoyu was the junior sister. Her figure was tall and slender, her fine black hair like a waterfall. Her black eyebrows were curved and she was devastatingly beautiful. She was the center of attention and was known as the Kunlun Fairy. She had many admirers as well. She was one of the most charming women in the present world. When these two walked together, they could be said to be invincible among the younger generation. Even if the others joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat them. In the present world, the few most talented young heroes are all here. Dragon Sparrow, Phoenix Goddess, Zhang Yifan, Kunlun Pisces. They can be said to be the best of an era. Someone sighed. Among them, the Phoenix Goddess and Yan Xiaoyu were the most popular. The two fairy-like figures were the center of attention no matter where they were. This was because humans had a natural tendency to appreciate beautiful things. Yifan officially entered the Shangqing sect's Pure Land. He walked around and listened to the discussions of the crowd. At the same time, he was looking for artifacts related to the primeval celestial being. Suddenly, he felt a gaze cast on his back. He couldn't help but turn around. He saw a young man staring at him with deep hostility. His heart stirred and he asked the young people beside him who that person was. He was immediately startled when he was told that it was Dragon Sparrow. These people quickly left him as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. They didn't want to get into any trouble. Now that Dragon Sparrow was like the sun in the sky, who would dare to get into trouble? In the present world, who could compete with the great Xia Dragon Sparrow race? Dragon Sparrow inherited the race's orthodoxy and would definitely become a giant of the demon race in the future. No one was willing to become enemies with him. Could it be that the person who wants to kill me is the great Xia Dragon Sparrow race? Yifan muttered to himself. Dragon Sparrow turned around and left in large strides. He didn't continue to look at him and disappeared into a Taoist temple. Boom! In the distance, gray fog surged into the sky. It was as if a peerless great demon was born. The vast gray fog covered the sky and was filled with a terrifying aura. A few old Western cultivators appeared. They had gray wings on their backs and were all very old. Even their eyes were lead gray and looked extremely terrifying. These people are so powerful. They are like a few abysses that can swallow people's souls. My primordial spirit is about to leave my body. Everyone was astonished and their eyes flashed as they watched. Oh, I heard that they are here to kill someone. They are looking for a great expert. They are truly unbridled and came to our Middle Earth to flaunt their might. Many people discussed and kept a respectful distance from these people. Chapter 975. Gray mist surged and covered the sky, emitting a deathly aura. However, it was quickly absorbed into the bodies of a few elders. The deathly gray eyes were astonishing and lacked human emotions. The people from the Shangqing sect appeared. 2 old Taoists came out to welcome them and led them into a Taoist temple. Such experts were naturally honored guests and needed to be treated with caution. Yi Fan watched from the side without saying a word as they left. Many people were discussing how the world's essence had dried up. The Western orthodoxies gathered psyche power and used it to cultivate. They had an advantage in the age of chaos. The Qin and Han immortal abode, the home of the Liang and Tang prime ministers. A day in the cave is 100 years in the world. The old friends are all gone. An old Taoist muttered to himself as he looked at Mount Mao. He was tall and wore a purple gold crown on his head. He wore a robe with 8 trigrams, which was rare in this era. It was obvious that he lived in the mountains all year round. Yi Fan was astonished. There were still experts in this world, and this person was definitely not weak. He was most likely 1,000 years old and was considered an anomaly in this world. Heavens, could it be? Taoist Qi? He's actually still alive. Didn't he pass away in meditation 100 years ago? He's most likely 1,200 years old now. This is a character on the level of Mount Tai and Big Dipper, an outstanding and famous great divine ability. He actually appeared. The elders were shocked, but their disciples were completely dumbfounded. They didn't dare to speak and all stood in the distance. The great bell rumbled and the door on the main peak of Mount Mao opened. A group of old Taoists received the news and all came out to greet this senior expert. The appearance of such a figure pushed the conference to its climax. There was a hubbub of voices and it was undoubtedly worth looking forward to. The headmaster of Chuanjin's sect has arrived. Someone cried out in surprise. The drums rang out again. Nowadays, Chuanjin's sect occupied half of the world and the north was respected. Naturally, the status of this sect's headmaster was extremely high and few could compare to him. The Cultivator Conference hasn't been held for many years. This time, it's different. The headmaster of Kunlun, Taoist Qi, the headmaster of Chuanjin, and so many other great figures have personally arrived. The horizon was dyed red by fiery clouds. The cries of phoenixes shook the heavens. The vermilion phoenix bloodline had arrived with the proud daughter of the clan, causing another commotion. Mao Mountain was shrouded in mist and mist. The mountain was not tall, but it was elegant. The water was not deep, but it was beautiful. The Grand Cultivator Assembly this time had a great impact. A large number of cultivators had come, and all the courtyards of the Tao palaces were occupied. There was almost no space left. Maoshan's front and back ridges, between the peaks and valleys, there were palaces, temples, halls, temples, and all kinds of Taoist buildings of various sizes, more than 300. It could be considered a beautiful scenery, but today it was packed with people. The silence was shattered. There was much clamoring. There were just too many people coming and going, from the Sea of Reincarnation's cultivators to the Peak of Dragon Transformation Realm, too many to count, coming from all different sections. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be detached from the world and could not hear these noises. He stood on a small hill and quietly observed the people and matters that had nothing to do with him. The thin mist was as light as muslin, the sunset was like a painting, colorful and gorgeous. He was like a clay sculpture, not moving at all. He listened to the sound of the Tao from the ancient times, with the feeling of flowers flying 3,000 li of the Tao soil, people on the 12th level of the Jade Pool. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Yi Fan watched the sunrise in the morning and admired the colorful clouds at dusk, staying in the Tao Temple. 4 days later, the Grand Cultivator Assembly finally began. All the sect masters came. This distinguished meeting was grand and powerful. Experts appeared one after another, making people incomparably excited. Many talented youths also appeared, stunning people. Jiuxiao Wanfu Palace was the palace on the main peak of Maoshan's Pure Land. It was the most magnificent and majestic, built during the Western Han Dynasty after San Mao Zhenjuan ascended to heaven. In front of this grand Tao Palace, there was an extremely spacious area. It was the training field that San Mao Zhenjuan had opened back then. It was protected by powerful marks of the Tao and was difficult to destroy. In the Grand Cultivator Assembly, the various sects first discussed the problem that everyone was facing now. The essence of heaven and earth had dried up, so how were they going to cultivate in the future? Everyone expressed their opinions, but there was no real solution. Even the great practitioners of the ancient times could not solve this problem, so the present world naturally could not eliminate this great disaster. The dull agenda passed quickly, and what followed was the focus of everyone's attention: the competition. The main reason they came to this distinguished meeting was to watch the experts fight for supremacy. The so-called Grand Cultivator Assembly was a distinguished meeting filled with battles. The hot-blooded battles were mainly between the younger generation. In ancient times, the various sects had done it for the sake of exchanging pointers, but now it had evolved into competition. The experts fought for supremacy. Who was stronger and who was weaker, who was stronger and who was weaker, had to be determined every time. The competition became more and more intense every year, and it had lost the original intention of fighting in ancient times. Yi Fan sat in the distance and watched quietly. He had also come from the Sea of Reincarnation and the secret realm of the Tao Palace. Now that he looked back and watched, he had a different feeling. Clang, clang, sword light rushed into the sky, and a palm-sized flying sword slashed through the sky. Zhang Yifan of the Shushan Immortal Sword sect was invincible, defeating 12 experts of the same generation in a row. He crossed that layer of heaven and reached the initial stage of the dragon transformation realm. It's really hard to believe. I'm afraid there are not many among the older generation who can suppress him, someone lamented. Zhang Yifan leaped up and left the practice field. In this battle, no one could stand up to him. He advanced all the way, and everyone was optimistic about him. On the other side, Dragon Sparrow was also advancing triumphantly, and no one could stop him. Their demonic aura surged, and purple blood energy filled the air. His powerful battle prowess shocked everyone. This caused the beautiful eyes of many female cultivators to shine with splendor. Such a powerful character could very well become the number one of the demon race in the future, and be respected by the world. There had been a prophecy among the demon race that this person was not just a person of mediocrity. He had brilliant potential and would definitely soar into the sky in the future. Even heaven and earth would not be able to stop him. It's a pity that the heavenly demon physique of the primordial dragon cave of Changbai Mountain did not come. Otherwise, who was weak and who was strong, and who would be the number one expert of the demon race in the future would be determined. Indeed. I don't know why the Changbai bloodline did not send anyone. It said that they sealed their mountain and did not allow outsiders to take a step inside. I really don't know what happened. While everyone was sighing in admiration at Dragon Sparrow's beauty, they also mentioned another heaven-warping character of the demon race. They were all extremely regretful that they could not see the legendary physique. Dragon Sparrow's brilliance lies in his comprehension ability. His understanding of the Tao is extremely deep and is higher than his peers. Even if the heavenly demon physique is exceptional, it might not necessarily be able to compare to him. That's right. Just now, he used one of the forms of the Dragon Sparrow Divine Massacre record. The purple energy was vast and mighty, and the thunder shook the sky. It is clear that he has comprehended the true meaning and reached the realm of perfection. Many people were crying out in surprise. On the battlefield, Dragon Sparrow was like an ancient demon god that had revived. His skin was bronze, and his black hair fluttered behind him. He was majestic and imposing, and his gaze was like cold lightning as he fought against 13 experts at the same time. The Dragon Sparrow's purple energy surged and spread in all directions. It was as if a purple sea was boiling and drowning out the heaven and earth. Lightning streaked across the sky one after another. The lightning was dazzling, and the rumbling was deafening. It was extremely powerful and suppressed everyone below. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. His Tao was profound, and there were few among the younger generation who could compare to him. This clansman had once said that he had the aura of a first ancestor, but it was a pity that he was born at the wrong time. Yi Fan watched quietly and nodded his head inwardly. This young demon expert was indeed extraordinary. If he was born in Big Dipper, he might become an extraordinary character. The vast and mighty purple energy drowned out all directions. The 13 great enemies were all suppressed by Dragon Sparrow. He descended from the sky with his hair scattered behind him. His bronze skin flickered with precious splendor, making him appear extremely sturdy. Many young female disciples from various sects cried out in surprise. Their eyes were suffused with astonishment. This kind of power came from his bones. His surging demonic energy caused many opponents to tremble. It made people sigh in admiration and shock. He was unrivaled among his peers. Swoosh! His eyes were very cold as he looked at Yi Fan in the crowd with undisguised hostility. He said softly, "I want to fight with you." Yi Fan shook his head. He couldn't agree. At his level, he didn't have any desire to fight. He didn't want to kill a genius here. Dragon Sparrow's eyes erupted with astonishing divine light. He took large steps forward and directly attacked Yi Fan in the crowd. He used all of his strength, and his hostility was very strong. His posture was tall and straight. Attacking with all of his strength, the purple blood in his body boiled. The demonic god bloodline was completely awakened, and even the sky dome was split apart. His gaze was terrifying. Yi Fan was startled. Seeing this kind of aura, he thought of an old friend, the golden-winged little Peking. They both had a kind of unruliness about them. Moreover, everything was written on their faces. They didn't hide it and were straightforward. If there was enmity in their hearts, they would directly attack. Unfortunately, the heaven-warping little Peking died in the test set by the ancient great sage. He died with a grievance and couldn't appear in the Imperial Road struggle for supremacy. Everyone cried out in alarm and dodged. In the current world, there weren't many people even among the older generation who could suppress Dragon Sparrow. Purple blood energy surged like crazy waves. Yi Fan was the only one left in this place. He didn't evade and only stretched out an index finger. It enlarged in an instant and pressed down like a golden pillar, instantly scattering the purple blood energy in the sky. Hong! The golden finger descended. It was over 10 zhang long and directly sent Dragon Sparrow flying. Then, it pressed down on his head and only let go when it was close to the Dragon Sparrow race. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know where this expert came from. The news of Yi Fan preaching scriptures at the Spirit Treasure sect and killing great demons in Mount Changbai's primordial dragon cave hadn't spread to the outside world, so most people didn't know who he was. "Does your race want to kill me?" He transmitted his divine will and stared at everyone from the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow race. "Dao friend, please calm down. That's not the case. We just want to find out who the person who manifested in the Zheojiang branch of our race is. We don't want revenge," an old demon explained. "This has nothing to do with my race. I just want to see how strong you are." Dragon Sparrow also spoke. Yi Fan used his powerful divine will to scan the sea of consciousness of these people and found that they weren't lying. Although they had some enmity, they didn't have the thought of fighting him to the death. "Since that's the case, forget it. I'll exchange a few moves with you." He still used a golden finger to fight his enemy. It was like a huge golden rod that could break the sky. Every time it moved, there would be Dao patterns flashing and rumbling sounds could be heard from the sky. Dragon Sparrow's eyes were blazing. Like a wild beast, he used all kinds of demon secret techniques to fight against this finger. Many cultivators present were shocked and almost dumbfounded. How strong was this cultivation? Could it be that he had achieved the great circle of dragon transformation? Or had he entered the immortal secret realm? If not, how could it be like this? The people of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow race were all terrified. They were afraid that Yi Fan would kill them. But after watching for a while, they realized that this young man was actually giving pointers. This young man was using the saint art of the demon race and indirectly imparting techniques. When Yi Fan saw Dragon Sparrow, he suddenly thought of the little rock. He couldn't help but use the battle saint art to evolve the sky demon slaughtering saint art and casually give pointers. Clang! A beam of sword light flew over. Zhang Yifan also attacked Yi Fan. The brilliance of a flying sword shot up into the sky, cutting through the clouds. At the same time, the Phoenix goddess's beautiful eyes shone brightly. Her beauty shocked the world. She also rushed over. Tribulation fire filled the sky, burning towards the mysterious cultivator in front of her. And at the next moment, the Kunlun Pisces also acted. Yueyu was elegant and transcendent, executing a mysterious art. Yen Xiaoyu was as agile as an immortal, his beauty capable of toppling cities. Yi Fan naturally showed mercy, treating them equally. He used Qi Song Zi's sword intent to feed Zhang Yifan, using the Jade Lake wondrous art to block the Kunlun Pisces. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was this person exactly? He alone could block the attacks of 5 supreme experts of the younger generation. This was especially so for the younger generation. They were all shocked and simply didn't dare to believe everything. This was simply like a legend. Yi Fan suppressed his cultivation base to the 9th heavenly level of dragon transformation. But in the eyes of the crowd, his might was still awe-inspiring. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, the people from the Western orthodoxies acted. Each of them had a scroll in their hands. They forcefully unfurled it and shot it towards Yi Fan. There were actually several forbidden artifacts that contained tremendous magical force. Every single diagram contained an ancient incantation that possessed destructive power. Forbidden artifacts could only be used a few times. Those that were especially powerful would self-destruct after a single use. It was clear that these few diagrams belonged to the latter group. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He suppressed his cultivation base to the 9th heavenly level of dragon transformation precisely because he wanted to see if these people dared to kill him. At this moment, he attacked mercilessly. A golden palm directly shattered a forbidden artifact ancient diagram. Then, an old Western powerhouse behind the diagram was smashed into a pile of meat. Pooh! Following that, he turned his hand and shattered another forbidden artifact. Wherever his golden millstone-like palm passed by, another powerful inheritor from the Western orthodoxy was also smashed into meat paste. Everyone was dumbfounded. Coming to the Middle Earth to kill me, you guys are quite daring. Daring to behave atrociously here, I will personally make a trip to the West. Yi Fan said coldly. Chapter 976. Golden blood chi surged, but Yi Fan's body was as still as a mountain. With only 2 punches, he killed 2 cultivators from the Western orthodoxy, shocking everyone to the core. Gray fog surged, covering the sky and earth. An old Western cultivator's face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were leaden gray. He was old beyond recognition, as if he had just walked out from hell. He was the leader of this group of enforcers, and his strength was powerful and terrifying. The martial arts arena was completely submerged by the gray fog. He was like a demonic god, emitting a heaven-overflowing might, causing many people to tremble with fear. Through the dense aura, they saw a withered figure with gray hair draped over his shoulders, causing people to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Clatter. The sound of iron chains could be heard. Although his body was withered, he was as frightening as an old lion. In his hand was a long chain that was as red as blood, as if it had been polished in purgatory. It emitted a terrifying aura. Hell's fetters. This was a forbidden technique. Once bound, the red iron chain would be like maggots attached to the bones, destroying the enemy's life force and cutting off their cultivation. At one time, it was seen as a great evil technique. It went against the harmony of heaven and was despised by people. This was an old man at the 7th tier of the dragon realm. He had a very high status in the West, and he could fight a few levels higher than him. Hence, he was fearless. The blood-red iron chain emitted an ear-piercing sound, as if a group of snakes were charging over. This is my master's judgment on you. His long hair was disheveled, and his eyes were like dead ashes. His voice was emotionless, solemn as he announced loudly. The red iron chain was dripping blood, and the scarlet color was even more terrifying. Everyone heard a sound like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods. It was as if the gates of purgatory had been opened. At this moment, a chilly wind howled angrily, and wild waves rushed into the sky. Countless corpses appeared, and many headless demons and angels appeared, enveloping the entire area. Roar, this scene was very frightening. It was accompanied by a loud roar, and there was the rumbling sound of a stone door being pushed open. It was as if the god of death had walked out of the necropolis and was about to reap Yifan's life. A terrifying aura instantly spread to every corner. There was a coldness that could freeze 3,000 miles, and it was as if Yama had descended into the forest of the human world. The destructive aura caused many people to tremble. The chains rushed over and were about to wrap around Yifan's body. He did not move until the bloody chain was close to his body and was about to pierce through his heart. Only then did he reach out with his powerful palm and grab the thick chain. Kacha! He pulled with all his strength, and then with a violent shake, the Western Tao Orthodoxy's enforcer coughed out large mouthfuls of blood on the spot. The iron chain snapped straight and then shattered. Like a pile of blood clots falling down, the iron chain broke into dozens of pieces and was easily torn apart. Moreover, the last piece was perfectly straight, like a long spear. Pooh! This blood-red chain was even sharper than the tip of a spear. It pierced through the man's skull, leaving behind a corpse that fell to the ground with its back facing the sky. The blood-red chain was even sharper than the tip of a spear. It was too casual, but it was also very shocking. A law enforcer leader from the West was killed just like that without any suspense. Who are you? The others backed up, their faces full of shock, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Yifan did not say anything and stared at them as if he was looking at a dead person. His body did not move in the slightest. An ancient talisman flickered in his palm and interweaved into an expanse of Tao patterns. This made these people's eyes become even more vacant as they stared fixedly. This was originally the embodiment of one's cultivation. When one reached Yifan's realm, once the technique was used, one's cultivation would automatically revolve and interweave into symbols formed from the wondrous laws of heaven and earth. However, these people mistook it for a Tao sect talisman and mistakenly thought that Yifan had used a powerful magic treasure to destroy the Scarlet Iron Chain and kill the law enforcer leader. As for the others, apart from Daoist Qi Ri, Kunlun's sect master Xue Chen and a few others, they could not see clearly and were all shaken. Use the fury of thunder and carry out judgment on him. An old man whose skin was wrinkled beyond recognition shouted. An even larger scroll appeared in the air, and everyone immediately felt a type of extreme yang aura. Such powerful fluctuations. Everyone couldn't help but back up. This was definitely an even more terrifying forbidden artifact. A person with gray wings on his back, incredibly aged and intimidating like black holes, quickly activated the forbidden artifact and suppressed forward, wishing to destroy Yifan. After this ancient scroll was unfurled, 10,000 streaks of brilliance shot out. Those were Tao marks that interweaved into an expanse of blazing lightning radiance, turning into a sea of lightning as it descended. This was a world-shocking scene, the descent of heavenly tribulation. There was a powerful individual who engraved Tao marks and sealed them within the scroll. It was controlled by a few fallen angels to carry out judgment on powerful experts. It was incomparably terrifying. Lightning radiance surged as if the celestial court had descended into the world, shattering everything. Streaks of purple light submerged the summit of Mao Mountain's main peak, covering Yifan below. There wasn't a single cultivator who didn't fear lightning radiance. This was something related to heavenly tribulation, a direct method used by the heavens to destroy the human world. It was as if nothing could stop it. However, within this boundless lightning radiance, Yifan was extremely calm. He looked towards the sky and took a deep breath, as if he was savoring the fragrance of flowers and plants. He was calm from the bottom of his heart. He opened up a golden palm and slowly and powerfully pressed towards the sky. Everyone in the distance was nervous to the extreme, backing up more than 2 li hong. Tens of thousands of streaks of lightning hacked down. Yifan didn't move in the slightest. Only a symbol appeared on that palm, and all of the lightning radiance converged over like rivers flowing into the sea. Too weak, far from being comparable to heavenly tribulation. He said softly to himself. Only a few cultivators from the Western Orthodoxy nearby heard this. They were so shocked that their blood ran cold and their souls almost left their bodies. Hong. All of the lightning disappeared, all of it absorbed into the symbol on Yi Fan's palm. Everyone was petrified and completely stupefied. What kind of talisman is that? Could it be the legendary talisman lightning treasure? It's a divine talisman. It should have been left behind by an ancient sage. Everyone was flabbergasted like clay statues, and it took a long time for them to discuss this. You, who exactly are you? The voices of a few fallen angels with gray wings were trembling. Rogue cultivator Yi Fan, he calmly muttered to himself. He didn't immediately attack ruthlessly because he was studying the scrolls and probing the foundations of these people. He wanted to see if the Western Orthodoxy had any outstanding points. The few enforcers from the Western Orthodoxy were all ashen-faced. The strength displayed by the person in front of them was at the peak of dragon transformation, and that divine talisman was even more terrifying. They were powerless to break it. Hong. They looked at each other at the same time, and all of them decisively attacked. Each of them took out a scroll and chanted an ancient incantation. These were all forbidden weapons. They threw out the scrolls with all their strength and turned around to leave. They wanted to escape from this place. The person in front of them definitely couldn't be provoked, and it was impossible for them to kill him. You've carried out the judgment day on me, but there's still no result. Come and listen to my punishment for you. Yi Fan attacked. The symbol in his palm flickered, and a blazing lightning shot out and rushed forward. The 4 ancient scrolls were all shattered and turned into sparkling and translucent pieces of paper. They drifted down from the sky, and the traces on them were destroyed. Their magic power was wiped clean. What? The 4 fallen angels were horrified. These scrolls couldn't even block for a moment, and this made them extremely terrified. This was definitely not someone from the dragon transformation secret realm. They had underestimated him. Yi Fan turned his palm into a finger and pointed forward. The golden finger was like a golden pillar that could break through the sky. When it fell down, it crushed everything that had a form. The golden finger was over a dozen zhang long, and it instantly turned the 4 fallen angels into a bloody mist. With a pu sound, they exploded in the air, and nothing was left behind. Yi Fan used his hand to grab one of the fallen angels' sea of consciousness. He read some of the information he wanted to know, and then he scattered the bloody mist. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. This was just like a legend. Who exactly was this person? He easily killed several powerful enforcers from the Western Orthodoxies with a raise of his hand, as if he was crushing ants. This was simply a deity, a great divine ability expert that not even sect masters could contend against. This was an existence that was hard to find in the present age. He looks so young, and his blood energy is as vigorous as the ocean. He shouldn't have reached this realm, so how can he be so powerful? This was the question and shock that almost everyone had. Yi Fan turned around and saw a person wearing a large cloak in the crowd. That person wanted to turn around and leave. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he pointed his finger over again. You will regret this. My lord has descended into this world, and the Crusades will definitely destroy you. The last expert from the Western Orthodoxy shouted with unwillingness, but he still couldn't escape the mountain-like golden finger's enormous pressure. With a peng sound, he turned into a lump of bloody mist. The Crusades are truly awe-inspiring. Let's see if my westward journey is more effective, or if your eastward expedition is more effective. Yi Fan said softly to himself. His mind was a bit shaken. Through the memory imprint and those forbidden artifact scrolls, he deeply sensed that the Western Orthodoxies occupied an advantage in the cultivationless age. Through spiritual power cultivation, there were individuals who could become great divine ability experts in the present age. Perhaps, there might even be someone who could fight against him. Moreover, after seeing that leader's memories, he had a vague guess. The Western Orthodoxies might have a few ancient individuals who hadn't left. He didn't feel any fear. Even when facing so many great enemies in Big Dipper, he could still move unhindered through the world and shake the 5 regions. Why would he be afraid of the Western Orthodoxy in the cultivationless age? Komatsu's head emerged from his pocket. His strange appearance with pitch-black pupils and purple satin-like fur made it impossible for others not to notice him. He has a purple squirrel with him. It's him, the great divine ability expert who manifested in Zhejiang. No wonder he's so powerful. Many people cried out in surprise. Yi Fan became the focal point of attention. Everyone's eyes focused on him, and many people revealed looks of surprise. Quite a few young female disciples from various sects revealed brilliant light in their eyes. It was impossible for this extraordinary and divine cultivator to not dominate the world. The competition continues. The Shangqing sect master announced. Then, he, Taoist Qi Ri, the Kunlun sect master Xue Chen, the Immortal Sword sect master, the Vermilion Phoenix bloodline master, and the others stood up together and invited Yi Fan into the Zhouxiao Wanfu Palace. This was a holy palace of Mao Mountain. Such a big thing had happened. Yi Fan alone had cast a mysterious luster over the entire conference. How could these people not be shocked? May I ask this friend, in the ancestral court of Mao Mountain, several sect masters couldn't help but ask. Although they respected him, there were some things that had to be asked. Naturally, there were people here who Yi Fan knew. The Myriad Demon Valley Master, the old crane, reminded him that such a move might cause great trouble. The crusade would be a great disaster. Yi Fan laughed and said, "What era is this? The crusade is too arrogant. Do they really dare to send an army to the Middle Earth to suppress me? If that's the case, I'll kill as many as they come." Moreover, he raised a question. These people from the Western Orthodoxy looked a bit like fallen angels. They should be opposed to the so-called Holy Knights of the Cross. They are all from the same orthodoxy. The opposition of light and darkness, the saying of heaven and hell, is to make the people of the world respect and fear. Only with hope and despair will there be enough faith. Is that so? I'm really looking forward to it. Come, Holy Knights, come, Saintesses, come, crusade. I'll wait for you to purify me, Yi Fan said. Taoist Qi Ri, sect master Xue Chen, the Immortal Sword sect master, and the others were all scared when they heard this. Just who was this person? What was he looking forward to? Chapter 977. Yi Fan was very calm when he said these words. It was as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter, as if he didn't realize what kind of storm was about to come. He was going to fight against the Crusaders alone. How bold was this? He actually dared to do this. There would undoubtedly be a perilous storm. In the eyes of these sect masters, this might even pierce through the heavens. In ancient times, for the sake of fighting over the holy city of Jerusalem, the Crusaders had caused great suffering. At that time, experts came forth in large numbers, and each time, they fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth split. Yi Fan didn't have any agitated emotions. Everything was because the people of the Western Orthodoxy wanted to take action against him. He was only retaliating and didn't use any strong words. I don't care who he is. Since he wants to carry out the final judgment, I'm sorry. Whether he is a crusader or a divine knight, I can only kill him. Now, in this era without laws, he didn't want to kill any sect, but he wouldn't let others bully him either. Several fallen angels headed east to the Middle Earth to carry out judgment on him and take his life. This was intolerable. After such a storm at the cultivation meeting, people no longer had the mood to watch the competition. That was because even the top experts of the younger generation had entered Nine Firmament's Myriad Blessings Palace. Dao friend, please don't misunderstand. My clan doesn't want to seek revenge. The clan master of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow lineage spoke. After seeing Yi Fan's cultivation, he was afraid that he would blame and hate him. This is nothing. Yi Fan smiled. There was no need to fuss over these small matters. The people present all had high statuses. They were all sect masters of great sections. Only Dragon Sparrow, Phoenix Goddess, and Kunlun Pisces were of the younger generation. What Yi Fan didn't expect was that these young experts all wanted to exchange pointers with him. They wanted to continue the battle from not long ago. In fact, they wanted him to pass on his techniques. Chi. Sword light illuminated the sky. A flying sword weaved unhindered within 9 firmaments' myriad blessings palace, producing a chaotic light. It emitted a dense killing intent that rushed into the heavens. This was Chi Song Zi's Tao. A speck of dust could transform into a sword to fill the sea, and a blade of grass could transform into a sword to slash the sun, moon, and stars. Yi Fan couldn't reach such a level, but it wasn't a problem for him to display sword intent. Forget about Zhang Yifan, even the immortal sword sect master and the various great sect masters were stupefied. They were almost petrified. This type of method was world-defying, possessing the power to pierce through the heavens and penetrate through the earth. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't conceal his cultivation base and fully displayed his profound meanings. Then, he started to display the Jade Pool's technique and exchanged blows with the Kunlun Pisces. Suddenly, he was as ethereal as a banished immortal, untainted by the mortal world, elegant and quick-witted. In the end, he even used vicious flying celestial art, which was like a celestial spirit that could slash apart the heavens. He did not obtain the orthodox inheritance, but he had fought many life and death battles with Hua Yunfei, so he understood a bit. With his current cultivation, he could naturally recover a portion of it. He was extraordinary. Sect Master Xuechen sighed softly. Yi Fan's current cultivation base far exceeded their imaginations. He was definitely at the same level as the ancient sect masters, perhaps even stronger. Big fish, little fish, you too can take Tao Brother Yi as your masters. He spoke like this. Just this flying celestial art was enough to shock both past and present, so it was definitely worth it to take him as a master. Vicious talent was unparalleled since ancient times, and ordinary people couldn't hope to reach his level. He used an ordinary body to prove his Tao, and the Tao and secret techniques he established surpassed all sections. He was revered by the heavens. Anyone with good eyesight could see some clues. These sect masters' eyelashes were all empty, so they were naturally shocked. They wanted to pave out a bright path for their disciples. They had reason to believe that the reason why Yi Fan was so powerful was related to these unmatched secret techniques. Perhaps he had the most powerful ancient scriptures that could allow him to fight against the world alone. Little Master, Huang pays her respects to you. On the side, the Phoenix goddess was extremely quick-witted. She was an outstanding beauty with a beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts. She wore modern attire, yet she possessed a classical charm. Normally, she was extremely arrogant, but right now, she revealed a mischievous expression. It could be said that she was a type of unconventional beauty. Yu Weiyu was heroic and vigorous, while Yen Xiaoyu was elegant and moving. They were known as Kunlun's twin jade annulus. They stood on the side, momentarily a bit stupefied as they stared at Kunlun's sect master. They never expected the Phoenix goddess to be this quick-witted, rushing to take him as her master first. She didn't care about betraying the sect, because this sect master was her grandfather. No one would think that way. I'm asking you all to take Tao Brother Yi as your master, not to betray the sect. What are you all hesitating for? Hurry up and ask for it. Sect Master Xuechen said. When the others saw this, they all spoke up as well. Nowadays, it was too difficult to find someone who was comparable to the ancient sect masters or even more powerful. However, there was a living person in front of them. If a disciple was allowed to cultivate with him, not to mention the inheritance, even their status would be greatly different. Who would dare to harm him in the future? Forming a relationship with Yi Fan was an invisible type of intimidation. In the end, Longhu Mountain's sect master also summoned his descendant. His name was Zhang Qingyang, and he was known as the Taoist Little Spiritual Master. He was also known as the Little Taoist Master. Phoenix Goddess, Zhang Yifan, Dragon Sparrow, Kunlun Pisces, and Zhang Qingyang. These 6 could practically be said to be the 6 most powerful geniuses of the younger generation. They had the greatest potential, and their respective masters all wanted Yi Fan to accept them. Among them, Phoenix Goddess was the most active. She was completely different from her usual arrogant appearance. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons as she shamelessly hugged Yi Fan's arm and refused to let go. It was almost as if she was acting shamelessly. Among them, Long Xiaoke was the coldest. He was just like this, direct and straightforward. He only opened his mouth and asked Yi Fan to teach him the technique, and then he stood there like a block of wood. So many people earnestly asked, but Yi Fan kept shaking his head. He had no intention of accepting disciples. Giving them some pointers was fine, but it was enough to keep a little purple guy by his side to teach. Brother Yi, please reconsider. These children are all good seedlings, but it's a pity that they were born at the wrong time. If they stay in the sect, they will become useless. They continuously pleaded. This kind of geniuses was rare. In order to cultivate them, every sect put in a lot of effort. They gave them the best spiritual eyes to meditate and gave them ancestral sacred medicine to consume. They worked hard to create an environment similar to the ancient times. However, they could only cultivate them to this stage. What should be consumed was almost all. After entering the dragonization stage, the need would be even greater. There was no way to simulate the ancient environment. Seeing Yi Fan's attainment, they felt that he most likely had another way. They wanted his help so that the path of these geniuses could be longer and further. Brother Yi, with your attainment, sooner or later you will choose to go far away. The spiritual energy on earth has dried up. You will certainly imitate the ancient sages and leave. However, if you leave like this, what about your worries on earth? No matter how extraordinary you are, there will always be some people and some things that you will never forget. What's wrong with leaving behind a few disciples to pass on the great path to you and protect your worries in the world of mortals? The words of the Kunlun headmaster Shueqin stunned Yi Fan. Yes, perhaps after tens or hundreds of years, he would eventually set foot on the starry sky. Even if it was difficult to return to the Big Dipper, he would try his best to see those old friends. After he left, who would be able to establish a foothold in front of his parents' tombs? Who would be able to take care of those unforgettable people? Who would be able to protect his worries in the world of mortals? In the end, Yi Fan agreed and accepted them as registered disciples. At the same time, he also wanted to understand where the ancient sages and sages had gone through these sections. He wanted to know what kind of ancient path they had taken and what clues they might have left behind. The meeting of cultivators came to an end. Everyone was very satisfied and felt that this trip was not in vain. To be able to see an existence comparable to the ancient divine arts in action was the greatest reward. It was said that he was an expert at the great circle of the dragonization realm. His strength was reflected in his battle with the fallen angels. The few headmasters judged that he might be about to ascend to immortality soon. As for what the actual situation was, the headmaster Shueqin and the others naturally wouldn't say because they knew that Yi Fan might have to fight alone against the Crusaders of the East. Not revealing his strength might be his greatest trump card. This was because Yi Fan wanted to take back all the ancient items that the Western orthodoxies had stolen. He didn't want to act rashly and alert the enemy. There's nothing wrong with the various museums, but there are some ancestral weapons in Jerusalem and Vatican City that should be taken back. Speaking of these matters, the words of the few headmasters were filled with indignation. Many ancestral weapons of Middle-earth were actually stolen away in the past. This was a type of humiliation. They were displayed in the West and couldn't be taken back even now. I will make a trip there and take back all the ancestral weapons, Yi Fan said softly as he stared at the distant west. After that, he brought a number of registered disciples down the mountain and left the Shangqing sect. He declined the invitations of some headmasters because he had already lingered here for many days. Yi Fan and the others left the secret land and entered the Mao mountain range of the mortal world. They hadn't gone far when suddenly the stars shifted and the scenery changed greatly. Beams of supreme sword Shi attacked them and ancient weapons flashed with light. What happened? Kunlun Pisces, Phoenix Goddess, and the others cried out in alarm. They all made preparations for battle and each guarded a side. After that, they looked at Yi Fan and waited for his orders. Ancient killing formation, someone wants to eliminate me. His expression was extremely ugly. He had just displayed his might in Mao Mountain, yet there was someone who wasn't afraid and laid down such a great formation to refine his soul. This killing formation was extremely large and should have been created with great effort. Upon closer inspection, Yi Fan discovered that it was an ancient type of extreme formation that had been moved over by someone with great magical force. It had been hidden here for many days already. This was an ancient heaven and earth. Ancient trees towered into the heavens and vines like mountain ridges. Mountains towered into the clouds one after another. Endless killing intent lingered about the great earth. Hong. A great imprint suppressed downwards. There were 9 dragons engraved on it, sinister and majestic. It was extremely heavy. The great imprint was cast from bronze and covered in green rust. King weapon. Cold light flashed past Yi Fan's eyes. This time, they truly didn't come with good intentions. To use such an ancient weapon, the one hiding in the dark was definitely extremely powerful. His expression didn't change. He called the others over and had them stand behind him. He took action alone, his fingers like a sword as he hacked towards the 9-headed dragon bronze imprint. An earth-shattering sound rang out as his fingers shook out an expanse of sword waves. They were like golden waves that shook towards the sky one after another. Dragon Sparrow, Kunlun, and the others were all astonished. This was the first time they had seen Yi Fan go all out like this. The golden blood chi he emitted made their ears ring. The golden blood in Yi Fan's body boiled like a great river, yet it was also like the rumbling of thunder. The sound that spread out almost made the others fall to the ground. Is this master's true combat power? Even Dragon Sparrow, who was conflicted in his heart, was dumbfounded. His entire body trembled. Even ancient divine arts practitioners were nothing compared to this. Clang! Yi Fan's blood chi rushed into the sky. The golden sword waves he slashed out actually had tens of thousands of layers. A corner of the 9-headed dragon bronze imprint fell to the ground. Even the weapon of a Dao-severing king has been destroyed. Zhang Yifan was also astonished. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. The green rust on the 9-headed dragon bronze imprint peeled off and emitted a boundless radiance that illuminated the sky. It transformed into a bronze dragon mountain that pressed down. At this moment, a terrifying aura shook the heaven and earth. Rivers and mountains rumbled for thousands of miles. The ancient land within the killing formation collapsed, and the distant mountains collapsed. The scene was extremely shocking. This is the 9-headed dragon Saint Bronze imprint. It's a famous ancient magic tool that can automatically unleash its might to suppress and kill a Dao-severing king. Dragon Sparrow exclaimed. Chapter 978. This copper imprint was extremely special. 9 true dragons coiled around it, vivid and lifelike. The green rust fell off, and the weapon's spirit awakened on its own. It contained flood dragon power, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. In the distance, mountains and rivers rumbled, all of them trembling. Quite a few of them collapsed. Magma surged out from many places, rushing into the sky in reverse, the power and momentum astonishing. We can't face it head on. The young geniuses' expressions all changed. They knew how terrifying this ancient magical artifact was, because there were many legends about it. They were deeply worried for Yi Fan, but at the same time, they were furious. Not long ago, Yi Fan had said that he was going to bring them to the west to retrieve a few ancestral artifacts from the Central Earth. This made their hearts surge with emotions, unable to calm down. Now, they were intercepted and killed along the way. Yi Fan's expression was calm and unperturbed, not showing any fear. He spread out his palm and slowly pressed it towards the sky. He was actually going to use his physical strength to fight it. Pung! The revived 9-dragon holy copper imprint released endless light. 9 true dragons could vaguely be seen coiling about, and at the same time, they pressed down on that large golden hand, releasing boundless Dao ripples that continuously rumbled. This was an astonishing scene, as if there were tens of thousands of great waterfalls pouring down, creating a deafening sound. Streaks of energy hung high up in the sky, submerging Yi Fan's mountainous hand within. The green holy copper imprint was as tall as a mountain. It continuously shook, wanting to crush Yi Fan's palm into meat paste. On its surface, the 9 bronze dragons seemed to have gained life, unexpectedly coiling about, breaking away from the imprint and rushing out. True dragon god trapping. This was one of the legends of this great sect imprint. The 9 dragons could leave the body and transform into true bodies, trapping powerful enemies within and strangling them to death. This was the binding of the Tao, containing the natural laws and great Tao. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. His palm and fingers contracted, turning into the sky-turning imprint. This was a powerful imprint technique he grasped. His palm turned into a great golden imprint, rumbling with the 9 true dragons. Imprint against imprint. Blazing light flickered. The 9 dragons released a trembling sound, rumbling like a tsunami. However, they couldn't stop the sky-turning imprint. 2 of them were smashed apart on the spot, and the rest all wailed as they entered the copper imprint. A light snort sounded from within the ancient killing formation. The soul of this ancient magical artifact was awakened and could attack on its own. It evolved once again, and sword radiance rushed into the sky. Every single true dragon coiled around the imprint. Right now, they all opened their mouths, spraying out beautiful multicolored light that turned into heaven-connecting sword energy, weaving about and hacking out. Too terrifying. Zhang Yifan was shaken. He was a sword cultivator, so he was extremely sensitive to this kind of heavenly sword qi. He felt an indescribable fear. In the current world, once a sword qi like this appeared, it could be said to be invincible. Who could stop it? It was because this sect's treasure didn't need anyone to control it, able to attack enemies on its own. In this cultivationless age, it could be said to be a world-shocking great killing weapon. It was too heaven-defying, a single sweep sweeping through an expanse, able to make the cultivation world flow with rivers of blood, corpses pile up into mountains. Wasn't this treasure lost all those years ago? How did it appear again? The little Taoist master, Zhang Qingyang, muttered to himself in shock. Kunlun's Pisces and Phoenix goddess expressions also changed. When this great killing weapon appeared, it truly was unmatched back then. Any sect master that encountered it would die without any suspense. Yi Fan remained unmoved. His eyes were deep, and his hands quickly moved about, directly producing the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist. He released a clear roar from his mouth, spitting out a stream of air that was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It was several dozen zhang in length, and then a fist smashed towards the heavens. Pa! This golden fist seemed to have shaken the heavens. It was accompanied by a dazzling sea of lightning, as if the 9 heavens were going to fall down. Heaven dominating earth. In the sky, that famous ancient magical artifact collapsed on the spot. The 9 dragon heads were sliced off, and the copper imprint cracked apart. Then, it shattered in an instant. A king-level magical artifact was destroyed by a single fist of his. Everyone was stupefied. They simply couldn't believe everything that was happening. It was just too shocking. The young geniuses were so shocked they couldn't say anything. Goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Just how powerful was this mysterious young master? This was but a legendary magical artifact, one whose name shook the ancient times. However, the holy lords of all sects were destroyed just like that. Within the 9 heavens 10 blessings palace, the sect masters that didn't leave were startled. When they learned that there were changes in the outside world, they all rushed out of the Pure Land. However, they all mistakenly entered this ancient killing formation and just happened to see this scene. They were all like clay sculptures. It was actually destroyed just like that. Dragon Sparrow was stupefied and couldn't help but mutter to himself. If you like it, Master will gift you an even better copper imprint in the future. Yi Fan put away the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist and turned around. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. He didn't care at all. He was incomparably calm in the face of exceptional killing intent. The sect masters all surrounded him. They had mysteriously entered the ancient killing formation and felt the severity of the situation. Yi Fan had just displayed great might not long ago, yet someone was trying to kill him as soon as he left the mountain. Just how daring and savage was this? Which Tao friend has graced us with his presence? Why is there a need to make such a big fuss? The Shangqing sect master shouted. This was Mao Mountain's territory, so for them, this was a type of great disrespect. It has nothing to do with you all. Hurry and leave. A cold shout sounded. The ancient killing formation was activated. Streak after streak of terrifying killing intent turned into exceptional radiance as they rushed over, piercing through the heavenly dome. They were trying to kill Yi Fan. The mountains and rivers moved, and the terrain changed. Many ancient weapons flew over like a rain of light. Even though they weren't divine objects, they were still quite intimidating. They were densely packed, filling up the skies. Tens of thousands of weapons shot over. The mountains and rivers merged into one, draconic energy surging, supporting all types of ancient weapons. This was the power of the formation. When the complexity reached a certain degree, the mountains, rivers, great earth, vast seas, and even the sun, moon, and stars could all be used, displaying the might of nature and the heavenly Tao. The ancient great formation merged with the great power of heaven and earth, operating all types of ancient weapons to suppress Yi Fan, wishing to turn him into a bloody paste, hack him into dust, the attacks shocking the heavens. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was a formation used to trap kings. The one who came overestimated him, not wishing to give him the slightest chance, wishing to kill him. With a shake of his hand, several dozen great banners appeared, stabbing them into the earth, locking down all directions, making it so that the killing formation in this region couldn't operate. Using a formation to break a formation, these were the magical banners the Black Emperor gave him back then. He hadn't used them much, but now, they came in handy. Everything within a range of several hundred zhang was locked down. The ancient killing formation couldn't operate, unable to approach him. In reality, if it was Yi Fan himself, he wouldn't even need to use the magical banners. The main reason was because he was scared that there would be people secretly taking action against the sect masters and honorary disciples. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. I'll send you on your way. At this time, a tall figure appeared on a tall mountain in the distance. It was like a demonic body. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow, releasing waves of wind and thunder sounds as it shot over. This was a blazing divine rainbow that shook heaven and earth. As soon as it appeared, heaven and earth split apart. A large half of the distant mountain range was destroyed. It possessed boundless and immeasurable power. Fortunately, this was a world formed by the ancient killing formation. If it was in the outside world, it would have triggered a tremendous disaster. The destructive power was too great. Pooh! This arrow's speed was too fast. Yi Fan was a bit careless, unexpectedly unable to evade it. He used his golden palm to block it, releasing heaven overflowing blood energy that was accompanied by rumbling sounds. However, what was completely unexpected was that when the angry arrow was released, the mountains and rivers lost color, the sun and moon losing radiance. Its power exceeded his imagination, great to an inconceivable degree. Pooh! Golden blood splashed outwards. Yi Fan's right palm was pierced through. This strange divine arrow rushed past, bringing with it a great rain of golden blood. It was a ghastly sight. It was hard to imagine what kind of divine object this was. It actually shot through the center of Yi Fan's palm, leaving behind a bloody hole as it flew outwards. Not even the human race's divine body's tyrannical physique could stop it. Yi Fan retreated. He circulated his entire body's cultivation, raising his flesh and consciousness to the extreme. He treated this like a life and death battle, not daring to look down on it anymore. The ancient saints left, but that didn't mean that there was no danger. It was because there might be a divine artifact left behind. Even though the earth had entered the cultivationless age, terrifying weapons still existed. If he was careless, then he might really suffer greatly. Not good. This is the legendary ancient magical artifact. A single one is enough to wipe out 10 realms. The sect masters' expressions all changed. They loudly reminded Yi Fan to avoid it and not face it head-on. However, this thing followed him like a shadow and couldn't be broken free at all. It continued to chase after Yi Fan without letting him go. This is the leftover material from the 9 divine arrows refined by the great Yi before he shot them down. Later on, they were forged into 2 more arrows. They can destroy the heavens and earth, and no one can face them head-on. Daoist Qi Ri reminded in shock. Fortunately, it wasn't fired by the ancient great sage. Otherwise, it might have pierced through the sun, moon, and stars. 1 arrow was enough to blast apart an ancient star. Pooh! Another light sound rang out. Yi Fan's body swayed. He used his palm and fingers to block this arrow. His entire body shook violently, and the space between his thumb and forefinger split open. Blood flowed out in a long stream. It's useless. If you don't kill the enemy, this arrow won't stop. You can die now. In the distant mountains, that person spoke coldly. Yi Fan's eyes became cold. This was the first time he was injured after returning to Earth. He activated the rose symbol and charged through the ancient killing formation. He quickly pressed forward. It could be said that no one in this world could compare to his speed. He turned into a streak of golden holy light and tore through the great earth, appearing on top of that mountain. The instant Yi Fan ascended the mountain peak, he decisively and mercilessly attacked. His golden palm and fingers covered the area in front of him. The entire mountain began to collapse. This person also reacted extremely quickly and used a rarely seen movement technique to shift horizontally. Fish leap transformation into a true dragon. This was an ancient secret art. It could allow one to advance to the extreme in an instant, allowing one's agility to reach the pinnacle and unleash all of one's potential. He moved horizontally for several miles, but what shocked him was that Yi Fan's rose symbol could maintain the same extreme speed from beginning to end, far surpassing his limits. He simply couldn't shake him off. A large golden hand stretched out, preventing him from advancing. Below, many towering mountains collapsed. The great peaks were like piles of sand, turning into dust with a rumble. This was a terrifying scene. When one encountered a mountain, the mountain would collapse. When one encountered the sea would dry up, and when one encountered the sky, there was nothing that could obstruct that giant hand. Behind him, the few sect masters and young geniuses stared blankly, unable to utter a single word. Yi Fan's heaven-penetrating methods shocked them. He was comparable to an ancient war god. In addition, that enemy also caused them to be shocked. He was actually a supreme expert in the Immortal Foundation's secret realm, an unparalleled character of this era. This person roared once more, advancing to the extreme. His body almost ignited as he unleashed the fish leap true dragon transformation art once again. He was exhausting his life potential, wanting to evade this calamity. His body instantly moved several miles away. However, what made him horrified was that this time around, it was completely useless. The golden hand trembled lightly. Although it didn't land on his body, the aftershock still blasted over. Boom! In the world formed by the ancient ultimate formation, large amounts of mountain ranges collapsed. Mountains, ancient trees, giant boulders, everything was turned into powder. Although he evaded with great speed, the powerful aftershocks blasted over. His skull was immediately split open and he was flung over 9 feet into the air. You! His eyes were filled with shock and terror, unable to believe this result. Flowers of blood flowed down from the top of his head, mixed with brain matter, blurring his vision. With a bang, his skull fell to the ground below his feet. It was a horrifying scene. He was an Immortal Foundation expert, it was impossible for him to die so easily. He screamed in terror. Yi Fan approached like a fiend god. His expression was cold as he spoke, the sun shooting great Yi's divine treasure is hard to destroy. In that case, I will eliminate you first. At this moment, he already knew the identity and origin of this person. Chapter 979. This was an expert from the female race, the Tao protector of the primordial dragon cave that had disappeared for over 100 years. His robe spoke for itself, and he exuded an innate wildness. He gritted his teeth and wore a robe made of serpent scales. His hair was tied together like a black snake. Although he was fearful of Yi Fan, he didn't want to wait for death and wanted to retaliate. Pooh! He spat out a strand of Xiantian blood essence that transformed into a heavenly serpent blood sword that slashed towards the center of Yi Fan's brows. Evidently, it was futile. Yi Fan lightly flicked his finger, and this wave of Xiantian essence energy immediately turned into smoke, evaporating completely. It was refined into ashes, not enough to reach the Tao. This was someone from the Jin dynasty. Back then, he had contributed greatly to the destruction of the Northern Song dynasty and had cultivated for over 1,000 years. His cultivation base was extremely profound and he could be considered a peak-level expert in the current era. Back then, the essence of heaven and earth wasn't as scarce as it was now. Also, he frequently entered the Changbai Mountains and dug up many ginseng, which was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Hence, he broke through to the immortal foundation realm. Although his skull was blasted away and fresh blood flowed freely, the vitality of people at his level was extremely strong. As long as his primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, it would be difficult for him to die. Bzz. The space trembled as that blinding holy arrow flew over again. It wouldn't rest until it died, glowing with a resplendent light as it tore apart the sky and crushed the mountain below, aiming straight for the center of Yi Fan's brows. Such divine might was something that no one in the world could block. It contained an indescribable Tao energy that could shatter everything. This was the same holy arrow that De Yi used to shoot the sun. Yi Fan leaned back as he executed the Rho character art. As long as he wasn't careless, he would be able to evade it in a short period of time. Let's go to the Yellow Springs together. This expert from the Jin dynasty roared. His eyes turned red as cracks appeared all over his body. He lunged towards Yi Fan, wanting to drag him down with him. Pooh! There was no suspense because the golden blood chi radiating from Yi Fan was even tougher than his divine robes. It was extremely hard to break through, and the moment he collided with it, his body was crushed into a mist of blood. Yi Fan reached out his hand and grabbed at the divine sense imprint. He was searching for a way to break the arrow. Otherwise, the great ancient deity's shooting sun saint treasure would be extremely troublesome. It would be difficult to defend against it for a while. In the distance, that blazing streak of light shot over again, and this time, it was even more powerful. Half of the sky was shot down, and a great collapse happened. This type of power was just too terrifying, not something humans could resist. Normal Tao severing kings would definitely suffer a grievance, only able to neutralize it with their Tao skills, unable to face it head-on. Yi Fan quickly found a way to break it. He didn't have time to look at this person's primordial spirit, so he could only raise his hand and destroy it. Only when the owner of the arrow died would the holy arrow stop. Sure enough, the blazing light immediately dimmed. This arrow fell onto the ground, and the terrifying aura that filled the sky disappeared. Everything returned to normal. This was a black arrow that didn't seem special. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was heavy in the hand. It probably weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, and it crushed the boulders on the ground. What a terrifying arrow! How did they make it? Yi Fan pondered. This was definitely a divine object that could injure his flesh. It should be enough to be classified as a divine artifact, and its destructive power was simply too terrifying. Just now, when he hurriedly glanced at the golden person's primordial spirit, he discovered that he had offered his divine sense to this artifact. As long as he didn't die, the holy arrow would fight for him and kill the enemy. The two Tao protectors left the Origin Dragon Cave for more than 100 years and never appeared again. Now that they have returned, they must have obtained a heavenly opportunity. Yi Fan said to himself. The 9-Dragon Saint Copper imprint was already terrifying enough. Its weapon spirit awakened, and it could kill enemies on its own. Now that this shooting sun divine treasure appeared, it really exceeded common sense. The black arrow's body wasn't all that smooth, as if it was polished from stone. It looked simple and ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, Yi Fan felt that it was quite pleasing to the eye, as if it was missing something. It was hard to say what grade of artifact it was, but there was no doubt about its power. Once the arrow was released, the mountains and rivers would lose their color, and the sky would collapse and the earth would collapse. This was a secret treasure, and he carefully put it away. Then, his powerful divine sense swept out in all directions. There were 2 Tao protectors in the Origin Dragon Cave, so there should be one more. Brother Yi is truly the reincarnation of a god. Within the area protected by the formation flags, the few sect masters all sighed. To the people of the present world, Yi Fan's combat ability and cultivation were equivalent to that of a god, and he was undefeatable. The few young geniuses all revealed a strange light in their eyes, and their hearts surged with emotions. They longed for this kind of power, and hoped that one day, they would also be able to create clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. Yi Fan descended and returned to the formation. Even though he felt the murderous intent and knew that there were still people in the dark, he didn't make a move. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a supreme treasure. This is the leftover material from De Yi's 9 holy arrow. It is a rare treasure of the world, and the most famous killing weapon of the ancient era. The Phoenix goddess smiled mischievously and came forward to congratulate. She was the most lively person in the group. Even though she was normally cold and arrogant, and didn't care about others, she would always make an exception in front of the sect masters and great experts like Yi Fan. This is truly inconceivable. This item has appeared again. When the ancient sage left, he couldn't find it even after searching the entire world, leaving behind only regret. After the Kunlun sect master received the jet black arrow, he was shocked and almost let it fall from his hands. He didn't expect it to weigh several tens of thousands of jin. In the ancient era, De Yi's shooting of the sun shocked the world, and it was unknown just how many saints were terrified. That was 1 arrow for 1, and it shot down 9 suns. Of course, to be more precise, the 9 golden crows were all saint-level demonic beasts. That battle shook both ancient and modern times, and left behind an endless legend. It was recorded in the annals of the Tao world, and could never be erased. Even in the mortal world, there were many legends. However, the ancient hero was confused by people, and there were some discrepancies and mistakes. In the ancient era, there were 2 people named Yi. One belonged to Di Yao, and could be called De Yi. The other belonged to Taikang period of the Xia dynasty, and was called Ho Yi. In the ancient book Huainanzi, it was recorded, when Di Yao was captured, 10 suns shot out simultaneously, scorching the crops, killing the plants, and leaving the people with nothing to eat. De Yi shot up for 10 suns, and killed Swan and I. He cut off the Xiao snake in Dongting, and captured Feng Shi in the mulberry forest. The people were happy. Although Ho Yi's archery was great and famous during the Xia dynasty's Taikang period, he couldn't be compared to De Yi. He once wanted to overthrow the Xia dynasty, but was killed in the end. De Yi's wife was called Heng Yi, which was the legendary Chang Yi. However, people in the Tao world knew that De Yi was the peerless expert who shot the sun. He was the hero of an era, and no one could match him. Back then, during the ancient times, there was a secret that attracted powerhouses from outside the region, and caused great harm to the ancient people. Headmaster Xuechen said. It was obvious that the so-called secret was referring to the birth of immortals in the 99 Dragon Mountains. The saints from outside the region were alarmed and came here to fight for it. Among them, the 10 sons were the most terrifying, and they all came from the Golden Crow clan. When they first appeared, they plunged the people into misery and suffering, and the refined fire of the sun shook the heaven and earth. In the end, De Yi was born, and he killed 9 saints. Legend has it that they came from an ancient planet called Huasang, and their father was a quasi-emperor. Sadly, De Yi died because of this. Thinking about the ancient times, even the headmasters couldn't help but be moved. That was a glorious period of time, and it was a time when heroes were born and all kinds of sages existed. During that time, the demons roared between heaven and earth, and they could pluck the stars and the moon. If it wasn't for the birth of the human race's strongest, the result would be unimaginable. Boom! Suddenly, the ancient killing formation began to operate again. Magical treasures danced in the air, attacking the formation flags. The attacks were fierce, and it wanted to destroy them in one go. All of you stay here and don't go out. He won't be able to break through for a while, so I'll go get rid of him, Yi Fan said. Be careful, the leftover materials from De Yi's Saint Arrow forging technique made 2 ink arrows. There must be one more that hasn't been used. Headmaster Shuechen reminded. Yi Fan nodded, and at the same time, he activated the swordsman character. The blood in his body rumbled like thunder, and the wound on his right hand quickly healed. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he was. He attacked the ancient Great Formation, and his powerful divine sense probed outwards in an attempt to find that person. The 2 ancients of the Jin dynasty definitely obtained many ancient weapons, and the person who was still alive definitely had a secret treasure that could hide his body. Otherwise, he would have been found a long time ago. Suddenly, the heaven and earth turned upside down. The Great Formation began to operate frantically, and it began to disintegrate. This was an indiscriminate destruction, and the ancient ultimate formation was ignited. It vowed to kill Yi Fan regardless of the price. Rumble, rumble, flames of the way surged, covering the sky and earth. The ancient formation disintegrated, shattering everything. This place became a world of its own, and this self-destruction was like the end of the world. Yi Fan's eyes froze. He didn't show any fear, but the others definitely couldn't take it. Light flashed from between his brows, and an ancient cauldron flew out. It quickly enlarged, covering the heaven and earth, and sucked those people inside. Heavens, what is this? It can't be the legendary source energy that is the same age as the heaven and earth, right? Zhang Yifan cried out in surprise. Is this real? Even the cold dragon sparrow couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. The Great Formation collapsed, and the mountains and rivers turned into light, evaporating into the most fundamental power. It merged with the laws that had been born in the formation since ancient times, and it rushed towards Yi Fan. Found you. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes, and at the instant the Great Formation broke, he looked through the source energy. His eyes shot out a light that was over 10 miles long, staring straight ahead. This person's clothing was similar to that of the person who died earlier, and he also had a wild nature to him. His cultivation was at the Immortal Foundation realm, and at this moment, he was drawing his bow and shooting a world-shocking arrow. It came from the same source as De Yi's son shooting holy arrow. It whistled through heaven and earth, the black arrow splitting apart half the sky. Nothing existed anymore. Boundless chaotic energy descended, tearing apart everything. The radiance blazed brilliantly, submerging everything. Although the might of this arrow shook the world, Yi Fan was already prepared, and didn't suffer a great loss like the first time. He executed the Ro incantation and rapidly dodged, pressing forward. The eyes of the heavenly scale Dao protector of the Changbai mountain were filled with malice. He knew it was over. The ancient killing formation and the 9-dragon Saint Copper seal were already heaven-defying enough, and the 2 Saint Arrows were even more terrifying. According to logic, it shouldn't be a problem to kill Yi Fan, but he was still defeated. His opponent's speed was too fast, and he dodged the Saint Arrow. He himself wasn't the king of the Dao's severing art, and he couldn't block it head-on. Once his opponent neared, he would undoubtedly die. Pfft! Without any suspense, Yi Fan rushed forward and slapped the Dao protector into a bloody mist. He then grabbed the divine sense imprint. This time, he began to read it seriously, and didn't let his consciousness dissipate immediately. Of course, during this process, he had to do his best to avoid the divine arrow. I see. The 2 of them went out to the sea to search for the celestial island of Ponley, but they unexpectedly found an ancient underwater residence on the way. They obtained a great fortune, and after 100 years of seclusion, they came out into the world. Yi Fan understood everything in an instant. He wiped away the Dao protector's consciousness, and the black Saint Arrow fell to the ground, which he kept. After a long time, the heaven and earth calmed down. Over 20 ancient weapons fell to the ground, and the rest were destroyed in the chaos just now. The ancient formation disappeared. Yi Fan released the few people from the cauldron, and let them distribute the ancient weapons. They were all from the underwater residence, and they weren't ordinary items. Congratulations to Dao Brother Yi for obtaining 2 ancient Great Sage artifacts, said Daoist Qi Ri. For them, these were supreme treasures. Yi Fan held the 2 black divine artifacts in his hands. They weighed several tens of thousands of kilograms, and they were extremely heavy. In the future, he would head west, and these 2 ancient-era great artifacts might be of great use. He felt that the Western orthodoxies most likely had the shadow of archaic creatures, and this time, he might encounter something. The ancient black arrows might be dyed with divine blood. He mentioned a few simple sentences, and the disciples immediately found it hard to calm down. They were all incomparably excited. In the past, there was a rumor that Lao Zi's journey to the west turned into an ancient artifact. Now, Master is also going to head west. Is he going to turn into an ancient artifact? I really want to go on my way immediately. Even someone like Dragon Sparrow, who had a cold temperament, couldn't hold himself back. Is the Black Holy Arrow going to become an ancient artifact? The others were even more overwhelmed with emotions, finding it hard to control themselves. Chapter 980. After the ancient killing formation was destroyed, everything was in a mess. Luckily, nothing in the outside world was damaged. The Mao Mountain in the mortal region was calm and tranquil. No one knew that a great battle had occurred here. Yi Fan didn't intend to find trouble with the heavenly scale race. It was fine if the 2 Dao protectors died, there was nothing to pursue. It was just that the 2 of them wanted to seek revenge. Does everyone know who this person is and which race he belongs to? Yi Fan was ambushed today and couldn't help but think of a past event. He took out an ancient photo. It was a black and white photo from the Second World War of the last century. On the photo, there was a devil silhouette with towering blood qi. This person caused a huge commotion back then. He isn't someone from the 4 demon races and no one knows his background. The old patriarch of the Vermilion Phoenix bloodline spoke. Yi Fan nodded when he heard this. As long as he wasn't from the heavenly scale race, it was fine. If there was another war in the future, this person was definitely a terrifying character. He brought his in-name disciple with him. Daoist Qi Ri was also with him. To be more precise, they were heading to the Zhongnan Mountains together with the old Daoist. Master, when will you set off? Let's head west quickly. Yu Weiyu spoke, feeling a little impatient. There's no rush because they are already here. If I head west, I might miss out on something. After I deal with a few batches of people and make them not dare to head east again, I will head west. Yi Fan spoke. That's not a bad idea. We will slowly head west. In the future, our names might be recorded in the annals of history. Zhan Yifan spoke. On the way, Yi Fan and Daoist Qi Ri walked together. This old man wasn't simple and was already over 1,200 years old. He lived in seclusion in the Zhongnan Mountains and was one of the few supreme experts in the world. I'm ashamed. This old man has been stuck at the first layer of Immortal Foundation for many years and has no way to advance any further. I don't know when I will be able to succeed. The old Daoist was very humble. This was someone who was even older than the Dao protector of the Changbai Mountains. He was one of the few known longevity stars in Middle-earth and was a character on the level of Mount Tai and Big Dipper. Yi Fan sighed. It wasn't that the old priest's aptitude was bad, but the world had changed. Especially in the past few hundred years, it wasn't easy for the old priest to reach this step. He decided to give him a hand. If he could help him break through and reach Celestial Stage 2, the old Taoist would be able to live for more than 2,000 years. The long path of cultivation was lacking and needed people like this. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he told him about some bottleneck-breaking techniques from the other side of the starry sky. Of course, along the way, he also taught some techniques to his disciples. First, he taught them a secret technique of the 2 ancient Jin dynasty. This was an ancient secret technique that the 2 of them had obtained when they were out at sea. The fish leap into a true dragon would allow them to ascend to the extreme for a short period of time, increasing their agility to the extreme. They would be able to match the Xing's secret character in an instant. I do have some other ancient secret techniques, but if you want to learn them, the requirements are very high, and there are many tests. Right now, I can only teach you other techniques. These were his disciples in name and weren't the true inheritors of his orthodoxy. Thus, the Xing's secret character and fighting secret character couldn't be taught at this time. The fish leap into a true dragon was also a wondrous technique. It was famous throughout the world during ancient times and was highly respected. If not for the Xing's secret character, it would be a supreme divine technique. Even Taoist Qi Ri was envious and joined in. He humbly asked for guidance. Yi Fan earnestly taught them, and the old Taoist was very happy. That day, he rushed back to Mount Zhongnan by himself. Not long after, he ran back again just to test this technique. The disciples were naturally especially happy. This ancient technique had been lost for many years, and now that they were fortunate enough to learn it, they were incomparably excited. Why, what a cute little baby. Come, let big sister hug you. The phoenix goddess bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she chased after the Komatsu. Yen Xiaoyu was very reserved at first, but in the end, she couldn't bear it any longer. She put down her ladylike figure and joined in to fight over the little purple fellow. The two girls weren't the only ones like this. Even Zhang Qingyang and Yueyu couldn't resist and wanted to touch the amethyst-like little thing. There was nothing they could do about it. Its appearance was too alluring to both young and old. The Komatsu felt very wronged. Its obsidian-like eyes were filled with killing intent and glistening with tears. It looked at them timidly and fearfully while hiding behind Yi Fan. It lightly grabbed onto the corner of his clothes and only dared to peek out half its head. It was very puzzled and didn't know what was going on. Why were these people bullying it? It felt very wronged. This is your little senior brother. You're not allowed to bully it. Yi Fan spoke up for it. Little senior brother, just listen to me. I'll take good care of your daily life. I'll help you bathe every day and feed you good food. The phoenix goddess was very alluring. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, and her figure was exquisite and undulating. She wore a pair of tight jeans that stretched her beautiful thighs perfectly straight and slender. It was very obvious that she wanted to raise the little purple thing as a pet. The others also did the same. They were all tempting it and didn't hesitate to take out mutant fruits that they thought were extremely rare to tempt it. The Komatsu looked left and right, blinking its large eyes, but it didn't choose one. In the end, it took out a scarlet moon fruit from the small bell magic tool forged from Daluo silver essence. It took a big bite and ate it with great relish. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air, permeating a radius of 10 feet. An ancient spirit fruit? The eyes of the others were dazed. They felt that they had been tempted instead. They really wanted to snatch the little thing's bell and rob it on the spot to see if there were any more spirit fruits. After eating a scarlet moon fruit, the Komatsu blinked its large eyes and rubbed its small belly. It took out another source dragon fruit. It was golden in color and sparkled like a small dragon. This kind of thing only grew in places with abundant Genesis Qi. There weren't many of them in the Big Dipper, but it wasn't a problem for Yi Fan to pick them. I say, little thing, just call you little senior brother, okay? Don't be greedy for us, Zhang Yifan said. When the Komatsu saw them approaching, it immediately became very vigilant. It hugged the source dragon fruit and hid behind it. It looked as if it didn't know them and didn't want to fight with it. Its large eyes rolled around. Yi Fan smiled. This little thing had always been so innocent. He really didn't know when it would grow up. The people on the other side wailed. On the one hand, they coveted the ancient spirit fruit. On the other hand, they wanted nothing more than to grab it and fiercely knead it. They felt that it would definitely be very tasty. Master, you can't be so biased. Little senior brother's snacks are all ancient spirit fruits. How can we endure this? There's nothing we can do about this poor child. He has only eaten a few since he was a child. The disciples acted shamelessly and forcefully demanded from him. The phoenix goddess didn't hesitate to act shamelessly. She blew hot air into his ear and hugged his arm, unwilling to let go. Among these people, only Dragon Sparrow was calm. Because his temperament was innately cold and he didn't like to talk much, he looked very cool. His real name was Long Yuxuan. It was only because their lineage had the words dragon and sparrow in them that they were powerful. They wanted to compare themselves with the primogenitor Dragon Sparrow, so they were also called Dragon Sparrow. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't be stingy. When they stopped to rest on a mountain, he brought out a jade plate filled with all kinds of spirit fruits and invited Daoist Qi Ri and the other disciples to taste them. Back then, he and Pang Bo had purchased wantonly when they were about to return. They were worried that the earth's spirit Qi would dry up and there would be no way to cultivate. They had made great preparations and bought countless spirit fruits. In the end, when Yi Fan gave Daoist Qi Ri a small basket of spirit fruits, everyone's eyes almost popped out. This was too extravagant. Master, we want some too. The disciples were envious. This kind of thing was something that could only be encountered by chance on earth. Even Daoist Qi Ri hurriedly refused, saying that he couldn't bear it. Yi Fan shook his head and took out some to distribute to the disciples. These things were nothing in the Big Dipper. Even the sect masters might not care about them. He had only brought them back to earth to replenish his spirit Qi. They didn't have any other special effects for him, unlike the great path fragments in the immortal medicine. Master, what kind of world is on the other side of the starry sky? They naturally couldn't help but ask. They had long known about Yi Fan's origins and yearned to go to the Big Dipper star region. They wanted to cross the star region. If we go there to cultivate, will we be able to kill those so-called saints and saintesses and suppress those so-called divine lords? Zhang Qingyang and Yu Weiyu all said that they were willing to go to the other side and join the so-called celestial court to leave this world. Yi Fan was moved. These people were all rare geniuses. If they cultivated in that kind of environment where the great path was within reach, there was hope for them to become saints in the future. With so many talented people joining the celestial court, even the divine dynasties and holy lands paled in comparison. They would surely achieve great things in the future. Unfortunately, he sighed and said, it's hard for me to go back myself. How can I bring you guys along? There must be a way. When the ancient sages left, they must have left behind some kind of star region map. We'll definitely find it in the future. They were very determined. Mount Zhongnan was surrounded by thousands of green peaks and beautiful scenery. It was known as the Immortal City, and was the crown of the grotto heavens. The South Mountain in the saying, happiness is like the endless flowing water of the East Sea, and longevity is as long as the eternal pine of Mount Zhongnan, referred to this mountain. This was also the ancestral court of Taoism, the starting place of the Chuanjin sect. There was Jingzhen in the south and Chuanjin in the north. Every year, countless Taoists would come here on a pilgrimage. There were many Taoist temples in the mountain range. The deep valleys were quiet and elegant, and the cries of apes and tigers could be heard. It was a return to simplicity and nature. Master, when are we going west? It started when we left Mount Longhu. Didn't we go west from Mount Mao to Mount Zhongnan? Yi Fan and the others walked on the rugged mountain path and arrived at Daoist Qi Ri's cave. The old vines were as thick as a water tank. No outsiders had come here in 1,000 years. In the distance, there were many Taoist temples. They were imposing and enshrouded in mist. There were red-crowned cranes dancing in the sky and spirit apes jumping in joy. It was exceptionally otherworldly. Mount Zhongnan was tall and beautiful like a beautiful painting screen. It stood majestically in the Shaanxi province. Daoist Qi Ri's cave was very simple. Apart from a stone bed, stone table, and stone chairs, there was nothing else. However, the scenery outside was very good. It was located in a valley with towering ancient trees and dense vines. There was also a clear lake with all kinds of rare and strange beasts roaming about. Komatsu seemed to have returned to a paradise here. He ran around the valley and finally became familiar with Yen Xiaoyu and the others. Although he was often needed and groaned in protest, he was no longer so resistant. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan taught them cultivation while discussing the Tao with the old Taoist. He helped him break through and become a sect master-level figure. The moonlight was like water. Beside the bright mirror lake, Daoist Chi-Ri bowed deeply towards Yifan. He had touched that checkpoint and might break through soon and obtain a Dao treasure. Dao friend is too polite. There is no need to be like this. If you weren't born in this world, you would definitely be an extraordinary figure. Yifan helped him up. This humble Daoist will go into seclusion. If I succeed, I won't dare to forget. Perhaps in a year, 10 years, or even 100 years, we can only meet again. Daoist Chi-Ri began his seclusion that night and no longer appeared in the mortal world. He couldn't send them off. The moonlight was bright. Yifan returned to the cave he established and prepared to leave the next day to continue his journey west. In the latter half of the night, the bright moon hung in the sky. Moonlight spilled into the cave as a graceful figure walked out. She possessed a classical beauty and was dressed in fashionable modern attire. Under the moonlight, her skin was sparkling and her hair danced in the wind. She was like an otherworldly fairy from the Moon Palace as she walked into the cave. Her steps were light and agile as she arrived in front of Yifan's stone bed. She came to Yifan's side and exhaled a breath that smelled like orchids. Her graceful body was as white and beautiful as ivory. She was indescribably sparkling and translucent. Her beautiful eyes were bright and carried a bewitching expression. Swoosh! Yifan opened his eyes. His gaze was like two bolts of lightning that illuminated the cave. What are you doing? Talking about life ideals. You aren't that much older than me. Don't pretend to be an old pedant. At worst, I'll take responsibility for you. She leaned over. After hearing this, Yifan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 981. The moonlight gently flowed into the cave like water ripples. It was peaceful and tranquil, and there were waves of white smoke rising. It was like the residence of an immortal. The Phoenix goddess had a classical beauty, but she wore modern clothing. She had a different kind of beauty. Appearing in this cave, she was as moving as a fairy under the moonlight. It was as if she was a man, and Yifan was just a weak woman. She teased, "Master, just follow me, I will take responsibility." What are you messing around for? Go back and rest. Yifan resisted the urge to spit out a mouthful of old blood. This disciple's words and actions could be considered bold. She dared to say such things and smiled cheekily at him. "Tsk, what era is this? Why are you so serious? It's not like I will eat you." The Phoenix goddess sat on the bed. She was very relaxed and didn't seem to care at all. She wore a t-shirt that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Her beautiful hair was wet, and she had just come out from bathing in the small lake in the valley. Her jade-white skin was sparkling and delicate, and water could drip out with a pinch. Her eyes were moving, and there was a charm that could make people lose their minds. She was intelligent and beautiful. She was very relaxed and didn't seem to care at all. The Phoenix goddess impudently put a pair of snow-white lotus arms on Yifan's shoulder. She came to the stone bed and looked at him. She smiled and said, "Master, you can't be blushing, right? Behave yourself." Yifan wanted to put on a dignified appearance and act like a strict master. This female disciple was very bold and avant-garde. She actually blew a breath of hot air at him. It was like an orchid or musk, and it rushed to his ear. The hair on her snow-white neck danced, and her smile was intoxicating and flamboyant. "Master, you have been cultivating for so many years. Have you never held a woman's hand before? Do you want me to teach you?" The Phoenix goddess smiled cheekily, and there was a sparkling luster flashing across her face. Her red phoenix eyes slanted, and her smile was even impudent. She didn't treat him as her master at all. "If you dare to be so disrespectful again, I will take away 10 years of your cultivation, and then suppress you in an ancient cave deep in the mountains for 10 years. Yifan said in a low voice. "Tsk, what era is it now? Master, can you not be so old-fashioned? We are all modern people, not like we are living in ancient times where men and women should not touch each other." The Phoenix goddess had a look of nonchalance on her face. Her eyelashes were very long, and her big eyes flickered with a cunning radiance. Her figure was slender, and she was sitting almost face to face with Yifan. Her fair and pretty face moved closer, almost touching his face. "I say, Master, don't tell me that you've been a leftover man for so many years." She reached out a snow-white hand and slid it across Yifan's face as she chuckled. The divine light in Yifan's eyes surged, and he raised his hand to suppress her. This disciple of his was really too impudent. Teasing him like this was the first time in his life. "Hey, Master, please be lenient," she cried out. She was really afraid that Yifan's hand would fall. Her eyes slanted, and she carefully rolled her eyes at him. She muttered, "Why are you so old-fashioned? Can't I just make a joke? Besides, I am concerned about your personal affairs." Yifan signaled her to get off the bed and leave. There was a taboo between master and disciple. If they were to be seen sitting on the same bed like this by other disciples, then they would not be able to clear their names even if they jumped into the Yellow River. The Phoenix goddess was usually very cold and arrogant. She did not care about others at all. It was rare for her to be so active and teasing, but now she had encountered a soft rebuff. "Master, your thoughts are too rigid. My younger cousin is much younger than you. When we were in university, they had a passionate teacher-student relationship. Moreover, he was a student." The Phoenix goddess was wearing a pair of hot pants that only reached her thighs, revealing a pair of slender jade legs. They were white and delicate like jade, very dazzling on the stone bed. She moved slightly, no longer sitting cross-legged. Her beautiful legs were stretched out, and they were even more eye-catching. Because they were very slender and straight, sparkling like ivory. They were almost perfect, giving off a kind of unreal feeling. Her wet hair draped over her shoulders, covering half of her beautiful white face. Her quick-witted big eyes were full of provocation as she said, "Master, you can't still be that old, what, guy, right?" Yifan almost flipped out. This female disciple was really too impudent. If he did not suppress her, she would definitely say something even more shocking. "Master, did I hit a sore spot?" "It's okay, disciple understands. Don't suppress me. I won't dare to do it again." She retreated. "Why are you still not leaving?" Yifan shouted. She didn't get off the bed. Seeing that Yifan had finally calmed down, she moved over in a charming manner. "I don't have any other intentions. I just wanted to joke with you and get close to you. Don't be so serious, okay?" She moved closer and stared into Yifan's eyes. Yifan's eyes immediately straightened. The Phoenix goddess was also decisive. She had already guessed this result and moved one step ahead. Because she knew that she wasn't as fast as Yifan. A pair of perfectly straight and slender jade legs coiled around his body like a snake. They were sparkling and warm, as fair and moving as suet jade. Bang! Yifan's finger fell down and fixed her in place. He stared at her for a moment and was about to use a great divine ability to throw her back into his cave residence. "Master. I just wanted to tease you. I didn't have any other intentions. Don't act recklessly." Her eyes flowed. Yifan was too lazy to say anything else. He removed her snow-white and slender jade legs from his body and circulated a divine technique to send her away. Suddenly, his expression changed. He undid the seal on the Phoenix goddess and had her stand at the side. Then, he reached out a large hand and grabbed towards the valley. Chi! A black light soared into the sky and burrowed into the ground. It tried everything it could to escape, but it couldn't escape from Yifan's palm. It was caught back and imprisoned in the cave residence. This was a streak of black light, produced by a divine will that wasn't weak. It was exploring the valley, but it was discovered by Yifan, captured alive. This person came from the west. His teasing tone revealed some clues as he said, "Honorable sir, beautiful lady, I express my deep regret about this. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. To carry out the forbidden love between master and disciple when the moon is high in the sky and everything is quiet, what a romantic thing to look forward to. Yi Fan didn't say anything and directly extracted the divine sense imprint. He immediately frowned and said, "The people from the Western Orthodoxy are finally here. These people are so annoying. They couldn't come earlier or later and just had to ruin the atmosphere at this time. But Master, don't worry. I will take responsibility for you in the future." The Phoenix goddess twisted her waist and moved her slender legs. Her wet long hair covered half of her beautiful face. She tidied up her t-shirt and hot pants before turning around to leave. She knew that the battle had begun and that the people from the Western Orthodoxy might not be far away. There would most likely be a great battle. After a quarter of an hour, an unusual atmosphere appeared in the valley. The bright moon was covered by the dark clouds. A powerful expert had arrived, and the demonic mist brought about by them had covered the moon and stars. Yi Fan walked out of the cave residence and stood at the lakeside. He didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. He wanted to see what kind of great enemy had arrived. Apart from Daoist Chi Ri, who was in isolation, Kunlun's Pisces, Dragon Sparrow, and the others were all alarmed. They rushed out and appeared behind Yi Fan. They felt waves of palpitation and knew that some extremely powerful characters had arrived. The Phoenix goddess came late. Her expression was sacred and cold, completely different from her previous appearance. The others couldn't see anything different at all. In front of her, the black mist surged and the sound of iron chains could be heard. It was as if someone had walked out from hell. The sound of metal tools grinding against each other was cold and ear-piercing. More than 10 people walked out from the darkness and stepped on the lake surface. The thick black mist and deathly aura made them look especially strange and terrifying. Souls wandering outside of hell, wake up from your lost path. Follow the path my master has paved for you. A person's voice was low and hoarse. These were more than 10 men in black armor. They looked like zombies and were bound by black iron chains. At this moment, they simultaneously used the forbidden technique, Hell's Binding. They were actually being controlled by someone. In the depths of the darkness, an old man held a skull staff in his hand and stood quietly behind them. He was silently chanting an ancient incantation to control them. Chang! The iron chains pierced through the void and rushed over like more than 10 black flood dragons. They were primordial spirits that specialized in killing people. They covered Yi Fan below. He didn't move. The light in his eyes suddenly erupted and shot out 2 dazzling beams of light. They were like 2 heavenly swords that cleaved apart the void. The sound of metal shattering rang out continuously. All of the iron chains were turned into fine powder. Hung Long. The dozen or so grim reaper-like men activated their great magical power together and tore apart the dome of heaven. A huge black door appeared and was about to suck Yi Fan and the others inside. Yi Fan's palms slapped over. At this level, it didn't matter what kind of secret techniques or divine abilities you had. He only needed a palm to fall. At this moment, the black door turned into ashes. The dozen or so people collapsed like dust and turned into fragments that scattered with the wind. Nothing was left. Ancient heroic spirits, be with me and fight against the heretics together. In the darkness, the black-robed man revealed his true body. His body was withered. He was an old man who had lived for an unknown number of years. He held a pure white staff with a human skull in his hand. Behind him, a dense group of ancient soldiers in black armor appeared. They were like sinister people. They were not angry and let out roars as they rushed over. Is this all you have? Yi Fan scoffed coldly. Zhang Yifan and the others were horrified. This old man's cultivation was extremely powerful. It was very likely that he had completed the dragon transformation or even higher. The old man's eyes flickered with a green light. He waved the white bone staff, and the surrounding heroic spirits all rushed over. At the same time, he also used a secret technique. Blood light burst out and turned into a bloody skeleton that rushed over to devour Yi Fan. Let me judge you heretics, Yi Fan said softly. In an instant, he activated the sun essence fire. The all-encompassing sacred fire surged out and engulfed the area in front of him. All the heroic spirits were covered. In an instant, it turned into a sea of fire. Whether it was humans or dead spirits, they were all turned into ashes. Not even a piece of armor was left. Ah! The old man also screamed miserably. He became a ball of torch in the sun essence fire. After struggling for a bit, his body and soul were also destroyed. The black fog dispersed, and the stars and moon appeared. The sky was filled with stars and the moon hung high. It was peaceful and quiet. The lake on the ground reflected a mesmerizing starry sky. In the distance, a large group of people appeared. They were all incomparably divine and wore gorgeous battle clothes. They were like suns appearing one after another. The Crusaders of the East had arrived. This was a group of arrogant people. Every one of them had an extraordinary identity and status. They came from different clans and had noble bloodlines. They all had glorious pasts. Most of them were middle-aged men. Each of them was full of vigor and were extremely powerful. There were also a few young people among them who had high statuses and were surrounded by others. They all had golden hair. The men were valiant, and each of them was like the reincarnation of the sun god. The women were brilliant and beautiful. They were like the birth of a moon goddess. They were extremely divine and emitted holy light. Heretic, you have repeatedly injured our Western Orthodoxy's cultivators. Today, you will be judged by burning at the stake. A young man with golden hair draped over his shoulders shouted. As for the other woman, her entire body emitted a holy radiance. She raised her spotlessly white hand and gently waved it. She gave the order and prepared to attack. Chapter 982. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the valley was very quiet. All kinds of wild birds and cicadas lay dormant, no longer making a sound. Only the fragrance of wild vines and flowers flowed in the air. The clear lake was like a mirror, and not a sound could be heard. After the man finished speaking, the female warrior waved her hand, and they quickly charged forward to kill Yi Fan. The people in the first echelon all wore crosses on their chests and wore golden armor. They held huge swords that were taller than a person, and they slashed forward silently with cold light. The cold light of the swords pierced through the sky and broke the silence. Murderous intent rushed into the clouds. This was a group of swordsmen. More than 10 of them stood side by side, and they could destroy everything easily. Master, let me do it. Zhang Yifan stepped forward, wanting to use the Shushan immortal sword sect's inheritance to fight against the swordsmen of the West. Yi Fan shook his head. This group of people did not frighten him, but he felt that something was wrong. Perhaps they had brought some immortal treasures or secret techniques. There seemed to be hidden danger, and he did not want his registered disciples to take the risk. Small tricks, he said softly to himself as he stepped forward, facing this group of people alone. 14 huge swords slashed forward, and the brilliance was like a waterfall rushing into the sky. The swords had been tempered thousands of times, and they were passed down from ancient families. Each sword had a glorious past. These people's ancestors were all nobles, and they were famous grand knights of the past. Up to their generation, the orthodoxy was still there, and the brilliance was not diminished. The descendants of the 14 holy knights rarely worked together. It was only because this enemy was rumored to be someone who had completed the dragon transformation realm or even higher that they worked together to kill him. The sky fell and the earth cracked. In the midst of their loud roars, every one of their golden armor shone like 14 suns blooming in the night sky. 14 streaks of heavenly sword chi slashed down, cutting through the sky. However, when facing these powerful warriors with extraordinary cultivation, Yi Fan only had one action, and that was to snap his fingers. An even more resplendent golden sword wave appeared, like a monstrous wave that swept across the sky and the earth. It was as vast as the sea, and there was a thunderous sound. Pfft! A bloody light burst out, and the 14 warriors who had obtained the ancient inheritance all collapsed. Even their ancestral armor and yellow swords were the same, turning into fine powder. This was a terrifying scene. Yi Fan had only flicked his finger, and a golden sword wave that was like a stormy sea appeared, attacking indiscriminately. 14 experts with noble bloodlines turned into bloody light in an instant. Only 14 wisps of bloody mist remained, while the rest turned into ashes. This was an absolute shock. The expressions of the law enforcement officers who came from the west all changed. This result was far beyond their expectations. Over the past few days, they had done some investigations and found out that Yi Fan had displayed the remarkable ability of a dragon transformation consummate at the Martial Cultivators Conference. Therefore, they had mobilized a large number of people and wanted to kill him in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that the scene before his eyes didn't match up at all? At the very least, Qin Wentian was an Immortal Foundation character. If not, how could he be able to summon clouds with a flip of his hand and rain with a flip of his hand? Back off. At this moment, an old man dressed in a golden robe stepped forward. He held a golden wooden staff in his hand, and there was a divine source block the size of a chicken egg embedded on it. It was extremely rare in the current era, and the staff was dazzling. He lightly waved the golden staff and displayed an ancient Tao technique. He chanted an incantation and said, "Order lightning, dance with heaven and earth." Ka! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. This was a bolt of golden lightning, and it almost drowned the sky above the small lake, turning it into a lightning swamp of order. Yi Fan was astonished. In this age of chaos, one could actually borrow essence qi to activate an ancient Tao technique. By embedding a divine source block on the staff and carving Tao markings on it, this secret technique would be strengthened by several times. Otherwise, with the dried up essence qi of heaven and earth, with the cultivation of this old man, it would be impossible for him to display such a secret technique. However, this was useless against Yi Fan. The newcomer was very powerful, but he was not even afraid of the heavenly tribulation, so why would he be afraid of the so-called order lightning? This secret technique's name was very resounding, and it was very terrifying in ancient times. However, it was completely useless against Yi Fan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he opened his mouth and sucked in all the golden lightning that filled the sky into his mouth. On his body, golden arcs of lightning flowed. He suddenly spat out a blazing golden sea of lightning. Boom! The old man in the golden robe turned into ashes on the spot, and the dozen or so knights who were protecting him also turned into dust and were completely crushed. Who was this person? He was evil and almost terrifying. Under the current starry sky, there were too few people who could do this. The people from the Western Orthodoxy could not believe what they were seeing. Many people have come for me. Just because I killed someone from the Western Orthodoxy who wanted to kill me on Mount Gazao, you want to mobilize so many people to carry out a judgment on me? The Western Orthodoxy is too arrogant. Did you come all the way to the Central Plains to kill me just to show off your power? Yi Fan's expression was cold as he stood on the shore of Lake Ming and glanced at everyone. Then, he stared at the very young golden-haired man and woman in the center who were emitting holy light. Unimaginably powerful. The young man who had once called Yi Fan a heretic and said that he would be punished by burning him at the stake stood out from the crowd. He held a cross in his left hand and a golden divine sword in his right. They emitted a blazing light as he pressed forward while chanting. Boom! Suddenly, an aura like the vast sea burst out. His whole body emitted endless light, and a vertical eye slowly opened between his eyebrows. His temperament was completely different. He shouted, "Predecessor, please come to my body. Glory is my life." Many people cried out in surprise. This was the legendary God descending to the world secret technique. Ordinary people did not dare to use it because it was very harmful to their bodies. Only people with special constitutions could do it. After the vertical eye opened between his eyebrows, the divine power around his body suddenly became several hundred times denser. His whole body became resplendent as if it was cast from gold. At this moment, he had completely turned into a different person. A wave of aura that made people's hair stand on end erupted. When he raised his hand, magical power surged like a vast ocean. Interesting. It seems like the West really has an ancient great divine ability. However, without his true body, he cannot deal with me like this. It will be difficult to injure my body, Yi Fan said softly. Boom! The cross in the hands of this man who was like a sun god shattered and turned into a blazing divine sea. The divine laws interweaved into the sky and surged downwards. A wave of aura that made people tremble covered the heaven and earth. Many people couldn't help but almost kneel down. This was a great divine might. Yi Fan's legs didn't move and he stood in place. His right hand slapped the void forcefully, and countless large spatial cracks appeared. They quickly disintegrated this kind of holy light and destroyed the spreading killing Tao laws. Pooh! This young man emitting holy light coughed out a mouthful of blood. Half of the cross laws he activated were destroyed, and most of the divine power flowed back, injuring himself. God descends upon my body is eternal. He shouted loudly. His entire body was bathed in auspicious holy light. Every inch of his flesh was like divine gold, sturdy and undecaying to an astonishing degree. Then, he brandished the divine sword in his right hand and rushed forward to confront Yi Fan's physical body. Yi Fan stood in place and didn't move in the slightest. He quietly waited for him to rush in front of him with a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. The other knights and Templars all widened their eyes and held their breaths. Divine arrival could make a person's physique powerful to an unparalleled degree. Once it approached, it would be as easy as crushing dry weeds. However, the final result shocked everyone. They were all dumbfounded. Yi Fan stood on the lake shore and waved his golden right fist to meet the attack. He shattered the divine sword and pierced through the head of the divine arrival. He passed through with a large amount of bloody mist. Simple, direct, and tyrannical. A large amount of blood flew up. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Broken bones and blood-emitting holy light slowly streaked across the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Bang! The headless body of this divine arrival young man fell straight down. He no longer had a trace of divine power and became a corpse. Devil, he's a devil. After an unknown amount of time, many people began to shout loudly. Such a terrifying and cruel reality terrified them. They had thought that this expedition would bring them glory, but who would have thought that they would encounter a great devil in the Middle Earth? The West has Buddha, the Middle Earth has devil. This was a saying from ancient India. And in the ancient West, there was also a similar warning. That was, the West has God, the Middle Earth has devil. The Middle Earth has devil, he is the great devil from the Middle Earth. A group of people were shouting loudly with terrified expressions. They hadn't forgotten the warning left behind by the ancient Western sages. Today, it might be true. In ancient times, the sages of the Western orthodoxies had suffered greatly at the hands of the Middle Earth's devil. As a result, they solemnly warned their descendants to remember to be careful. When encountering this kind of devil era, they must retreat. More than 100 years ago, you people invaded the East and stole some of our Middle Earth's important ancestral weapons. You used the name of God to rob us. If that's the case, then there's no harm in saying that our Middle Earth has devil era. One of Yi Fan's disciples replied indignantly. We have long since left the Hanggu Valley of ancient times. We will continue westward to the west and bring back the ancestral weapons. At that time, you will know what a devil is. A few honorary disciples shouted with their blood boiling. Glory is our life. A group of people shouted. Even though they were terrified, they didn't want to wait helplessly for death. All of them emitted holy light and prepared to fight to the death. In particular, the remaining young men and women were all very sacred. They were all people who could use the secret technique of divine arrival. They all began to move. We are the Crusaders of the East, carrying out a holy war. If we die under the hands of the devil, we will ascend to heavenly country and return to God's embrace. Let's carry out the final battle. Death is also a type of glory. If one had faith, once they went crazy, it would also be quite terrifying. Everyone shouted, their bodies releasing holy light, burning themselves as they fought forward. Glory my ass. Yi Fan only had these 4 words towards this. These words didn't match his identity, but they were his inner thoughts, and he spoke them in a straightforward manner. Then, with a raise of his hand, heaven and earth were overturned. He displayed the archaic heaven overturning imprint. His palm and fingers turned into a great golden imprint, destroying all enemies. Large amounts of bloody light appeared. Expanse after expanse of blood splashed out. Apart from a few divine arrival experts, the others all had their bodies and souls erased in an instant. The West has experts, Yi Fan said to himself. Then, he forcefully crushed down again. The archaic heaven overturning imprint shook intensely. The divine arrival experts below were also crushed into pieces, turning into bloody mist. Master is too powerful. The few disciples could only exclaim in admiration. They were shaken inwardly and couldn't say anything else. After a long time, the little Taoist master Zhang Qingyang opened his mouth and said, "The Middle Earth has produced a devil. Since they say so, then master, let the devil go to the west." Chapter 983. The terrain of Mount Zhongnan was steep and rugged. There were 5 big valleys and more than 100 small valleys. It was majestic and majestic, stretching for hundreds of miles. The morning sun shone brilliantly, and mist flowed within the mountain forest. It was illuminated by the first rays of the morning sun until it was bright red. Then, 5 different colors appeared, and everything was peaceful and peaceful. Yi Fan and the others began to descend the mountain and leave the ancestral court of Taoism. In the middle of the night, he killed all the invaders and found a Taoist priest from the Quanjin sect. He asked them to tell him that if anyone was looking for him, they could head west and that he was on his way. As expected of the holy land of Taoism. No wonder so many people come here on a pilgrimage every year. Long Yuxuan sighed. It was rare for him to say a few words. Taoism's ancestral mountain was shrouded in clouds and multicolored light. There was an indescribable divine splendor enveloping this place. Walking here made one's body and mind peaceful. There was a strange power flowing through them. 20 years ago, before Yi Fan had left Earth, he had seen some reports. It said that even in the present age, there were many hermits in the depths of Mount Zhongnan. There were no less than 5,000 of them. Back then, after Yi Fan had looked it up on the internet, he had specially asked people to verify it. His friend who lived in Shaanxi province told him that it was true. These people lived thousands of years ago, living in seclusion. In order to find peace of mind, they were willing to live in seclusion in the mountains as mortals. At this moment, walking on the mountain path, Yi Fan couldn't help but use his divine sense to scan the mountain range. He really did see some people like this, and he couldn't help but sigh. They walked a section of the mountain road and then began to climb the mountain on their own. They abandoned the road and came to the northern foot of Mount Zhongnan. In a trance, Yi Fan heard the chanting of scriptures. "Master, why aren't you leaving?" asked the little Taoist master, Zhang Qingyang. "Did you hear that?" Yi Fan said softly and didn't move at all. He quietly stood there and listened to the ancient Tao sounds. Someone was chanting scriptures. The few of them looked at each other and did not say anything. They did not sense anything, but they did not dare to say anything. They realized that Yi Fan had entered a meditative state and merged with the Tao. He had entered the state of being one with heaven and man. In his eyes, all of Mount Zhongnan became grand and magnificent. A desolate aura rushed over. It was tens of thousands of zhang tall, full of an oppressive feeling. He looked into the distance. There was a huge rock there with 3 ancient words carved on it, Lu Guan Tai. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. He can be named, but he is not famous. He heard the voice of an ancient scripture preaching. It tore through time and space and arrived. An old man sat cross-legged on a stone platform and was currently preaching. Yi Fan instantly entered the Tao. His eyes didn't blink as he stared at the blurry and hazy figure. It was an ancient Taoist body that was writing a book. According to legend, when Laozi traveled to the west, he went to Shaanxi and preached at Mount Zhongnan. He left behind 2 copies of the Tao Te Ching, and that place was Lu Guan Tai. The ancestral land of Taoism was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Lush forests and tall bamboos covered the sky. The Lu Guantai was also known as the scripture preaching platform. The vague Taoist figure was neither happy nor worried. He did nothing but recite scriptures there as if everything he was saying had nothing to do with him. He had long heard of Yifan's meditation. There were two parts of the Tao Te Ching. One was passed down in the world for mortals to read, and the other was hidden from the world. It contained heaven-defying Tao techniques. He listened attentively, wanting to obtain the other part. Even though he knew that the chances were slim, he still had some hope. However, in the end, he was still disappointed. On the platform, the blurry figure finished preaching and handed over the other part of the scripture. He didn't recite it and gave it to someone before disappearing. Yifan let out a long sigh and woke up. The sky was still the same, and the earth was still the same. The vague Laozi's Taoist body was gone, and he couldn't obtain the second part of the Tao Te Ching. He looked up at the sky in a daze. Laozi had left his orthodoxy in the Ziwei ancient star region, and Yin had obtained its inheritance. Master, what's wrong? Only now did the disciples ask. They were afraid of disturbing his train of thought. I want to calm down here, Yifan said to himself. He sat cross-legged on a bluestone and began to comprehend and ponder seriously. There were traces of the Tao around the Taoist body he saw just now. He didn't hear the second part of the scripture, but he saw the traces of the Tao, which stirred him up. One day and one night, Yifan didn't move. Another 2 days and 2 nights passed before he opened his eyes. The disciples were all startled because they saw several Yifan stand up, and they were all exactly the same. Laozi's 3 pure ones. This was a secret technique that Yifan yearned for very much. It allowed him to have 3 more selves, and it wasn't as simple as a simple incarnation. It had many mysterious uses. Master, what secret technique is this? Yifan sighed softly. The figures dispersed, leaving only a real body and a Taoist body. This was all he could do at the moment. Difficult, difficult, difficult. He listened to the sound of the Tao and saw the ancient Laozi sitting on the platform. He used it to comprehend the Tao, but he could only create a real Taoist body. Will there be a day when I have to fight against Yin? After collecting his thoughts, his mind calmed down. After staying here for a few days, he had comprehended a Taoist body, which was actually a great harvest. In a short period of time, once the Taoist body appeared, it could double his cultivation. This was no different from a real body, and it was much more terrifying than having a body that doubled his combat strength. In the past, he had evolved this technique with the Battle Saint technique, but it didn't have much effect because he didn't get the essence. Now he could be considered to have formed a Taoist body. When the disciples heard this, they were all shocked and asked him to teach them. Yifan nodded. He was going to the West, so he needed to teach them some techniques to protect their Taoist bodies. It's really magical. Having another self in an instant is more important than having one's magic power increase by several times in an instant. The disciples were all shocked, and they all urged Yifan to continue comprehending the Tao and try to figure out the real I Chi turning 3 pure ones. As for themselves, they didn't even think about it. They hadn't reached the realm yet, so it was difficult for them to comprehend this kind of Tao. Everyone has their own different Tao. Comprehending a Taoist body is already a great Tao fruit. If I can continue to comprehend a second Taoist body, then I will be the real Laozi. Yifan shook his head. It was difficult to comprehend another Taoist body, and only by reading the real scripture could he succeed. Master, you said that he killed the younger brother of Laozi's inheritor, Yin. Do you have the confidence to deal with him in the future? Zhang Yifan asked. It's hard to say if we can meet in this life. Yifan sighed and looked at the misty sky. It was as if he wanted to pass through the galaxy and see the heavenly prince, Yao Guang Saint Child, Yin and other great enemies. This time, Yifan and the others really started their journey to the west, far away from Mount Zhongnan. They first entered Ningxia, then Qinghai, and finally Tibet. Yifan and the others didn't walk very fast, and they didn't use the ancient shrinking technique. They traveled slowly to the west, comprehending the Tao as they traveled. They entered Tibet to visit Komatsu's home. The little guy was very nostalgic, and ever since he stepped on the road to the west, he became a little sick and started to miss his little nest. And in Tibet, someone caught up to them. It was an old Taoist from Mount Zhongnan, and he sent them a Taoist letter. Yi Fan took it and frowned after reading it. The so-called crusade was just an excuse to judge him. There was actually another real purpose, and that was to seize the ancestral weapon of Middle-earth. That year, when Mount Tai cracked, the altar appeared, and all the major powers came out. The Western orthodoxies came and took away the foundation of the largest altar. Half of the heavenly tomes were carved on it, and ancient secrets were recorded. After so many years, they were almost done studying it. They wanted to complete the ancient heavenly tomes because it seemed to contain an earth-shattering secret. No matter, they have to go through me first. If they don't, I'll send them all on their way, and then I'll head west to retrieve the ancestral weapon. Yi Fan told the old Taoist not to worry. At the same time, he told him to ask some sect leaders to inform the Western orthodoxies. He had already killed a group of Templars in Mount Zhongnan, and now he was in Tibet. And on that very day, Jerusalem and the Vatican City were in a huge commotion. There was no news for several days. Who would have thought that tens of powerful cultivators would all die? The heretic is too arrogant. He killed everyone and even asked some sect leaders to pass the message on his behalf. It seems like he doesn't have us in his eyes at all. An archbishop from the Western Orthodoxies issued a summons. The crusade to the east was imminent, and they wanted to crush the devil and judge him. Naturally, the troops that were heading out were already in the midst of preparations. Because they wanted to seize the other parts of the ancient altar, they wanted to eliminate the heretic. However, they also seriously pondered about it. The devil of Middle-earth must have surpassed the great circle of dragon transformation. The information they received earlier was inaccurate. First layer immortal foundation, it's extremely rare in this world. He should be a supreme expert of that level. Could it be that he really is an ancient sect leader? The crusade to the east was a huge army, and all of them were cultivators. An archbishop from the Holy See issued a summons, recruiting many experts into the army for the holy war. Today, there were 500 knights heading to the east. Although the Pope didn't show himself, he secretly bestowed the Holy Cross to them, recording their achievements and glory. Master, earlier I received a message from my sect. The crusade army is already heading to the east, and experts are as common as the clouds and rain. The little Taoist master spoke in a flamboyant manner. Don't worry. Yi Fan caressed the 2 black arrows in his hands as he manifested another body. This would be an important thing for him to rely on in his journey to the west. Even if there was a true divinity, he wouldn't have to fear it. 2 days later, Yi Fan encountered a group of people in Tibet. The crusade army had split up into smaller groups, but after discovering their traces, they quickly gathered together. You are that heretic? The 500 knights whistled through the air, all of them clad in armor from the Middle Ages. Their entire bodies gleamed with a cold light, and they wielded great swords or battle spears. The cultivation bases of these people were all very powerful. The 3 leaders in the lead were all at the peak of the first level of Immortal Foundation. This time around, they were leading peak-level knights from the various ancient clans. The roars of the 500 knights rang out, their voices reverberating through the clouds. Their blood chi blotted out the sun, resembling a flood that towered up to the sky, shaking the entire uninhabited region. Since a secret art like divinity descending into the mortal world exists, there must be an extremely terrifying existence. If he doesn't come, it's useless no matter how many of you there are. Yi Fan spoke in a light voice. Boom! He didn't conceal his might at all. A golden pillar of blood shot up from the crown of his head, piercing through the sky, reaching the clouds above and the earth below, connecting the heavens and earth. Yi Fan's golden blood chi was as vast as the boundless seas, suppressing the blood chi of the 500 knights. He was like a fiend god facing off against all of them. You, who are you exactly? The 3 leaders of the knights trembled. They knew that they were in deep trouble. For such a person to appear in this world, it would definitely be a calamity. Maybe, only a few existences from the Western Tao elements would be able to kill this person. Lord of the Celestial Court, Yi Fan. A calm voice rang out. After that, his entire body surged with golden blood chi as he rushed over like a devil god, unleashing a massacre. Bang! Blood flashed. A single punch. With just a single punch, the head of one of the 3 leaders of the knights was smashed into pieces. His body slumped to the ground, dying an unnatural death. A peak-level knight at the peak of the Immortal Foundation realm couldn't even withstand a single strike. The remaining knights were in chaos, but they didn't retreat. They gathered together and formed an ancient formation as they rushed forward. Pooh! A blood-colored light flashed. Yi Fan displayed Qi Song Zi's sword art. The sea-filling divine art appeared once again in the world. A scarlet light flashed as countless amounts of blood mist rose up. The ground was littered with shattered bones and the blood of corpses flew everywhere. This place had transformed into a scene of carnage. Over 100 years ago, you guys took the opportunity when my mountains and rivers were destroyed to snatch the ancestral weapon of the Central Plains. Now that you guys dare to come again, I will kill all of you. That day, 500 knights were completely annihilated. The Crusader army of the Eastern Punitive Expedition had all fallen in Tibet. This news caused a huge commotion in the western regions. This was a shocking piece of news. Regardless of whether it was the holy city of Jerusalem or the Vatican, all of them experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake. All the major characters were alarmed. The first Crusader army of the Eastern Punitive Expedition has been annihilated? Oh God, did I hear wrongly? A great devil has appeared in the Central Plains. This is a nightmare. His name is Yi Fan and he claims to be the Lord of the Celestial Court. Does he want to be on equal footing with the gods? The western regions were shaken. The Pope started to recruit holy knights from ancient times. He even wanted to invite holy knights to join the expedition once more. Chapter 984. A devil from the Middle-earth plains. These 4 words were extremely heavy, causing the entire western regions to tremble. The Crusade army was completely annihilated. This news was like a bolt of lightning that shook the world, causing everyone to be incomparably shocked. The army of the Eastern Punitive Expedition was an extremely powerful batch of people that had been carefully selected. Every one of them came from an ancient clan and all of them had noble bloodlines. And among them, the 3 leaders were supreme experts at the first layer of Immortal Foundation, extremely famous in the western regions. They were all very old and had experienced many great battles, their names shaking the world. However, such an army was completely annihilated. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Some people went to the scene to take a look, but not even a shard of armor was left behind. Only dark bloodstains were left on the scorched earth and rocks. What era is this? It's impossible for such a great devil to appear. The Taoist sect of the Middle-earth doesn't know how to gather faith. Without the support of Cyforce, how can they cultivate to such a realm? After the shock, many people started to voice out their doubts. They felt that this didn't make sense and that there were many flaws in it. It was most likely a sinister plot. No, this must be the doing of those Taoists of the Middle-earth. Their inheritance is very strange. Maybe they left behind some ancient grand formation that used the power of heaven and earth to slaughter the Crusaders. Some people rapidly made their guesses, believing that the Taoist sect most likely knew of their purpose of heading east and wanted to seize the ancestral weapon of the Middle-earth plains. Hence, they intercepted them midway and pushed all the blame onto a devil. For a time, the entire western regions were in an uproar. The cultivation world was in an uproar because this matter was too great. Since ancient times, although there were many crusaders who died, there had never been a time where they were completely annihilated. This was especially so now that it was the degenerate era. Under normal circumstances, the 3 supreme experts were already existences at the peak of the pyramid. They were invincible. How could they all die? 3 glorious grand knights in addition to 500 tempered knights were specially prepared to deal with the experts of the Taoist sect. With the strength they possessed, they should be able to seize the ancestral weapon of the Middle-earth plains in a sneak attack. Enforcing the law on that heretic was just something that happened in passing. Who would have thought that because of this, it would become the most terrifying matter? The Pope is already enraged. He will personally summon all the cultivators in the western regions to form the strongest crusade. Tibet was deep and mysterious. In today's world, it was a rare pure land. Yi Fan and the others continued forward and came to the ruins of an ancient temple. This was Komatsu's old home. As soon as it arrived, it recovered from its sickly state and quickly became active again. It rushed up the stone mountain like a wisp of smoke and burrowed into its little nest. Yen Xiaoyu thought it was cute, so he followed it and looked at it. The small cave was clean and dry. Komatsu rolled its big eyes and looked at the outside. This place had left it with too many memories. It had grown up in this place, ignorant of the moonlight, until it met Yi Fan. This is the hidden Buddha cave, excavated for the virtuous Buddha. The little Taoist master, Zhang Qingyang, knew quite a lot. He could tell the origin of the cave. The small stone Buddha was suppressed here. The cave, which was less than half a foot high, was full of divinity. That was why Komatsu could gradually gain spirituality. It was really because it was stained with the divine light of the ancient sages. Speaking of which, the waters of Buddhism are very deep. Although Buddhism is almost extinct in India, it is widely spread in the Central Plains. Even Spirited Mountain has moved to the east. I wonder what kind of disaster will happen in the future, Yu Weiyu said. He was from Kunlun, so he naturally had a clear understanding of Tibetan Buddhism and the famous Buddhist temples in the inland mountains and rivers. His sect had also sensed the vast power of Spirited Mountain. Whoosh! Komatsu jumped and turned into a purple light, rushing around the stone mountain. Finally, it entered the crack at the foot of the mountain, and the others followed. When they saw the true dragon head formed by the earth vein, they were all horrified. A stone dragon withered up and died here just like that. Below the dragon's mouth was a small broken jar. There was a sparkling liquid inside that released waves of fragrance. Earth milk, this is the reason why this little guy can survive and grow up to be spiritually connected, Yi Fan said softly. Komatsu ran over and raised the small earthen jar seriously, insisting that Yi Fan must drink it. It was very firm and resolute, and refused to retreat. Is this showing filial respect to its master? Yi Fan said with a smile as he stroked its head. The little thing nodded seriously, its face solemn and hopeful. Yi Fan didn't refuse like last time. Instead, he really took it and drank it clean in front of it. This was because this was Komatsu's sincere intention. The purple little thing was very happy and jumped up and down. After a long time, it calmed down and slowly walked towards a small stone cave. There was the skeleton of a squirrel there. It was its mother, who died to save it. After making a trip to the human world, it understood many things. Last time, it was still laughing without a care in the world, but this time, it laid there seriously and looked at the skeleton with a sad expression. It didn't move for a long time. The others looked at each other in dismay. Yi Fan sighed softly and didn't say anything, letting this little guy stare blankly. The purple little guy whimpered a few times and tears rolled down its large eyes. It told Yi Fan and the others to leave first and that it would follow in a while. The others nodded and all came to the surface, leaving the little thing alone and giving it time. Yen Xiaoyu and the others' divine senses weren't weak. It was stronger than the current Komatsu, so they could all sense what it was doing. They couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. They discovered that Komatsu had secretly buried its own treasures, many extremely precious spirit fruits, in that cave together with its mother's skeleton. This is filial piety. In a while, pretend you don't know anything and don't see anything, Dragon Sparrow said. Even if he didn't say it, the others wouldn't point it out. This innocent little guy was sometimes cute and funny, but sometimes pitiful and sad. Let's go, Yi Fan said. Komatsu wasn't in a good mood. In the end, it whimpered a few times at the crack and then walked away with Yi Fan and the others. The others didn't say anything. There was no way to comfort it. They could only let it adjust itself. It had to be said that Komatsu was very intelligent. This time, its emotions fluctuated violently. It actually sensed the heavens and was about to break through. In reality, its cultivation was already enough. Before the holy Ji palace, it mainly breathed in and out spiritual qi. As long as it swallowed enough spiritual qi, it would be able to enter the path. Only after reaching the 4 levels secret realm did it need to cultivate and comprehend the path. For so many days, it had often eaten spirit fruits and continuously swallowed moon essence. It should have crossed this hurdle long ago. Today, it felt the path move from its heart, so it triggered the heavenly tribulation and broke through the 4 levels secret realm. It truly stepped onto the path of enlightenment and opened the foundation of cultivation. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the clear sky and struck directly at Shaosong. The force of the thunder was fierce and tyrannical to the extreme, causing the earth and the mountains to rumble. Heavens, it triggered the heavenly tribulation. How many years has it been? Since the earth dried up, this is the first time someone has triggered the heavenly tribulation, right? Zhang Yifan exclaimed. The others' expressions changed as well. In this era, there were almost no one who could go through the heavenly tribulation because the environment had changed greatly. Even the geniuses who could go through the heavenly tribulation could hardly be sensed by the great path. No one expected that Komatsu would be so strong. It attracted the attention of the heavens when it entered the 4 levels secret realm and needed to send a heavenly tribulation to stop it. The purple little guy whimpered and quickly adjusted its emotions. It focused and began to fight against the vast heavenly tribulation. It could be said that Yifan's previous training played a crucial role. Now, it was no longer afraid of the thunder and lightning and dared to face it alone. Zhang Qingyang and the others finally understood why Yifan had taken this little creature as his second true disciple. They were still somewhat dissatisfied before, but now, all of that had vanished like smoke in thin air. This was a little monster who defied the natural order. He was already suffering the heavenly tribulation at such a young age, so his future achievements would certainly be limitless and incomparable. That was because, according to the ancient records, the true heavenly tribulation began when one broke through to the 4 levels secret realm. It was because one needed to comprehend the great path at this level, which was why it could be sensed by the heavens. In this way, Komatsu had become one of the few people who could go through the heavenly tribulation at the beginning of the 4 levels secret realm. In the future, there would be unimaginable results. Zhang Yifan, Yu Weiyu, and the others were incomparably envious. At the same time, they were also shocked as they watched quietly. The sea of lightning was extremely ferocious, drowning out this entire region. Noises rang out unendingly, shocking heaven and earth. Komatsu rose into the heavens, entering the lightning, facing it head-on. Yifan nodded. The second disciple truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. He also took action, naturally not to help, but to neutralize all of the lightning tribulation that reached the ground with the heaven-deceiving formation patterns. Otherwise, these mountains and rivers might be blasted apart. In the end, Komatsu whimpered. In the end, it was still a bit young, unable to hold on, suffering serious injuries under the heavenly tribulation. Master, you should hurry and take action, little senior brother can't hold on much longer. The others revealed looks of worry, a bit anxious, asking Yifan for help. Crossing the tribulation, it can only rely on itself, it will have to face it on its own. Right now, Yifan seemed quite ruthless, not helping out, only transmitting sound, telling Komatsu that it had to hold on, that it could make it through on its own. Whimpering sounds continuously sounded. In the end, even someone with a cold temper like Dragon Sparrow almost couldn't take it anymore, couldn't help but want to take action to resist the heavenly punishment and help out. However, they were all stopped by Yifan, no one able to approach. The little purple thing's skin and flesh were lacerated, almost charred. Meanwhile, the heavenly tribulation became more and more powerful. The lightning tribulation was terrifying, turning into a sea, vast and boundless, descending from the horizon. Within, a little purple fairy was wailing and struggling. Yifan was extremely cold, loudly transmitting sound, pointing out the method of crossing the tribulation, but he still wasn't willing to take action. In the end, Komatsu used all of his methods to preserve his life, not even bothering to cry out in pain. He displayed his cultivation, activating the first 3 of the 9 slashes of the demonic emperor, doing everything he could to resist. At this moment, Long Yuxuan, the phoenix goddess, and the others all had a kind of illusion, as if they were looking at a great emperor within the 10,000 zhang sea of tribulation lightning, looking disdainfully at all directions. Master, do you see? There is a kind of potential within Komatsu's body, faintly discernible, turning into an immortal divine radiance, looking disdainfully at the heavenly tribulation, a few people said with a trembling voice. That is itself Tao, potential, and also the foundation for it to ascend to the peak in the future, Yi Fan said softly, in a trance. He seemed to have seen the rise of a demon emperor. Master, there is only one person in a world that can prove the Tao and become an emperor. If Komatsu always follows you, when the time comes, who will become an emperor? They asked a sharp question. Since ancient times, there has never been a saint physique that could prove the Tao and become an emperor. Yi Fan said to himself, not saying anything else. This, even if Master doesn't prove the Tao, if he can teach 2 great emperors, it will be unprecedented, unparalleled under the heavens. They had heard that Yi Fan had another disciple in the Big Dipper star field, who had the same bloodline power as the Sun Saint Emperor, and might prove the Tao in the future. My Tao, what will happen? Yi Fan looked towards the endless vault of heaven. He had always been accumulating power, accumulating it well, because his Tao would be different from others, and he would have to slash the great Tao when passing the trial. Chapter 985. The heavenly tribulation finally stopped, but the flashing lightning had not completely retreated. It turned into a shock wave and dispersed. If not for the heaven-deceiving formation laid down by Yi Fan, the mountains and rivers would definitely have been destroyed. Finally, the last strand of lightning dissipated, and the world returned to its tranquility. There were only ashes on the ground, and a small piece of charred coal lay on the ground. Komatsu. Yu Weiyu and the others could not bear to watch. This scene was too cruel. The purple little guy was hacked into the ground and turned into ashes. They felt that Yi Fan was somewhat heartless. How could he not even care about the life and death of his disciple? Could it be that the purple little guy really died like this? There was no life force, no flesh, only ashes and a piece of charred coal. Its body was scorched, and it no longer had any vitality. It was too miserable. When they thought of the cute little guy and saw this scene again, they all felt like crying. Their hearts were stifled. Why did it turn out like this? It's fine, it didn't die. Yi Fan spoke. It was not that he was heartless, but if he interfered and protected the little guy, it would be considered a failure in crossing the tribulation. The consequences would be inestimable, and its future cultivation path would be incomparably difficult and bumpy. So much so that its Tao foundation would be destroyed. What supreme Tao fruit? What supreme demon emperor? What looking down on the world? They could not even think about it. The little guy murmured as he struggled within the ashes. Waves of meat fragrance emitted from his body. Finally, there was a bit of vitality, and people could feel that it was still alive. Yen Xiaoyu and the others quickly ran over and watched nervously. However, they did not dare to touch it for fear of aggravating its injuries. The little guy was almost out of shape. He miserably opened his eyes, and his body was almost charred. It continuously mumbled and cried out in pain. Yi Fan immediately took action. He sacrificed his own golden blood to help cleanse its internal organs and bones, and heal its body. Once the human race's divine body was completed, its blood could be regarded as a precious spirit medicine. It naturally had extraordinary effects, and it could strengthen the muscles and bones, cleanse the marrow, and refine the hair. There was a special fragrance overflowing. You're already like this during your first tribulation. Back then, I was even more miserable than you. I wasn't recognized by the great Tao and almost died. I only managed to survive after entering the forbidden land of the ancient desolation. Not long after, Komatsu's unfocused eyes finally focused. He whimpered a few times and looked at Yi Fan pitifully. His whole body was in pain. Now is the time to consolidate your Tao fruit. You need to pull yourself together. After experiencing the baptism of the thunder tribulation, you need to transform into an even stronger body, Yi Fan strictly urged. Normally, he could spoil it, but when it came to cultivation, he would never spoil it. He strictly ordered it to quickly pull itself together and temper its body. Although Komatsu was simple-minded, it knew that Yi Fan was doing this for its own good. Hearing this, it forced itself to heal its injured body and began to change its blood. It began to temper its body that was almost destroyed. Pitter-patter, there were still remnants of the essence of the heavenly tribulation in its body. At this moment, it continuously hummed as its blood flowed. It hammered its broken bones, refined its internal organs, and purified its flesh and blood. After several hours, Komatsu was reborn. A small pile of charred skin and bones fell off the ground. Its body had undergone a great change. Its fur was even smoother and flickered with purple light. At this moment, its body became the size of a palm. Including its tail, it was only a foot long. Its large eyes were like two black gems embedded in a purple crystal. The other disciples sighed. In this era, it was difficult to have a true heavenly tribulation. Only a few ancient sects had secret methods to draw in a small amount of lightning from a thunderstorm to temper its body. Something like this was absolutely unique. Komatsu, how many years have you been cultivating? Zhang Yifan asked. The others were also curious. They giggled and teased it, asking how old it was to already have such a cultivation. It began to carefully count with its fingers. It looked a little muddle-headed and even used its toes. Its silly appearance immediately made the others laugh. Yi Fan also laughed and said, "It's an anomaly. In fact, it hasn't been cultivating for many years. Otherwise, how could it have such a temperament?" Komatsu had just counted to 5 with its toes. After hearing this, it was immediately embarrassed. But soon, it began to laugh foolishly again, looking charmingly naive. Kunlun, from the Pamir Plateau in the west, traversed between Xinjiang and Tibet, and extended into the territory of Qinghai. It was the most important ancestral mountain in China's ancient myths and legends. According to some ancient records, the ancient ancestors of the Central Plains might have originated from Kunlun as a result of their eastward migration. And this theory was supported by linguistics, mythology, and modern genetic analysis. It was also agreed by some scholars. People believed that it was precisely because of this that the ancient ancestors left behind so many legends. That was why Kunlun played such an important role in China's myths and legends. Looking at Kunlun from afar, it was majestic and majestic. It was like a thick history, but also like a source of life. It carried too much. After that, they entered the mountains of Kunlun and paid a visit to the headmaster Xuechen. They were welcomed with great ceremony. The things that Yi Fan had done recently were too shocking. Kunlun had countless beautiful sceneries. Since ancient times, it had been called the Celestial Mountain. It was a place to ascend to immortality. Unfortunately, the main part of it was inside the ancient formation, and ordinary people couldn't see it. There is hope of becoming immortal in the mountains, and there are also immortal divine medicines. The elder brother of the ruthless man might have fallen here, Yi Fan whispered to himself. If they were to travel west, they would soon be out of the country and officially begin the western expedition. Yi Fan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he brought a few disciples to search Kunlun. There were too many legends here. They also wanted to try their luck, but unfortunately, they didn't find anything after wandering around for several days. Yi Fan estimated the location of the hidden immortal land, which contained the opportunity to become immortal. However, he didn't have a perfect map, so he didn't dare to set foot there. At night, a bonfire danced in the depths of the mountains of Kunlun. Zhang Qingyang had hunted a unicorn. The few of them skinned it, washed it, and roasted it on the bonfire. "You are demons, boo-hoo," in the distance, a golden-haired girl cried angrily. She had entered the Central Plains to eliminate demons, but when she found traces of them, she lost her beloved mount. The few people in front of her skinned the unicorn in front of her. The roasted meat was fragrant and golden. The fragrance lingered in the night, stimulating one's appetite. "Boo-hoo, my sister won't let you go." You bunch of demons, you ate my unicorn. She cried, but she couldn't change anything. Little girl, did you read a lot of stories about brave warriors slaying dragons? You are so naive, yet you still dare to come to the Central Plains to eliminate demons. Ignorant child. Zhang Yifan shook his head and laughed. Hey, you don't say, this unicorn's meat is really delicious. It's a pity it's not a purebred, otherwise it would definitely be a great tonic. Zhang Qingyang said. In the mountains of Kunlun, the fog was very thick at night. The few of them sat in front of the bonfire and roasted unicorn meat. It was a special taste. And Yu Weiyu was ingenious. He specially went to the Xinjiang people to get some seasoning and roasted the meat. The few of them ate to their heart's content. Wah! I'll fight it out with you. A 14 or 15-year-old golden-haired girl pounced over, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. In the end, Zhang Yifan picked up a piece of fragrant meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He said, "Little girl, don't be so fierce. You should try it yourself. That unicorn was raised very well. The meat is quite good." Yifan didn't need to think to know that the Western Vatican was definitely mobilizing all of their forces. Otherwise, why would this little girl come to the East? Obviously, some of the descendants of the ancient families were bewitched. They all wanted to become epic heroes who slayed demons. It was estimated that many of them ran to the East without telling their families. Sure enough, in the next few days, more than a dozen similar incidents happened. Some of them were still children who wanted to become heroes who slayed dragons and demons. As long as Zhang Yifan, Zhang Qingyang and the others caught such pure heroes and beauties, they would rob them clean and give them a good spanking before chasing them away. Go back and tell your family elders that I will stay in Kunlun for 3 more days. If you want to come, then hurry. If you don't come, I will go to the west to visit the Pope and have afternoon tea with him. When a group of young people who came with great dreams but suffered a serious setback returned, they told their experiences. It caused a huge uproar in the Western world of cultivation. This is too much. The Mohan family's unicorn was eaten, the Haigu family's dragon was roasted, and the Chuan family's fire phoenix. These people are really demons. They are evil to the extreme. They must be burned at the stake. Yifan's group had not yet entered the West, but they were already notorious. Even his 6 disciples had become demons with horns, let alone him. The peace of Kunlun was broken. After the news spread, countless people from the Western Orthodoxy arrived in these 3 days. They were all wandering cultivators who heard the news and came to vent their anger. However, the result was cruel. Once Yifan's sword was drawn, he swept away thousands of enemies. Blood flowed like a river. No one was a match for him. Not a single person could escape. Blood dyed the rocks of Kunlun red. In the end, it was Yifan who told the Taoists. They told the Pope, and only then did the West learn that a group of wandering cultivators who went east to slay demons had fallen. The bigwigs of the Vatican smashed the goblets filled with red wine. Their anger surged, and holy light shot into the sky from their bodies. Shrouded, you are one of the strongest holy knights who survived the Dark Age. The merciful Lord has shrouded you in divine light and bestowed you with incomparable glory. Can you still find others from the ancient era? Can't I kill him alone? Your divine bravery is known to the world. Holy knights who have lived since the Dark Age are all favored by God. I am worried that you are injured. Find some companions, and you can go east to kill that demon together. Alright, maybe I can find a few holy knights from the ancient era to kill him. After the Great Shock, the Western Orthodoxy naturally began to prepare for a countermeasure. The complete destruction of the Crusades in the Middle Earth was a rather negative event. Moreover, many people had died later on, so they had to resolve the matter as soon as possible. In these few days, even mortals could hear the praises of the angels and occasionally see strange scenes. One could imagine the extent of their activities. Many ancient families were found. They were protected by ancient formations and isolated from the world. They lived in ancient castles in the Middle Ages, but now they were invited to come out of their seclusion. Demons from the Middle Earth. These 4 words had become a hot topic in the past few days, spreading throughout the Western world of cultivation. Some people felt pressured, while others thought that the Taoist sects of the Middle Earth were going to war. The will of our Lord has descended to the world, and will use holy fire to wash away the filth of the mortal world. On this day, a holy angel descended and appeared in a magnificent cathedral. She had the face of a woman, and her beauty was peerless. Her golden hair flowed like the sun, and her figure was slender. She was dressed in light muslin and exuded a holy radiance. On this same day, the Pope of the Vatican also issued a summons, summoning the lineages in the distant lands to form a true crusade army for an expedition to the east. The influence of the Pope was enormous. In the past, the true crusades had always been initiated by the Pope. Thus, when this summons was issued, the Western world of cultivation was in an uproar. In the various castles that were isolated from the mortal world, some extremely outstanding and powerful youths, as well as some old men whose bodies were about to be buried in the yellow earth, moved upon hearing the summons. Let's go. 3 days have passed. It's time to hit the road again. Yi Fan and the others were far away from the Kunlun mountain range. They had already officially stepped out of the national boundary and began to head west. Chapter 986. The Pamir Plateau, also known as the Pamir Mountains in ancient times, was a place that the Silk Road had to pass through. Other than the eastern slope that was still under the jurisdiction of China, the rest was already within the borders of other countries. Everything that had happened in the past few days had caused a huge uproar. Even the Tao sect had made preparations for war, afraid that the flames of war from the Western Crusaders would spread to Middle-earth. Yi Fan was going to fight his way to the west and bring back the ancestral weapon. There was no need to hide it now, and the label of a devil from Middle-earth had been put on it. Nowadays, the most talked about topic in the cultivation world of West Earth was the devil. Everyone was guessing who would come into being to get rid of this great devil and let the glory of God shine on Middle-earth. The Pamir Mountains were extremely high above sea level. This was a place where dragons lay crouching gods. Many dragon veins converged here and bordered the western part of China, becoming a land of dragon qi. This was the roof of the world, and there were many mountains here. The lowest one was 4,000 meters high, and the highest one was 7,700 meters high. Yi Fan flew up into the sky and could see thousands of miles. There were many lush cliffs and wild ridges. He found that there were traces of an ancient war here, and the terrain was complicated. This was the junction of the 5 great dragon veins, Tian Shan, Himalayas, Kunlun, and Xingdu Kush. It formed a special pattern where the dragons intertwined and intersected. Such a strange terrain with the dragons turning back and climbing over each other. Could there be something buried here? Yi Fan stared at the junction of a few large dragon veins and landed with a few disciples. He saw a lush green valley that looked like a whirlpool where many dragons were circling. Dig it up. Could it be that an ancient great divine arts practitioner buried something here? Today, it will see the light of day. Ever since the disciples found out that their master was a Yuan Taoist master, they had already classified him as the ancestor of tomb robbers. Even though he had explained it a few times, their gazes were still strange. Master, we're already outside the borders. Won't there be some trouble if we randomly dig here and cause an international dispute? The disciples joked. After becoming familiar with Yi Fan and knowing his personality, they weren't afraid of him anymore. In ancient times, this highland was called the Pamir Mountains. There was an abundance of vegetation, and some areas were like the southern mountains, full of life and lush. Boom! Zhang Yifan made the first move, hacking down with the immortal sword technique Yi Fan bestowed upon him. Smoke and dust rushed into the heavens. This whirlpool dragon valley quickly sunk and split apart. Dragon bones appeared below, formed from rock. It is indeed an extraordinary place. It all depends on your luck. Who knows, you might even be able to dig out the dragon marrow. Not only can it prolong your life, but it also contains fragments of the Great Tao. It is especially beneficial to the people of the Dragon Transformation's secret realm. Back then, when I was in the Dragon Transformation's secret realm, I obtained the help of this item in the Central Plains. With Yi Fan's encouragement, the others were even more motivated. One by one, they started digging. Even the delicate Yan Xiaoyu seemed to be a professional excavator. His efficiency was extremely high. This was indeed a holy land. According to the records in the Heavenly Origin book, if the dragon vein hadn't withered and died, there would definitely be something extraordinary being nurtured and incubated there. If this was the Big Dipper star region, Yi Fan would definitely not dig a place like this unless he found two saints. Fortunately, the earth had dried up, so even if there was something inside, it would definitely be neither dead nor alive. They dug thousands of meters into the ground and came across solid rocks. There was actually an ancient formation carved on them, protecting the ground. It was difficult to break through and couldn't be shaken. Saint-level ancient formation patterns? Yi Fan was startled. It seemed that they had dug up something extraordinary. There was actually such an ancient formation protecting it. The disciples' efforts were all in vain. They couldn't break through the restriction and were almost injured. They hurriedly retreated. As expected, it is extraordinary. Yi Fan looked at the Pamir Mountains and stared at the place where the dragons gathered. Even he would find it difficult to break through it. After all, it was a saint-level ancient formation. All of you, back off. After an endless distance, he took out two simple black arrows and knocked one on the bowstring. Then, he concentrated all of his strength and shot it out. This arrow shocked the heaven and earth and made the gods weep. It was so powerful in the hands of the Changbai Dao protector, so there was no need to mention it in the hands of Yi Fan. This material was very special, and the formation inside was even more special. It only needed a small amount of energy to activate and turn into a deity-slaying arrow. The level of the black arrow was difficult to say. It was extremely powerful, but it didn't need to consume the vast amount of magic power like a holy weapon. It was a secret treasure and was regarded as a divine killing weapon in ancient times. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The surrounding mountains that were 5,000 to 6,000 meters tall all collapsed. A violent earthquake occurred, sending dust and smoke into the sky. Master, the movement is too big. When the time comes, it will give those seismologists a headache. Such a big earthquake will make the international news. The disciples were speechless and told him to take it easy. Yi Fan shot the arrow but didn't completely destroy the ancient formation. He put the black arrow back and began to shoot continuously. After an unknown number of times, he finally blasted open the underground formation. He caressed the two black arrows and became more and more fond of them. They were really powerful to the extreme. The arrows were not damaged at all. With so many arrows shot out, he reckoned that even a great completion king would be killed several times. And now, it actually blasted open a saint's formation. It seemed even more outstanding and precious. As expected of a divine weapon that could kill demonic sages. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rushed up from underground. The distant mountains and rivers collapsed and the earth cracked rapidly. The soil and rocks turned into waves that soared 3,000 meters into the sky. Divine might. This scene was too shocking. Fortunately, Yi Fan was well prepared and used the myriad Qi cauldron to take in all the disciples. Otherwise, this roar alone would be enough to turn these young geniuses into a bloody pulp. This was the roar of a saint. It was world-shaking. Even he, who was thousands of meters away, swayed and was sent flying by the huge sound wave. Yi Fan quickly moved. He put the cauldron back into his forehead and retreated at lightning speed. Otherwise, the disciples would explode even if they hid inside the cauldron. Their cultivation was too weak and definitely couldn't block it. He used his physical body to resist. Without the protection of the myriad Qi, he immediately felt a great pressure. The worst roar of a saint was the collapse of mountains and rivers. The most terrifying record was that in ancient times, the great sage had shattered the moon with a roar. The roar from underground continued. A strand of blood seeped out from the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He was shocked because there was still a living saint on earth. A wave of fiery red blood energy rushed up. It was several thousand meters tall and a stone embryo appeared. Its aura was overwhelming and powerful to the extreme, causing the mountains and valleys to tremble. I really dug out a big one. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He felt a headache because it was actually a saint spirit embryo. Something's wrong. There's something strange. Suddenly, his mind moved. This stone embryo was very strange. It was formed from blood energy and wasn't a real body. To be more precise, it was more like a wave of resentment. In the sky, the essence of the sun scattered down. His body quickly became faint and emitted a wave of green smoke. Then, it disappeared as if it was an illusion. Yi Fan had heard before that those with great resentment would be buried underground for tens of thousands of years. Once they saw the light of day, they might be freed in an instant and turn into dust. An ancient stone embryo with great resentment, and great resentment is underground? According to the ancient records, the resentment had already dissipated and this place should be safe. He released his disciples and went into the underground world together. The depths of the underground was spacious and empty. There were several great dragon veins intersecting with each other. Unexpectedly, there were many divine source blocks flickering. Komatsu's eyes shone brightly as he turned into purple light and went to pick them. In the depths of the dragon cave, there was a strange place. A large vermilion coffin was suppressing a strange stone. An old man with red hair and a red beard sat in the coffin. He looked very bold and powerful. The remains of a saint. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't expect to see a saint first. Under the vermilion coffin, the strange stone was also very special. It was almost transparent, and one could see the shadow of a human inside. It was nurturing a life form. Stone embryo Holy Spirit. Yi Fan had long seen that the layout of this place was extraordinary. There was indeed a Holy Spirit here, but why was the ancient saint's coffin suppressed here? Master, there are words here. Yi Fan read them carefully and couldn't help but be startled. When this old saint was choosing his burial ground, he accidentally discovered an immature stone embryo and wanted to seize its body. In the end, he failed. No wonder there was such great resentment. A stone embryo that could become an unrivaled existence was stopped by someone. Even though the saint was devoured, his primordial spirit died in the end. Pooh! This saint's remains suddenly dissolved and turned into a pool of blood. They hurriedly dodged. It was truly tragic. A magnificent saint had died in such an undignified manner. Is the stone embryo really dead? The young geniuses all felt uneasy. The Holy Spirit was a synonym for unrivaled. As long as it had a breath, it could destroy a world. Don't worry. When the dragon vein dried up, it was not mature yet. After fighting with the old saint, its primordial spirit was destroyed. Yi Fan saw clearly that this Holy Spirit had failed at the last moment and became a dead embryo. It withered within the stone. He personally took action and peeled it off. As expected, it was a 9-aperture holy embryo. His brow flashed with splendor, and a small golden person walked out and entered the body of the 9-aperture Holy Spirit. The stone man immediately stood up. A wave of powerful might immediately overflowed, and the disciples immediately knelt down. They couldn't bear this kind of power and trembled with fear. What a pity. It was originally about to turn into a body of flesh and blood, but it was destroyed halfway. Its blood energy dried up, and it is no longer a supreme stone embryo. Yi Fan sighed. Not only did the old saint die miserably, this Holy Spirit embryo had also almost turned into ordinary stone. Apart from being sturdy and imperishable, there was no divine seed left behind. The stone blood had already dried up. It's not bad to use it as an incarnation. Congratulations, Master. You've comprehended a Tao body, and you've also obtained a Holy Spirit stone embryo. You're like a tiger that has grown wings. You won't have to worry about anything during this trip to the west. The disciples were all overjoyed. Yes, Master, we should go to the Western Holy Land, Jerusalem, and the Vatican. We can also go to Mount Olympus and other places. Maybe we can dig up something there. A few of the disciples saw that they had made such a great harvest, and even before fighting with the Western orthodoxies, they were already thinking of taking some of the divine mountains. There was nothing they could do. With this type of master, they felt like even the divine objects nurtured by the world's mountains and rivers couldn't escape. They were already infected. Then, they continued on their way. Along the way, they looked at the mountains, rivers, and terrain. They took action several times, and they really had great harvests. They even dug up dragon marrow in a few countries. In this era of depletion, it was too hard to come by, making it even more precious. It had great benefits in the dragon transformation secret realm, as it could raise one's cultivation. It was divided equally among the disciples. Along the way, people from the west tried to stop them several times, but they were all killed by Yi Fan without any suspense. Just like that, they traveled and stopped. After a few months, they arrived at Jerusalem. During this period, the West was greatly shaken, and this was their topic of discussion every day. Master, the Central Earth Tao sect sent us news saying that there are ancient holy knights still alive in West Earth. They are sitting in Jerusalem, waiting for our arrival. Apart from this, when the Pope issued the summons, experts from all the ancient families responded, forming an unrivaled crusade. They are also waiting for the devils from the east. I also heard that there are true divine races descending, and it isn't as simple as humans cultivating. Long Yuxuan also mumbled in a low voice. Wu, are there still living ancient races? Yi Fan said to himself. They arrived at Jerusalem, but they didn't enter the city. Instead, they circled around it and disappeared into thin air. That was because Jerusalem belonged to the cultivators. Within the great ancient formation, mortals couldn't see it at all. It was a true city of saints. Too inconceivable. There is actually such a grand ancient city. The disciples were shaken. On the horizon, there was a huge city that seemed to be forged from black gold. It flickered with a cold metallic luster, and its entire body emitted specks of holy splendor. It was dignified and divine. They felt as if they had returned to the wild ancient world. Outside the city, ancient trees towered into the sky, apes cried, and tigers roared. Compared to the mortal world, the difference was too great. This was a divine city that had existed since the ancient times. Those who entered and exited the city were all cultivators, and not a single one of them was a mortal. Many of them were riding ancient beasts with dense scales and imposing auras. Why do I feel that after coming to the world of legends, that beautiful and flawless green-haired girl looks like an elf? Was that one from the divine race? It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and there was a divine disk behind its head. A halo enveloped its body, and it was truly mysterious. Clearly, this was a world of cultivators, and it had been revered as a holy city since ancient times. For such an ancient city to still exist in the current era, it was truly a kind of miracle. It's a bit troublesome. This city has existed since the ancient times. Who knows, there might really be some surviving elders here. Yi Fan said to himself.